She's finally live.
Hi, friends. Welcome in. Oh, hey, TikTok. We should turn that on. Hang on, I gotta turn the TikTokers on. The tickety talkities. Why does my sound all weird? Ugh. Hang on. Second. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. Oh. Whoops. My bad. Playing the no content is DIY. DIY. Nope. Nope. Owie. No, I'm on DIY. There it is. DIY! Go TikTok live. Alright, TikTok. Oh shit. Hey. So what had happened was I ate my sandwich too fast. And then I was getting my shit together and setting up.
Wait, you actually ate solid food?
That's why my sound has not been...
You ate solid food? I'm so proud of you.
I don't hear you. I could not figure out what the fuck. Apparently I did not switch back from my headphones.
Bobby?
Hi! Hi!
You ate solid food. I'm so proud of you.
Hi.
It came right back out.
But you tried, and that's what I'm proud of.
I ate my sandwich too fast, and it came straight back out. Hi, Mac! Welcome in! So I was like, oh shit, hang on a second, and I immediately booked it, because it was coming straight back out. Because that's what happens when you try to eat solid food, when you're a jaded. You die.
I was beginning to think what was going on because like I had been here for like half
Go suck a motherfucking dick, suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
Because that was necessary. That was necessary. That was necessary. Okay.
And I
Whatever.
was like, hi Alice, hi Jaded, and I was getting nothing, and I was just like, okay, she's not listening.
I could not hear anything, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Whatever, I'll just start up the stream and then figure it out. So that whole time, I'm just getting my shit together with Alice, setting up the pattern to cut on my thing. Look what I'm cutting! They are so
You got
cool.
a massive thing right there.
It is huge. It's cool.
What is that?
That's what she said.
You'll have to see. It's on walnut too, so it's this really nice. Even though it looks orange, it's not. It's a really nice ash-colored walnut wood. Good quality wood, because I got the good quality wood for these. But it's engraving this super cool ass-looking skull with all these neat swirls and patterns all over it. And they're going to be keychains and earrings, probably. But this one's like a keychain size. It's like...
cute. I mean, I'm already kind of liking it.
It's like this big. Yeah? Like this big.
Damn.
Like eyeball socket size. It's a skull, you know? It's a skull! Look at how cool it is! There's like a whole bunch of them in different sizes. But anyway. Exclamation mech.
Go suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick, suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
I will, thank you. Happily. Okay, I'm gonna play some Charlotte. Charlotte! We love us some Charlotte. Ba-ba-bum. And I'm gonna sew up a fucking bag because that's what we're doing. Because it's a DIY crafty day. Charlotte Dobre. She's one of my favorite Canadian actors.
It's a party, alright!
Cheer 1. Arsenic Gummy Bear
Sup, bitch?
cheered 1 bits.
Arsenic!
Snacky pack.
Hi, Arsenic.
What up, snack pack? My mouse disappeared again. How do I make my mouse come back? My mouse pointer's gone! My mouse pointer's gone. What do I push to make it come back? It's like gone. There's, I can't. I don't know what I'm pointing at. It's not on the screen. I can't.
Hi, Arsenic. How are you?
I'm good.
The lights
How
are on, but like the mouse is toggling over shit. But there's the stick that points is gone. Yeah. Just whack it. Control escape.
There should be like a button. There should be like a button on top of the mouse that can actually like help you like turn it on. Maybe I don't know how it is.
No, it's not coming up over top of that either. Look, it'll like highlight, but you can't see where the mouse is. It's not Discord. It's me. I'm the problem. Hi, it's me.
It's me. Hi, I'm the button.
I don't know what button I need to push to make my mouse come back, but it probably doesn't help that I'm whacking it off of my desk.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't go that.
Control F10. This button. This button. This button. This button. This button. This button. Dear mouse, come back! I don't know how to do this without you. Cry, cry, cough, cough, tears, sadness, and then I expired. Where the fuck is my necklace?
Then I expired.
Ooh, a
Well,
zipper.
we're all actually dying, aren't we?
What are you doing over there, zipper?
Slowly but surely.
Don't call me Shirley.
I'll call you whatever the fuck I want,
Yeah, you will.
Linda.
Hey, baby. Do you know where I put it?
Bend over, I'll show you.
Do you remember what I'm looking for?
I thought you were looking for my penis.
That was in my mouth.
By the
But what
way,
else was I looking for?
Elizabeth is not here, but like I did exactly as you
My
guys
mouse.
told me to do.
Good. I'm so glad you listened to us. At least somebody listens to us.
Why would I do that? That's stupid.
I knew that I needed that. I was just like, this was like the best source. Like people were telling me stuff, but I was just like, I need to hear it from like mothers and stuff like that. Some people that actually go through something similar as I'm doing.
Hello, motherfucker.
But yeah.
Hello, fucking mother. I can't find my mouse. Stop touching me. Elizabeth!
Elizabeth, get in here.
You can't find my mouse pointer!
Elizabeth, come hang out with us. At least for a few minutes before I have to go to bed.
It's an Elizabeth.
Oh, I just got turned on. Who woo is right.
Stupid sexy Flanders!
Listen, I did something that made my mouse pointer disappear. And now I don't know what I'm clicking because I can't find my pointy! The little arrow.
Right on. It's right on your
Is it plugged in any way?
The
shape, or
little
form?
arrow
it
that is
plugged by
supposed to be on my
USB or by
screen
Bluetooth
is
or
not.
whatever?
And oh shit, now my down the bottom bar is up on the top.
Your batteries, I bet, are dead.
Now it's on the bottom.
having
Okay, cool.
problems. She's having
My mouse is connected to the computer. What fucking batteries? There's no batteries involved.
Well, we didn't know if it was wireless or not.
It's a
You haven't
dirk.
shown us.
Burp a derp burp. Fuck this mouse and its ass. Ass, mouse, ass. Ass.
Restart.
Ignore it completely. Absolutely.
Everybody, welcome back.
Oh, there we go.
I'm gonna need you to throw the whole friend away. Throw him away. To the bin with you, darling.
It worked!
She's a little
Good enough.
concerned by it. Think
Okay.
she probably skipped
What
the
did
mail.
you do?
Story time. My friend stole /
Don't ask, she's
robbed
probably
some
high.
money from me. Oh,
She's always
She's
high.
most definitely high.
She's a drug.
It's just what level of high? How high? Are we a little high or Are we like, hey, everything's in techno colors? Hi.
Like a close friend. She was sort of like a friend of a
When is
friend.
that
and
not
we
the
hung out
case?
a few
It is
times,
like,
like
yes.
in our
Because she's
group.
only just
And
started
she
to get
seemed
high. That's the
cool,
difference.
Whatever. And this particular night, we were
That's
going
what
out.
we
Don't
had.
remember
Those are
where.
some
This was back
banging
when I was
males.
in uni, which was like
That's
over
the
10 years ago.
differences.
And yeah, we were all going out somewhere. to an event,
Oh,
and she
oh,
was
my
there.
mouse is back!
And can you
Welcome back!
when we were all getting ready to go out, this girl.
Okay, are we playing some
offered to
video
do my
games before you go to
lashes,
bed? Is that what you said?
No, I just wanted to talk to you bitches.
Oh, so you don't want to fondle my iceberg before you go to the bed place. Horse meat.
No, what I want is I want my my markers that I told you that I sent to you,
Oh, you did you?
but you didn't. Yeah.
Oh.
It was in the thruple chat, I think. Wherever else.
Look at how
Beth
cool.
sent the
Look what I
thingy.
made. Look what I made instead, because I didn't listen.
I see the shape.
Do you see it now?
That is so cute.
Look at how neat that is, Snack Pack. Look how cool!
It's pretty fucking cool.
Okay. It's just skull with neat engraving all over it. It's gonna be a keychain. I'm gonna see if the smaller ones look nice, and if they do, I might make them into earrings.
Ooh, I thought there was gonna be earrings.
That's
so.
keychain size. But
That's
I do
way
have different size. Yeah, that's keychain size. That's like... That's a honker donker.
And you would know about honker donkers.
I love
yes.
you, don't I? That's right. Grandma's on the ball today. Whoop whoop. Okay, well let's play something then, real quick.
You guys gonna play some Traveler sort of thing?
Oh yeah, probably. Hey,
Probably.
hey, Hobag, are you doing it?
Always.
Nice. Want to get naked?
Maybe.
Nice.
Only for a little bit, then I gotta go to bed.
I'm fine. I'm doing shit anyway.
I did not sleep well last night.
Oh, is that because we were playing video games too late? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think I slept like an hour and a half. And then I spent
Oh,
like the
tell
last
Elizabeth.
hour
Now
of...
that she's here, tell her.
Oh, what?
I don't
Me?
I
know.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yes,
Me
you.
telling her?
Yes.
So, I did exactly as you recommended me to do today.
Uh-huh.
You remember that I told you about the meeting? I did it. You told me to like that you would have wished that like you had done the exact same thing, that one thing, and I did it. I told them what I wanted to do, and yeah, it's happening.
Yes! Yes!
So yes, I listened to all three of you.
I'm happy.
Not me. I wasn't there. I tagged. I've been telling you, and you never listened to me, so I tagged so that we had backup, and then you can't ignore all three bitches saying the same thing. I mean, what? I didn't happen. You call for backup when you know you need the
helped a little
backup.
bit. You helped a little bit, Jaded.
No, I didn't.
She brought in the reinforcements.
No, I didn't. I wasn't there for that. I
Well,
was
anyways,
sleeping.
I am thanking the three of you for helping me out.
Gay.
So what's the resolution?
Penis. Happiness.
I think like what's the plan?
Happiness.
Going back to where I live.
Mexico?
In the middle. Yes.
Guadalajara?
In the middle of May. Yes. And I'm gonna take care of my health first, my mental health first, and then I'm going to find a place to work.
I am talking out my ass, friends. I'm talking out my ass. She does not. She lives definitely in the North Pole.
Yes.
89, 73, 4. 89, 73, 4. 89,
27.
73, 4. Touch the cat.
38.
Feel my balls. Look at my food. I have some beef. I'm glad we had this talk. Oh shit!
Today?
Listen,
protein?
listen.
Better finish!
Some things happened, and I had a sandwich in my mouth. Half of it stayed inside. I had a half of a tuna sandwich successfully complete the trek to my gullet.
What the fuck? This is not my room.
What the fuck? This ain't my house. Pulls on pants. Kicks bitch out my bed on the way by. Oh shit, plant more rye. Oh shit, plant more potatoes or we don't get any more vodka. Oh, we need more pickles. Oh
How
yeah.
dare you let plants die?
I'm very, very bad with life. I want you to know. I regretted everything. Oh! Restaurant's open! What do you know? Whoop! Let's go check the beer. Oh, see? There's one done! Check out the skull! Ooh, beer done. I'm gonna put some ale on to age. Boop. Oh, fucking kimchi still going, dude. Woof. We need more barrels made.
I need a lot of-
Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop.
Elizabeth, where did you post those hooks that had the size on them for projects so that you could like attach them to projects?
I don't know.
You remember-
some of the chat.
Was it in our chat or was it Facebook or?
It was on Discord and this bitch's Twitch.
Ho. Ho.
Too.
Ho.
Was it under?
But it's by general. It's by general because yesterday we went by general.
Slots. Look in the images. It'll make it easier.
Did you put it there?
It
No,
wasn't
I
in-
mean
it
bring
wasn't
it up
a
in
chat.
the things.
It was in a chat.
It's
It
on
was in a
crafting
chat.
Materials. It's on crafting materials. The silver thingies.
The earrings.
Yeah, they're in
No,
the
not
crafting materials
those.
part.
No, not those. That's not what I'm looking for.
Cow milk, yogurt,
You-
honey, chicken meat skewers.
It was their acrylic cutouts of hooks that have the sizes like 5.5,
Oh, Etsy.
Okay, what channel did you put those in?
Where doth it be located? She needs it.
No.
Wait. Chicken skewer. With peas.
Was it in yours?
And cow milk yogurt.
I'll go look.
Cow milk
Is it under
yogurt. Ah,
business?
fucker!
Yes, here it is. Here it is.
Yogurt.
Here it is.
Cow milk
Okay,
yogurt.
because those were not what I
Accept.
wanted, and then I posted what I wanted, so...
You posted the same link.
No, I didn't.
Oh, fuck, I need more water. Hang on.
I posted hook...
Oh, you know what you posted? The ones that you posted that have the multiple sizes on them, I actually bought those.
Burf for
I have
burf,
some.
can you go get some goddamn chickens? We're living like savages here. It's
Do you
disgusting.
have this pattern, or do you have them?
No, I have the actual physical from the chick in Nebraska.
27 fucking golden. No chickens.
I want to find that type of thing.
Oh, also it's
for
spring.
This
What?
bitch
The
that
season
is
changed.
talking
An
about chicken.
oval, you can create it very easily.
Okay, well I want, but
Oh
then
yeah,
the
the spring
other one,
changed. Oh, it's a new season. I gotta go buy seeds.
the other one that I posted, because I posted two different ones. The other one looks like gummy bear heads. Looks like bear heads.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay.
I
I
want
bet that bear
those.
game said.
Sell.
Yep.
Go buy the file.
I don't know. This isn't the file. I don't know where to find this type of file. Where would I find a file? This is a listing for them to purchase the pre-engraved acrylic bear head crochet markers. I don't want the pre-made ones. I
Yeah,
want
that bear game said.
Then needs to create one.
Doopy doopy doopy
Okay,
doopy
well,
doopy
she's
doopy
engrossed in
doopy
fucking
doopy
skulls right
doopy
now.
doopy doopy doopy. I showed yous. I told yous. You gotta send me an outline of the things, and I will drop it in the thing, and it will cut it out in that shape. That's 100% of how it works. Literally, that's it. So I need a shape to drop in the shape, to make the shape, to cut the shape. And then I need the material, because I ordered acrylic 3 times, and they fucked me up all 3 times. So,
Oh, yeah, they did.
moo cow, where's my pig? Why my pig not come out? Fuck you all. So the season changed. That's why all the garden was dead. Oh, the pig is sick! Oh, the fucking pig's gonna die. Oh, Elsa Beth. You let the fucking pig die. What's wrong with you? You did!
Time.
Alright, he's alive now. Yeah. Son of
I
a
put
bitch.
medicine in the bin.
I just stabbed. Oh, you should probably go buy more, because it's gone now. I've been letting them outside when it snows. Listen! Listen! They keep telling me to let them outside. And I'm like, yo, it's snowing though. And he's like, yeah, but we want to go outside. Because otherwise your levels will go down and blah, blah, blah. Those things on the stove are for the quest outside and they're both ready.
And?
Are you in the house? Or did you go buy us some chickens?
I bought the chickens, bitch.
Okay, get some medicine too, skank. Eee. Do we feed the chickens this chicken seeds that I already have? Because it's just seeds.
I don't know.
I wonder if we have to make chicken specific feed, or if they can just eat seed mix. I'm gonna go get seeds. I gotta go buy seeds. It's a new season and I gotta go buy chickens! Chicken, 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 chicken. Open.
We have 4 of them. You're
Chicken.
welcome.
I put seeds in here. This, they eat this, yes. Chicken. Chicken seeds. Chicken. Also, did you know that if you logged into the Glowforge app that you have the login for, you could literally take it over and print whatever the fuck you want?
But I'm not gonna do that. 'cause it's-
From literally any... Why would... Oh. Oh, no! How dare you!
Why-
I was doing a project!
What is she whining about? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to
I
it
wouldn't
enough.
get... I wouldn't give a fuck if you cut off my project and printed something else. I wouldn't give a fuck. I was very aware when I was picking what I print out. Oh, the next one's cupcakes! If you look in the patterns, burp, there's a family set. It's got 5 pieces to it. Or more. There's like a big keychain piece. There's studs. There's danglies. And then there's like extra
Where is
pieces.
Patterns.
In the Glowforge app thing.
Oh.
Login.
Okay.
You sent that and then I lost it because, you know, we
Elspeth.
send a million things to each
Then you
other.
go up to the top of the chat and
You
push
go
the
to your
search
internet.
circle. The search circle on the top of our chat and type in Glowforge. And it'll
Which
take
chat?
you to
Because
all
we have
of them.
like 6 different chats.
Grandma will know where I saved the login. Bedtime alarm. I want another aging barrel. Or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 7, 4. What was I doing?
God knows.
Yeast. Yeast. Ale. 14 still. Distilling. Oh, distilling yeast. I need 10 of those. Empty jars, we still have 6, but I will get more. 14 jars. 19. 11. That's still fine. Table runner. Did you get the large table? Or the large benches? Whatever. I'm gonna just buy extra. Boop. Later, dude. I'm gonna build a birdhouse. I want a fucking bird. I'm upgrading our apiary. Bam. New recipes. New recipes, Daddy Beth! Aw, yeah. Got seeds. Cashew tree. Bam. Ooh, beets. Ooh, barley! 20. Barley. Beets? You know what? We like beets. Let's do 15. We don't need any more hops right now. Bell peppers. Fuck yeah, we need those. Blueberries. We like blueberries. Oh, carrots. Carrots. 5 blueberries. Carrots. Ooh, chilies! That's where Hobby lives. In beans. Cucumbers. Eggplants. Galaxy hops. Garlic. Sowing beans. Sowing peas. Nico! Stop it! Soybeans. That's what I needed. To make the vegetable meat. Oh, and potatoes, because Elsabeth is almost out of vodka. And she is not happy about that. And frankly, I don't want to fight Elsabeth. Not when she's vodka-less. We don't need wheat. Let's get some more grapes. Strawberries. 5 strawberries. Onions. 10 onions. Spinach. 10 spinach. Potatoes. 10 potatoes.
Potatoes?
5. Ah, shit. No. No. No, remove. Nice. And, remove. No! That's fine. Remove. Good. Seeds. Okay, and now the pattern guy. Oh, wait, I went the wrong... Fuck. I went the wrong way. That's not the way. That's not the way. What do you mean you're cold? Fucking run, you stupid. Nico, it doesn't matter. I was gonna be scared anyway. Don't worry about it. Listen, I startle easily, okay? Don't worry about it.
We know.
Copper. We already got all this copper. Alright, Petra. Blah. Ah. Yeah, nothing doing. Whoever the fuck Clive is, he's a bitch. Alright, time to sow some butts. Plant, 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 plant. Oh. Plant, 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 plant. Oh. Plant, 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 plant. Oh. Plant, 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 plant. Ah. Oh. 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 Doo-doo-doo. Why do I only got one of those in here? What dummy only buys one thing of hops? This one. You remember that time you made a good choice? No. Let's go with peppers. Plant, 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 plant. And then more peppers. Plant, plant. Oh, I got stuck. Plant, 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 plant. No. No, but it's not, no. Plant, plant. How about... Oh yeah, grapes. Oh yeah, beets. Oh yeah, let's plant that shit over here. Hang on a ticket. Let me water all this crap. Elsabeth put this watering shit out, but it doesn't actually water anything. It's ass. Alright. Yeah, I put that in a very inopportune spot. That's right. Oh, there's my cashew tree. I gotta go put that up there.
I was going to redeem my Hydra, but then I remember that you drink water no matter what, so...
That's funny that you think I actually drink it and don't just keep it on my table for decoration.
I see you
her
drink
drink it is actually, yeah, but making her drink it makes her actually have to drink. Like drink.
Drank.
Oh, let's go.
Bitches ain't looking out for my well-being. Bitches. Okay, wait. Eats. I'll rehydrate with tea. Water. Gotta water this.
I mean, it's
Gotta
water with
water
flavor,
this.
so-
Gotta water this. Gotta water this. Water this. Water this. Water this. And that. And then keep all these beets. Oh, fucking carrots. Carrot. Huh.
Did you get the teddy bear skeleton earrings yet?
No. Wait, maybe? some of them are in there in Elsabeth's bin. Ah! I died before I could poop my tree and beans. Oops, and I forgot to close the restaurant. That happens sometimes. Porter. Centennial hops. Oh yeah, I gotta dump all this shit.
Oh.
I hydrated.
I'm looking at the laser. What happened there?
What?
Is it okay?
Is it what?
I think it's done.
No, it's not.
Well, it's sitting in the corner, honey.
It's lasering.
So,
I can't
just
see
in the
because
corner?
it's in it.
It's lasering in the corner. It lasered a laser here, and it lasered one underneath of the white. There's another one underneath of the white. If I lift the lid, it'll cancel the printing. But there is another skull underneath of there, and it's
Yeah, I saw
etching
that it
small
could've
ones.
worked
So,
on it.
yeah, it's etching the small earring ones down at the bottom there. I put the big keychain ones up at the top, and it lets that area of the wood cool down. Oh my god, you can still see the wood grate. This looks so fucking cool in person. I can't wait. I can't wait to send them to Snack and force them to be her problem. I'm pretty sure she's gonna coat them with something, and they're gonna look cool.
Some of them.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh, no, the moment that I thought that it moved all the way to the bottom, I was just like, what's going on? Is this okay?
Yeah, it's etching the small ones down on the bottom. Okay, now I need to make honey yogurt with cow milk. Why my cat hate me? Because I never pet it? Oh shit, all of our liquor is empty.
Oh, these are cute. Okay, how do I add a thing to the stuff that you have that I want you to the thingies?
You
How
add
do
it.
I add it?
You click it.
Okay, so like view details
Yeah.
and then like add to dashboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need another table runner. I need another table runner and 4 candle holders. Oh, hang on, I got a whole bunch of barrels for you. Here, baby. Follow me with your booze. I think there should be some more made, too, because I made a bunch. There's 4 more. Okay. I don't have anything else for you for those. But there's more in the bin. Oh good, it's raining, so I don't have to fucking water the garden. Grilled seafood with olives. Salad with cucumber. Baked potato with coconut. We left the aminals out, or they just come in and out as they feel like it? Do we save the chickens?
I don't know about the chickens. The animals you have to recall.
Okay. Oh fuck, I need white wine. Where has the white wine is? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna do it with urchin. There's olive oil seafood, right? Olive seafood, yeah. Wait, is it grilled seafood with olives? Or grilled seafood with olive oil? You know what? Fuck it. Do both. One of them's bound to be the right answer. No, it's gotta... Yeah, that is olive oil. Okay. Salad with cucumber. Baked potato with coconut. Oh, right. We don't have any more potatoes because Elspeth made vodka out of all of them. We need
Vodka is important.
potatoes and lettuce. Yeah, we need lettuce and taters. I do not have your buckets. I went and got more and made them.
I don't like that it's putting me in this other room. And this room has my buckets.
Bastards. Okay, we have to restock. Alright, juice. Bam. Beer. Bam.
Kitty bam.
Alternative beer. Slappity.
Not my problem.
Flavory beer. Boopity doo. Vodka. Elspeth's. You know what? We'll do this brandy on the wall. Sounds good. And our sangria is red grapes and lemon. Alright. Sounds about good. Alright. First bin gets juice. Next one gets booze. Oh no, you want to be white? Alright, then you get vodka.
You get the vodka.
Vodka. You get sangria. Yep, because you're purple. And you get the brandy because you're... Oh, wait, wrong way. Yeah, nah, you're fine. You get the brandy. Cool. Glad we had that talk. Alright, you get the flavor. You get the aroma. You get the bitter.
Oh, I'm bitter, alright.
Oh, yeah, you is. Alright, the rest of you shit go back in there. Okay, we're good. I gotta plant the rest of this crap. Ah, fuck, I missed the store. Ugh.
Hey,
Oh.
baby.
Hey, how you doing, girl? is it not filling up when it's raining? Math me that, oh science wizards.
Huh?
It's somehow our water troughs are not filling for our trees. Stupid. Okay. Dude, who let the aminals out when it's raining? You probably gotta feed them. Ah, Thunder! Thunder lightning! Lightning and the thunder! Oh, you could do probably more aging barrels. I don't know, though. Maybe.
You gotta feed our animals.
Look
dude.
at all of our weird-ass patterns we got. Cute. Cute, cute. Oh, I need candle holders. Candle holders. Candle holders for the table. Table holders. We need table holders. Did we?
Candelabra?
No. Candle table holders.
Candelabra.
No. Candle holders for the table. Not the candelabras. Candelabras stand on the floor. We need the candelabras that go on the table. The table blablas. I'm gonna... Oh, shit, it's too late. I can't even go check him for any. Fuck!
Candelabra.
Candelabras. I fed the chickens again. Because it seemed like the right thing to do.
I'm feeding the other man.
Damn it! I can't make either of those because Elsabeth's a crazy bitch.
What?
You ate all the potatoes, you vodka whore. I can't make any of that stuff. Oh man, I got a lot of chairs for some reason or another. Oh, I got another table. Oh. Hey, can we expand? Do we have enough business to expand?
Not right now. We don't have. Do we have enough gold plates?
Do we have no dollar bucks? We need more dollar bucks? Is that what you said?
I said I don't know.
Yeah, we only have $8 bucks. Let's go see. Maybe we can. Nails. We don't have enough nails.
Well, then we have to go.
North. I wish it could use fucking copper nails. That'd be nice.
Be right back. I'm gonna see if I can get some food. in my bag.
Okay.
Food in your belly. Wait, where are you going?
Damn it. Yeah, level 15. I can't buy any more recipes till 15.
You have scrambled mushrooms, baked potatoes, chickpea salad.
No. I need more points. How do we get more recipe point pieces?
I don't know. I got 20.
Oh.
Savory pie.
So yours are different than what mine are. You can buy your recipes that are not... I don't have jam, and you have jam. So you buy different things than I have. That's why I was like, motherfuck.
Ooh, dark lager. Stout.
Hell fucking yeah. Make more beers.
Ice lager.
Things
Gin.
things for the tap. Things for the tap. Yes, mead.
How do
I
know
just-
what
I-
goes in
Booze, beer, ale. Wait, I'll tell you exactly what goes in the tap because we're playing a game.
Does the fermentation tank go in the tap?
No, hang on. I'll tell you what goes in the tap in a minute. Tavern.
Root liqueur.
Carbonated drinks.
Aw, man. I gotta go back and get more recipes. Recipes. Don't. Why am I in this room?
Oh.
This is not my room.
Okay, lager, ale, and porter we know go in that. Dark lager goes in that. Stout goes in that.
What is that? What is that?
The counter poops.
The taps?
Thank you.
There was a very interesting graphical demonstration what I saw on stream.
Thank you. Dark lager goes in the tap. Stout goes in the tap. Dunkel goes in the tap. Pilsner, maybe. Rice lager, I want to fucking do those things. Strong ale is tap. Chocolate lager is tap. Vanilla ale is tap. Milk stout is tap. And I don't know about this other shit. Cider is tap. We gotta get apples, though.
Tap that
Mead? Mead might be tap. I don't know. Sake was another one that I don't know. I want to make sake. But that's all distilleries. Those have to go in the brewing barrel. Mead is a brewing barrel one as well. But we also could do rum and gin and fruit liqueur and herbal liqueur. I think anise liqueur, herbal liqueur. Those ones, we have a shit ton of those fucking seasonings. Flavored beer, mulled wine, vermouth, Bloody Mary. Then there's a bunch of mixed things that are whatever. We need to get the fucking... Oh, Hell Cauldron. We need to get the regular alcohols first. The hard liquors first. The ones that are in the tap would be fucking handy as shit because they all have to go in the aging barrels. So yeah. I gotta do like a stout. Mead would be nice. Dunkel would be cool. These lagers look cool. Okay.
I'm out. I have no more monies.
What are the day it is? It's Wednesday. Ooh, the Birdman is out in the woods.
What Birdman? Where's this Birdman?
There's a Birdman out in the woods that comes after something o'clock on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Show me where this fucking Birdman is.
I absolutely will show you where the Birdman is.
Oh yeah, you will.
Yeah, I will. Plant some more rye or water the garden, please.
I'm collecting mushrooms.
Sweet.
Get wrecked.
I am. Thank you. You got any new fishy peas there, bitchy face? Because I am interested. made a cheese board.
I did.
Yeah.
I'm fancy like that.
They're so fancy. Cook seafood with squid. I can do that, but we don't have potatoes because Elsbeth's a bitch. Can you check the village and see if you can buy some potatoes at the potato ladies? Because you weren't, yeah, you weren't allowed to buy seeds, but maybe you can buy potatoes straight up. Seafood with squiddies. And fruit juice lemonade. The little girls that sell seeds.
They don't sell seeds.
They sell fruit. That's why I said go see if they'll sell you potatoes. Because they sell me seeds. Buy them. Buy the almonds. Buy the taters. Buy the things.
Chickpeas?
No.
Galaxy hops?
No.
We do need galaxy hops. We get orders for that.
We
Soybeans?
have already grown a shitload of galaxy hops. Soybeans, no. I just planted them.
Pineapples?
Yeah, sure. But I think they're out of season. What? What was the next thing you said? Disconnected. I need to get a table runner. I think I went the wrong way.
I think I said I did.
Did you say you wanted another stump with an axe? Yeah, she did. the recipes. Oh, shit. Forgot the candle holders again. Yeah.
Hey, Jaded.
Yeah.
Did you do all the tarot? Did you get all of the tarot card designs or just the one?
If you click on them and they say add to your other thing, then I already have them. But if they say add it, then I don't. If it says to like start it on my project, then I have it. Otherwise, nope. Because I usually will just grab one so that I don't have all 96 of them on there. But I could.
Well, I'm just thinking they might be a good...
I
I've
could
just
have
added
them
a
all
whole-
on there. I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I don't know.
I think you do. I just added a few more design. Oh, quite a few more designs.
Make sure they're for the aura.
I have no idea.
But they're useless if they're not for the aura.
How do I check that?
On the side where you can filter it.
Oh, oops.
Mm.
Well, some of them it looks like are already for aura, so yay.
Meep.
Oops.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the ones that I picked are for the aura.
Oh, I'm gonna go out. Quick, quick, quick. Follow me, follow me. We gotta go to the Birdman. I forgot. I forgot. Quick, we gotta go. South, quick, south. Oh, wait. That's right. She got kicked off. Come back, Elizabeth!
You're having problems there, Jaded.
Nah, it's fine. I'm gonna go bed a bird. I like birds.
I'm gonna head to bed.
Bye, love you, bye.
You bitches
Love you,
later.
bye.
Bird.
Love you, bye.
Yeah, the Birdman. His name is Crowley. Hi, bird guy.
Sup?
He's gonna sell me a bird.
I can't stop looking at the laser making this gold.
I want this bird perch. And a bird cage. And an egg.
Aw.
And a bunch of bird crackers. Okay, this
Elsa
many.
just said that she got
It's a
disconnected
party,
from
alright.
Through, and
Cheer
her
1.
internet is shitty
Arsenic
right
Gummy Bear cheered 1 bits.
Thanks, bitch. I was looking at the screen and I caught it before it scared my butt, so hey. That doesn't mean I get a bird now? Where's my bird? Where my bird is, though. Parrot egg? Do I put my bird in the nest? Do I put my nest in the bird in the house? Does my bird's thing go in the house or outside? Worms. Does my bird eat worms? Oh shit, I died. Got a bird in time though. Oh damn it! All people got mad because forgot to close the restaurant again. I'm gonna go check on my booze. Did I buy more barrels?
Are you gonna color those skulls?
Oh,
Are you gonna paint them?
you are very distracting. I am collecting alcohol. And that is all I will do. Booby. No, I'm not gonna color them. The wood is its own coloring, and it looks nice the way it is. Ooh, flavored. Green. Blue. Let's go make a flavored bittered. Bitter and orange. Beer. Here's my malt. And make a amber ale with dual hops. How much is? Ooh, mango juice. What? Coconuts. I had to go down to the beach. Where asked the mushrooms go? Oh, there they is. Now, where do my bird cage and Whoozy What's It go? The cat is throw uppy. Oh shit. Crackers? No. This? No. Okay, never mind. I guess I needed a bird. Do you know, if you do not pet your cat will not pet you. What do I do with this egg? Can I put it in here? No. Okay. Go outside to the kitchen. Oh, no, it goes in the restaurant. Okay. The bird goes in the restaurant. Okay. That's alright. I'm gonna put it over here. Right here. It can be a greeter. What do I do with this egg? Do I put it in the chicken house? Yes. Can I hatch my egg in the chicken house? Answer is no. Maybe it's a food item. Chorizo with beef, coconut juice. Oh, chicken and almonds with pork. I think Elizabeth got almonds for us. Oh, but then she DC'd. Elizabeth, come back and give me them fucking nuts, bitch! It died right here. Well, that was sad. Barley! Barley. Alright. Alright, now we drop down any seeds that we picked up. Check the trees. Beep, 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 beep. Drugs. Ooh, ooh. Drugs. Hey, you're welcome. Meow. Oh, people complaining that their rooms are dirty. That's right.
Baby, I'm just not gonna baby, stop. I like your sweater. It's cute. It looks good.
Thank you. It's from Free People. Oh, fuck.
Free people.
Free People. Oh, I need money. Shit. It's a good brand. I like it.
Oh, wow.
What?
No, I went like and googled free people, and the first thing that I see is a beautiful dress, but it's from Shein.
Yeah, no. That's poo poo.
I don't even know why I got Shein. I just whatever. The free people is free.
Yeah, no, that's poo poo. We need more piggy food.
I really should not be looking into clothing, but I'm gonna do it anyways.
Okay.
How's it dog?
I buy mine cheap, so I don't know. Like, I'm serious. I use the apps and stuff like fucking Poshmark and ThreadUps and all those. Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't give a fuck. Most of the shit is new with tags. I'm like, hell yeah, take my money. Because you can pick specifically new with tags.
For the drugs?
Hmm?
For the drugs, that's interesting.
Not drugs. Clothes.
Oh, I said drugs. How did drugs work?
Oh, the drugs are good. I like drugs. Oh shit, right, I forgot to clean the rooms. Whoops. Your place is a pigsty. A fucking bartender is a lazy bitch.
I mean, can you blame her?
Yeah, I can. She's getting paid.
She's slacking on the job.
Fucking bitch. Oh shit, all that booze goes in there. Whoops. Damn it, where's my fucking bird?
Right here, baby.
Oh, my bird! Bird, an actual bird. Bird. How do I get a bird? I want a bird! I want a bird.
Are the squirrels not good enough for you anymore? How dare you?
No. Because you can't make the squirrels your pets. They're not even any squirrels. Oops. Crowley. Yeah, I bought that, and that, and that, and that. Now what? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's got to be in my inventory to hatch. There's bird variants! Ooh. I want that owl. Ooh. There's 8 toucans, 16 parrots, 1 owl. And it's only possible during the Christmas event. But there are Halloween variants that are skeleton birdies, and I want those. Does it have to be in my immediate inventory, or can it be in my sack? Where's my vegetable? There it is. Barley. No, that's wheat. That's barley. I died. Just as I put the malt down. Yeah.
Wait, are you back in the game, or are you still checking the website? Because the website is up and it's masking the whole game.
Whoops. Very unprofessional. You wanna run it up? I wanna knock it down. Where did we stick the grains? There they are. Ooh, all that booze is ready. Okay. All that booze is ready.
on the booze.
Hurry up.
I feel like I carry booze.
Oh yeah, shit, I need more candles. Oops. Coconut juice. Chorizo beef, I forgot to make those. Coconut juice. Beef chorizo. That was the other one. Chicken with almonds and pork. Where is that? It's gotta be a recipe I don't fucking have then, because I don't see it. Oh, right there. Meat broth and almonds. I need
broth and
meat
almonds.
broth. Meat broth and almonds. Which makes sense. I am frequently out of stuff when I run out of meat broth. Green. Flavored. Fish broth. Hake it is. Malt barley. Lager. Barley. Aroma.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna text redacted in case he wants to join this game.
Oh, yeah. We were supposed to tell him when we do that. Whoops. Go nuts. That's a better friend than me.
Yeah, a few days ago, remember that like he wasn't on call with you,
Yes.
like,
And he's like,
thing.
don't forget to tell me. And I was like, okay, yeah, alright.
I remember that he was just like, oh, I guess I can stick around a little more. And I was just like, I'm
I
gonna
wasn't
fucking
sure
DM you,
if
and
I
I'm
should
like,
be in
"Fine."
here. And we were like, dude, go nuts. Hey, on the wall we've got this guy. And sangria. No, raspberry juice. Raspberry juice. Swap it for blueberry.
Alright, texted him.
Okay, that needs to be refilled. Sangria needs to be refilled.
Oh my god, I am so restless that like, I don't know, I feel weird and I have to like be constantly moving every 5 seconds. It's so weird.
Oh. Sounds like a butt problem.
A butt problem.
Yeah. You know, something's wrong, but you don't know what. It's a butt problem. It's a butt problem. That's what it is. Something's wrong, but you don't know what. It's a butt problem.
I mean, a lot of things are wrong with me, but
Potato
sometimes I'm just
fries
like-
with coconuts. Do I have megrim? I think I do.
Rice with coconuts.
Potato fries.
It's the same
Potatoes.
potatoes.
Yeah. Ah, fuck, that's right, I can't make them because Elizabeth drank all the liquor!
That bitch.
She is a bitch. Turkey. Bechamel. Wait. I need to smash up the fish. No? How do you make smashed
I
fish?
let him know as well that I let him know that you were playing the game and that if he wants to join he can, but I also let him know that it was okay if he couldn't.
Yeah, you don't have to play if you don't want to.
More like he shouldn't like it's okay to not be able to do something. And I'm trying to teach him that.
It's okay to not want to do something. Oh, I do have that! How do I chop you? I need to smash you into fish paste. Oh, there it is. Do. Nope, that's not it. Megrim.
He said thank you for telling me.
My egg cracked!
You're
My egg!
Redacted says that he probably will not be able to join you tonight, but he wants me to tell you that he appreciates you.
Gay. Oh, did you want me to say something adult and normal? No, thanks.
I don't know. I just said gay.
That's gay. Thanks. Na, na, na. We made a misery. Why can't I make any more kimchi? Oh, I'm out of garlic. Yeah, gotta do it. Is anybody watching the laser to make sure no fires are firing?
I'm watching it.
Okay, good, because I'm not.
Every time that thing is going on in your screen, I'm always watching it. I can't stop watching it.
I appreciate that, because I have not been watching it at all.
Awesome. I'm your personal assistant, remember? I'm your free person.
Fuck yeah! Smirsh, 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 smirsh. Pickles. Oh, I forgot to feed the pig. We made a misery. Hey, what the fuck? There it is. I gotta go feed the pigs. Did I ever remember to clean the rooms upstairs? Probably not.
This is like the third time that you say that, so I can never know.
That's
Wait, did you actually catch it on camera when
yeah,
the laser caught on fire?
yeah.
Oh my god.
It was funny. It was the very first day I had it. I had it for all of 5.5 minutes. Yes! 14!
I need to see that. I need to wait. Oh my god, I need to go. I need need to go back into the bottom and watch it.
It's not even a week old. It's not even a month old. It ain't that old. It's, you know, it's like 2 weeks old, the friggin' thing. So it ain't that old. Should be easy to find. I think we clipped it too. It was funny. Fucking fire.
I was trying to look back into the stream where we play together on Saturday, but I can't find it.
Oh, try again, because I reshared them. Because sometimes they don't post.
I'm gonna try tonight then. Or today, well, Thursday.
I need lettuce discs. Oh, right, I gotta feed the pigs. Stop getting distracted!
Are you killing me or yourself?
I'm doing lots of things. They won't even know about it.
Where did you get the wooden pallets? Did you actually get them from like a website, or did you find them like at a store somewhere or something?
The wood chunks of... Oh, that's just from Amazon. But it is from Glowforge, just via Amazon.
I can't see even. I am hungry again. But every time I eat something, it's like, oh,
Spinach! Chickens.
did you mix the broth and the almonds?
No, because the almonds grow on a tree and you can't make the tree.
Did you get them all? Did you fetch them?
Bop-a-lop-bop-bop. I don't know. Get out my building. Here comes Miss Anna.
Oh yes, another skull incoming. I can see the shape.
Doesn't it look cool?
They do look cool.
I told you. I told you they were fucking cool. Oh, they're occupied, so it doesn't matter if they're filthy.
They kind of look like if they were to be a tattoo, they would give the tattoo artist a hard time, unless they're very skilled.
I mean, it's just a lot of line work and shading and stuff.
Yeah. It looks very detailed.
Spill my blood for you. Ooh, porter ready. Diligently thinking of ways. fuck the honey then?
Grand Wizards followed your channel.
Thank you for the follow. Supplies, bitch!
I honestly love that.
Well, welcome in. Got the drop on me, huh? Okay, vegetables. Ooh, cucumbers. We didn't have cucumbers. Okay. Okay, I can make kimchi again. Nice. Somewhere, somehow, we're falling out. Ooh, with hake broth. Also, we need more rye. Okay. Okay, we got no, like, steak of any kind. That's weird. Eat steak. Turkey. Cool.
Turkey.
Meat stick. Pork. And green beans. Ooh, ooh. Nope. Okay, go down to the... Ooh, wait. Oh, I'm good. Oh, let's go check the rooms. Filthies!
Is that some kind of a hotel?
Yeah, it's my fucking it's my pub, yo. Fucking housekeeper better get up here and clean this fucking room. Okay, I gotta make some more crap. Porridge with meat. Bread. With meat. Seems good. forgot to check the animals.
This game is pretty chill, isn't it?
Yeah.
I really like how chill this game is.
I don't have any more lettuce or rice. But I can make more lemon juice. Taters! Oh, Elphabeth's not here to make vodka. Okay. Lemons. Nice. What up, Porky? I am probably gonna murder you.
When are you coming by?
No, this piggy right here.
Damn it.
Alright, go back inside, you bunch of dickheads. Oh shit, forgot to feed the chickens. Lag! Chickens! No apples. It's berries.
Oh, hell yeah, that skull is coming alive.
It's berries. Oh, wait, what was happening? Bananas. Coconuts. Bird. Clams. Clams. I'm gonna go in this hole. I wanna go in the hole. My egg cracked again. Ah, my egg cracked! It did.
That's the highest speech I've ever heard from you, ever.
Hey, baby. Show me your dick. I already have the handmade fishing rod. Oh, you know what? I need more lures. Because I'm trying to get me some bitches. Thanks, buddy. Seen any crabs walking around? I want to fight one. Alright, fine. Is that a bird? Damn it. I died. Anyway, I'm done playing the game for now. I'm gonna switch to Charlotte and crafting. Okay, the game saved. Yay!
You don't have a posture check, do you?
I'm a who now?
You don't have a posture check, do you?
Poster chap.
Posture check. Like,
Why would
sitting
I
up
have a
straight.
posture check? I am
I
not
don't know.
slouching. I don't slouch. I already have massive tits. If I slouch, holy fuck. I don't slouch. I can't slouch with that much weight on my front. Like, sometimes you'll see me roll my shoulders forward, but that's the most of a slouch you'll ever end up getting. I can't. It hurts! Have giant titties, you get it. Dang. Oh, that's the one I want. Not that one. Okay, we're watching some Charlotte. Let me mute the music. Beep. And I'm gonna keep working on my bag. Ugh. Where'd my bag go? There's my bag. Alright, back to stitching. I'm making a moo cow.
Wait, did you say that you were making a moo cow?
A moo cow, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I am going to fight your Tyrannosaurus Rex with Bilosiraptor. Bilosiraptor, bitch. Take that. Okay, I'm sorry, what? Listen! You have your friendships, I have mine, okay? Just don't worry about it. Charlotte.
Everything was good vibes, we were vibing, all sweet, nice, whatever. So we all went out and we all got drunk. I won't say drunk, but we got quite like tipsy or whatever. And after we'd finished on our night out, obviously it was early hours. What do you do when you are drunk / tipsy? You want to go and eat food, right? So that's what we
Correct,
did.
yes.
We went to a Tesco's. So yeah, we
I
picked up
love
the items that
Tesco.
we wanted. We went to the self-checkout. I went to my till. Everyone else went to their own till. Also, I thought. And then I paid for my items with my card. Anyway, we ended up going back to one of my friend's house afterwards because we all still wanted to chill. And we ended up playing games, chilling or whatever. And it was super late at this point, so like about 3 to 4 of us, can't remember how many, but there was about 4 of us, let's say. We went to one of the bedrooms. We were up all night talking whatever, as you do when you're at uni, and we ended up like honking out, like we all fell asleep. And from what I remember, Sneaky Sally was sleeping on the floor, and there was like 3 of us on the bed, or maybe 2 of us on the
Okay.
bed, 2 on the floor, but I know Sneaky Sally was on the floor. Morning / early afternoon, obviously I was
Sneaky
fucking hungover. And when I woke up, I noticed that Sneaky Sally wasn't there. So she had left before any of us had woken up. Everyone else was still in the room. I think 2 of the girls were still sleeping, 1 of the girls was awake. But she had basically left. She was the only one that had left the room. She hadn't said nothing to anyone, but she had left the room. And me being the girl that I am, when I wake up, like the first thing I want to do is jump in the shower. And I have a thing about like taking the shower at other people's houses, like unless it's close family. So I wanted to just get my things and go home and shower. And I noticed as I'm leaving that not only has Sneaky Sally just left the room, she's actually left the whole house. Like she's not in the house at all. She's just gone. So obviously, what do I care? I want to get home. I want to change my clothes. I want to shower. So that's what I'm doing. I get in my car and I'm driving home. And as I'm driving back home, my petrol was quite low. So I stopped at a petrol station that was literally just up the road from where I was staying. I put the petrol in, as you do, not thinking anything of it, and then I go into the petrol station. Now, when I get to the front of the queue, the guy's like, oh, it's X amount of money, can't remember how much I put in. And then I'm going in my bag looking for my card. Now this is where I realized there was a problem, but I hadn't put 2 and 2 together. I just noticed that my card wasn't there. I started panicking because that's never happened to me before. I'm at a petrol station, I don't have no money on me, and this guy's asking me to pay, thinking I'm here like a thief. I literally had to call one of my friends to like help me make the payment like over the counter. Like, it was a whole hot mess. Anyway, so one of my friends obviously helps me make the payment like over the phone. Like, it was a whole fiasco.
Oh, embarrassing.
And when I come out of the petrol station, I'm literally asking my friend, can you please check like if I've left my bank card, because this never happens to me. Like, I never misplace and lose things, especially not when it comes to my money. Like, I always know where my is. I even start second guessing myself, because obviously I've been drinking the night before, thinking like, did I take it out? Did I leave it in the shop? Did I leave it here? Did I leave it there? So I'm literally thinking like, what's happened to my card? Like, honestly, where the hell is it? Now, I don't know why, I think this was God, but something told me to just check my online banking, to check my bank account. So I go on my phone and I look in my account. Please tell me why £300 cash was withdrawn from my account that morning.
Wow. Wasted no time.
And it obviously was not me, because I was conked out, drunk from the night before, lying in my friend's bed. So I'm there thinking, how has someone been able to take £300 cash out of my account? Like, how? Like,
How did
what's
they know
going
your
on?
PIN?
So I immediately called the bank to tell them that my card's been stolen, and I think someone's done some fraud on my account, but I don't really know how they've been able to do it. Like, how they've been able to take cash out of my account.
Period. Like, how you
They
need a
froze
PIN.
the card so that like no more money could be taken out, and they said because it's a fraud investigation that they'll refund the money straight away, and obviously as long as it is fraud, they'll make sure I won't have
Okay, that's good.
money back. And they tell me the name of the cash point and where it is, and that cash point was located on my uni campus. So at this point, I'm starting to question like, who could have my bank card that has gone, that had easy access to the uni campus like that morning?
But we all know who.
Withdraw £300 from my bank account. So at this point, I start putting 2 and 2 together in my brain from the night before, piecing it all together. My bank at this point tell me that I need to go and like raise this with the police so they can investigate, so that obviously I don't have to send the money back that they replaced in my account. So I'm calling up the police. They're getting me to file a statement. They're saying that they're gonna get the CCTV cameras that have there was a camera that shows you who uses that cash point.
Ooh.
And once they get that recording or video footage back, then they're gonna get back to me to come in and see if I can identify the person. Now, I know it was Sneaky Sally at this point.
Of course it was.
She was standing behind me when we were at the Tesco's.
Good
and I was
point.
paying with my card. She decided to be the only one, I think, that was sleeping on the floor.
She totally slept on the floor to just like wait for you guys to go to bed and then be able to leave without disturbing anybody. If she was in the bed with you guys, you would have felt her get up. You would have heard the rustling and the stealing of the debit card and all of that. She was planning that the whole time. And yeah, she totally like watched you put in your PIN.
She was the only one that left the room in the early hours and didn't say anything to anyone, and all of a sudden my bank card's missing. Now the police are telling me I have to wait like about a week before they can get the footage and I can come in. That was the longest week of my life. I've got my mutual friend who knew Sneaky Sally to call her up and ask her if she took my card. She's acting like she has no clue what we're talking about, and no, I haven't taken no money, blah 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 blah, all that, yeah? Literally had no proof at this point, so all I could do was wait for the police to call me back. When they called me in, they showed me the CCTV footage, and I knew it was her, but the quality was so bad that you couldn't fully see the face, but I could see from the body shape, from the height, from the skin color, from what she was wearing. I knew it was her, but I had no proof because I couldn't say 100% I knew it was her face.
So, but then you just literally say like, by the way, I have you on camera. Just make her think that you know, and then she'll buckle, right?
They were also wearing a headscarf, like they sort of covered themselves up, like they were trying to disguise themselves a little bit. So the police basically said I can either continue on, but they basically made it seem like it's a long process, like it's not worth it because I've already got my money back from the bank, so I should just sort of let it go. It's like the principle. The
Period.
Money out of my account. And please note, she would have taken more out of my account if she could, because I had a limit on my account for how much money can be withdrawn in a day. So if I hadn't blocked my account that day, she would have gone and taken another £300 out the following day and probably continued until she could have taken as much out of my account as she could.
And not just that, like if she gets away with this, who's to say that she wouldn't keep doing it to other people, Like, yeah, okay, she gets away with it this one time, and like you don't have to go through the legal process. But like she's gonna maintain that she didn't do anything, and then you guys are gonna keep hanging out with her. And believe me when I say, it's gonna keep going missing.
To this day, I have no clue how she found out my PIN number. I feel like she was watching me when
She was watching you.
Let's go.
I know too many people like that.
Situation, and she basically got away with it.
No!
My word against hers, and I had no solid evidence that it was her.
Dude, listen, you kind of did have proof. You should have gone to her and been like, so, like, is there anything that you want to tell me about what happened to my money? Yeah, because I actually was speaking to the police and they were able to get the CCTV footage. That's it. That's all you say. And believe me, she will admit it. You're a little klepto, eh? She's a nice little klepto of a friend. Best friend tries to get with married man. Ooh, juicy. Juicy. What a juicy little peach
Gross.
this one is.
Now, just a little backstory.
Gross.
Me and my ex-best friend were out about a year and a half ago. I'm talking the middle of 2022 at a very, very popular hookah lounge in Dearborn Heights. This very handsome guy, I'm not gonna lie, he's a handsome man. This very handsome man came up to my ex-best friend, asked her for her number, and got her information. Now, mind you, I am not making any excuses for her, but she did not know he was married in the beginning. And pay attention to in the beginning because that's very important. Now, she fell head over heels for this man very quickly. But he would always disappear after 10 o'clock. She would call him, she would text him. She didn't know where he lived. She didn't have a lot of information on him. So me and her
but she's
started
in
doing
love
some
with him.
digging of our own.
But
So
she's
if
in
you
love
know
with
anything
him.
about me at all, you know that I can find pretty much anything on anyone. So about 6 months into their relationship, I did some digging on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, any website that I could possibly think of.
Girl.
And I found out that he's married. So being the girl's girl that I am, I went and I told my ex-best friend. And she did not give a Her exact reply was, well, I bet I can take him away from her.
Bitch.
Now, being that she was my best friend for
Gross.
almost 7 years, I thought eventually she's going to come
You
to her
deserve
senses. So
that
another 6 months
karma.
goes by, and now he's planning on leaving you. He wants to leave you and get engaged to my ex-best friend. That home-wrecking. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys are wondering, oh my God, where's your loyalty to your best friend? My
Nah.
loyalty lies
Nah.
with the woman that's getting her home wrecked. Not the
Period.
homewrecker. Because God knows I tried. I talked to her. I told her it was wrong. I told her he's never going to leave his family for you. Now, exactly a year and a half into their relationship, he's planning to do exactly that. He's planning to divorce you, leave your 2 kids, and go run away on some cozy island with them. And I will be damned if I let that happen because you guys know I do not stand for that. Tariq has absolutely no information on his Facebook, on his Instagram, on his LinkedIn, anywhere. I have absolutely no contact with my ex-best friend because I don't want any of that nasty that she's doing in my life.
Girl. Like, it's one thing if she didn't know. It's an entirely different
Hey,
thing
man, I
if
can
she
take
knows.
him.
'Cause, like,
Oh, you
I wouldn't
piece
wanna
of
be
shit.
friends with a man stealer.
Nah.
Like, ain't no way. Ain't
Nah.
no way. Like, yes, we blame the man.
Nah.
Obviously, we blame the man. He's the one
Bye.
that has the wife and the kids, etc., etc. But, like, you can only blame the man to a certain point. If her instant reaction
She
to
knows what
finding
she's
out that the
doing.
guy that she liked
She
was
knows-
married
she knows what she's
wasn't...
doing.
Oh, I have to stop seeing him immediately, like blocked.
What is wrong with you? What is the matter with you? Have some decorum. That is not demure or mindful at all. This is like the one time, like one of the very few instances in which the mistress got the man. The mistress that she won. But she didn't win much, did she? She won a guy that was willing to cheat. And
She
what do I
won.
always say on this channel?
Motherfucker
You
gonna be
lose 'em
paying
how
that
you got 'em.
that
How
ex-wife.
can you honestly start a relationship
So
like that?
good
Like,
win,
knowing
good
that this
LOL
man is
win.
willing to
She
cheat
has
on his
children
wife and ruin his
and
family
a
to be with
marriage.
you. What does that say
He's
about
losing
him?
half of
It doesn't say a
everything,
lot.
and he is
It doesn't say a
paying
lot
that
of good
woman
things. I'm just saying
forever.
that is
Good-
not
good score.
someone with morals. That sounds like
Way to
someone
score.
who doesn't have a conscience. And
No, don't be
believe it or
surprised
not,
when he cheats
it's
on
gonna
you
happen
either.
To you too. Mark my words. Get ready with me. My whole friend group hates me. Yay.
Oh, you're married?
Love
Bet I
these.
can steal him.
Some
Some hoe is gonna be saying the same thing you said because you a hoe.
Perspective, I don't understand it at all. First of all, my best friend, I'm not going to say any names because they know who they are, accused me of flirting with her boyfriend. Like, no thanks. Her only reasoning for saying this is because she saw him send a text that said he looked beautiful the other day. Like, I'm sorry, that is not flirting, that's a fact. I would be questioning if someone didn't tell me that. So after that happened, my other
Ew.
friend jumped in and was like, oh yeah, you didn't want to tell me you helped my boyfriend study the other night? Like, girls, since when do we not trust other girls to be alone with their boyfriends? Also, I want to mention, these boys approached me. I did not approach them. Like, why are you mad at me? Like, I'm sorry your
Ew.
man's cheeks look like this whenever I'm around, but that's not my fault.
Oh.
I mean, guys, like, this doesn't make any sense why they're mad so far, right? Well,
Is
like,
this
it's
rage bait?
So let's move on to my other friend. Or should I say acquaintance? Anyways, my dad let me
Wait,
choose
what?
two people
This
to go
has
to
to be
Bora
rage
Bora
bait.
on our private plane.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I've
it's
only met
rage
this
bait.
girl
Bora
one
Bora
time, and
private
she
plane.
was so mad that I didn't choose her. Like, my gosh, I knew you just wanted to be friends with me because my dad's rich. Don't worry, I saved the best and most crazy one for last. Me and my final friend went shopping the other day to find something for us to wear to her birthday. She ended up finding this super cute dress, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I totally need to get that. So I end up telling her that it's not flattering on her at all, and I would look way better in it. Like, I'm being honest. Isn't that what a friend's supposed to do? Anyways, I end up buying the dress and wearing it, and she hasn't talked to me in over a week.
This is rage bait, right?
Yeah, it's rage bait.
baiting me? It's working.
Yeah.
It's definitely working. It's not my fault your boyfriend's texting me. I mean, it isn't your fault that the boyfriends are texting you. Or is it? Wait. Oh, the Delulu is strong with this one. It's not even the boyfriend's texting that makes me mad. It's the dress. It's the dress. Like, that is the most triggering part for me. Imagine you really, really like this dress and your friend tells you you look like...
Right, Ben! Thanks for the lurk!
Still have not downloaded Pi Adblock? You know I'm just gonna keep showing up on your screen until you download
in it, and you like listen to their advice, obviously, because they're your friend and you don't want to look like shit. And then they go and they buy the dress and they wear it around like, oh, absolutely not. No, friendship ending behavior. Okay, guys, I'm pretty sure this is rage bait. I hope it's rage bait. One can never tell sometimes. Best friend tries to make out with my crush.
I thought I could get away with talking about this.
Whether it's rage bait or
but
not, that's
I'm
still
angry.
Since you asked, I'm gonna tell you because I love ya. So in part one, I talked about my diabolical summer from hell. And it all started when I reconnected with a man. So basically, this is the morning after I had a date with a guy who I hadn't seen in 2 years. So we had just had a date, and I realized, like, ooh, like, I may have a crush on him. I'm stressing. I'm like, oh my god, no. I have a crush on this guy, and I'm stressing about that, and then I'm stressing the fact that I'm stressing. And then also, this was like my third night of getting no sleep, because I was like, I'd been going out a lot. So basically where I left off was waking up and getting a text from Crush being like, hey, you know, what are you doing tonight? I'm like, my best friend is in town for her graduation. He's like, all right, let's go out to the club where I have investment in. And I'm like, okay, Dad. Yeah. So I'm out celebrating with my best friend and a few other of my friends and her friends, and we're all like together at dinner, and then it all starts going to and I'm like, why tonight? Why tonight? I'm drinking my wine. I'm like, let me get a little buzz going, so I'm not gonna be nervous, you know.
Are the
So
sirens
basically,
outside my
best
headphones or
friend starts
inside my headphones?
Like, she starts getting blacked out drunk. She has no boundaries when she's sober. When she's drunk, all bets are off. She's a
I don't hear
menace.
any
And my friends
sirens,
don't know
so I
how to
must-
react to her because she's like throwing out jokes out there.
Yeah,
that
whatever, they're
just, like,
gone now. Whatever.
that would normally land
They're gone now.
because she's super drunk. She's just like throwing up there and like they don't get it. So they're just like, oh. They're like, she hates you. I'm like, no, the whole thing is such a mess. Like it's not a vibe. No one is vibing at that table. So the night gets progressively worse. We go to the next place. My best friend pisses off all the bouncers because, you know, she's that girl. So she gets in anywhere she wants, like anywhere she wants, period. But when she's drunk, she gets aggressive and they don't like that. So obviously we're not getting in. And around this time, my friends start leaving one by one. Her friends start leaving one by one because they're getting annoyed. And so I'm like, oh, great. So now I'm stuck with best friend Herday, who's a wallflower, who's literally the biggest I've ever met. He's literally just standing there, not saying anything, and like, why are you here? So anyways, my day comes, and I'm like, hey.
And then my friend starts doing this thing that she does where she gets like super aggressive and like gets in people's faces, and that's like her way of flirting. He's literally inches away from my crush's face, like laying in his face and like all close and like, Literally, she would have made out with him right there and then. Like, I finally have a crush on a guy. Like, why are you doing this to me? I am just like, how do I handle the situation? Because she's still my best friend. Like, I don't want to be like pulling her off him.
No, you absolutely need to be pulling her off him and throwing her in the bin. Listen, okay, I've got a friend that's like, I've been friends with her for so long. When she's like 2 sips of wine in, or like a couple glasses in, I'll give her a couple glasses, okay? When she's 2 glasses in, she is the most fun. I adore her. Like, she's one of the funniest people I've ever met. I wrote a character about her in the show that I wrote. So, adore her. But she can be kind of off-putting, and she can say things that are like,
Babes, like, why do you need to dig yourself out of this hole now? Like, you should have just not said that to begin with.
and like, I know she has good intentions, but she says things that are like kind of inappropriate that upset people, and it results in people like not liking
Like
her as
Tyrannosaurus
much,
Rex?
which I also understand. When she comes to visit me, I don't like bring other
And-
people around her.
Velociraptor?
Like, kind of thing. And also, when she gets like super wasted, I feel almost like the need to like explain to everyone. It's just like, you know, apologize to everyone and stuff like that. And listen, I adore her, but it's just one of those things that's like,
this lady. She
unless
reminds
she's
me
like
of,
2 glasses of
just
wine in,
Velociraptor.
I just like, you know, small doses. Certainly not. Can you be friends with someone who openly tries to like get someone that you're interested in front of you? Or the fact that the people you were with were like, she's not your friend, and then she also tries to go and like make out with a guy you like. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think like based on how you're telling the
feel like
story,
I need to
like
know the
I feel
context of
like they're right. Just saying.
I love
Like,
Charlotte.
obviously my friend
You
comes
can
first,
tell the
but, like,
Canadian
she's
and
out
where
of
she...
line. Like,
You didn't
She's
come
in
first.
Toronto. That's where I'm from, over there.
easy.
By Toronto.
And I don't know what to do in this
You can
situation
tell 'cause
because
the
guy
humor
doesn't
is
know me
similar.
well. Like, I don't know what the to do. This would also be a great time for
I mean,
my
honestly, I
best
love her
friend's
because
date.
it's like there are several
Instead
things
of,
that
like,
just
staring, like-
touches that I'm just like exactly.
And so
Like,
eventually
a
I'm
light
just like, hey,
Louder for the bitches in the back, she
Right?
says. What?
Can you like maybe go over there? And you know, it was obviously the right thing to do, but I feel really uncomfortable. Like I get in my head about it. Yeah, like I am not feeling the night anymore. Like I'm really bothered. I'm annoyed. I'm angry. I'm pissed off.
I would be too.
Just shutting down. I'm like, this sucks. You know. So the next stop is his place. My best friend does not want to go. She is on one. She just will not stop. She will not stop. So she starts like spilling wine everywhere at his place. Crush is like, you know, running after her, pleading up, being really sweet and nice. And I'm just like, oh my god, like why? I like you even more now. Like stop. So like I'm like, hey, can you and me just go to the club because this is not working.
Ditch her.
Like she needs to go home. And he's like, starts getting really nervous about it. And I'm like, what's up? And he's like, I have to work the door for a little bit. It's going to take me like 20-30 minutes. I don't want to leave you alone. And I'm like, oh no, I guess they have to come. Yeah, so I end up having to bring best friend Banshee in while
Banshee.
that club. And Banshee then starts getting more f***ed up. And I'm like,
How does she even get in?
she's literally going to start a fight. We need to go.
Maybe I'm just old, but like, if you as a friend have gotten a reputation for being the one that always like either cries or gets in fights or can't handle their liquor, you are a liability. Like, at my big age, I don't want to be hanging out with someone that publicly embarrasses me or themselves. Everybody's allowed a drunk night every now and again. If it's your bachelorette or your birthday, like whatever, it happens. Like we'll take care of. Because I'm that person, by the way. I am the mom that has to take care of people. If it ends up being a thing where every time you get drunk, you do like someone has to take care of you, it's a no. It's a no. So let me see here. Okay, so your friend gets violently drunk, tries to fight people. Your friend tries to make out with people. She gets in people's faces. She also makes people very uncomfortable, and they can see that she's not your friend. Why are you still friends with this person? I'm sorry. I don't like it. I'm good.
Alright, so here is a story time about my ex-best friend.
Okay.
I met, we're gonna call her, Heidi.
hydrant.
Hydrant.
I met hydrant at job that we both used to work at, and we clicked right off the rip. We are very opposite of each other, so she was definitely the yin to my yang, but we just got along so well. And I know they say like, oh, opposites attract. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but this was an actual, yeah. We had no issues. We were friends for 4 years, and not once did we ever butt heads, not once did we ever fight.
Oh, big fucking deal, hooray.
Hated confrontation,
And
so she would avoid
then-
it at all costs. Depending on the situation, confrontation, maybe.
Ladies over 180 pounds.
Oh my god, commercials.
With people who really don't like confrontation, it's actually very common. I also don't like confrontation. That's fine as long as the confrontation isn't between the two of you. You know, like if it's other people, it's whatever. But if it comes to a point where you are having to tell your friend something that made you uncomfortable or upset you, and they don't like confrontation, it's a recipe for disaster. Let me just move my beauty light. Give a little brightness to my face. Okay.
So when I was in California, she was there for me throughout everything.
What?
When my phone was shut off because we didn't have enough money to pay the phone bill, she was like, you come home, I'll put you on my phone plan until you're able to like get yourself together and get on your own phone plan. When I called her and told her that I needed to come home, she offered to buy me a bus ticket to take a bus all the way across country back home. She was a very good friend, and that's one thing I'll always say about her. She was a great friend until she So when I moved back from California, she picked me up from the airport, took me to my parents' house, and we all had a meeting at my parents' table, and my mom was like, you are not gonna talk to your ex anymore, and if you decide that you want to talk to your ex, you have nowhere to stay.
Oh.
That's how much my mom hated
Oh,
me.
period.
My mom was like, hydrant if you want to live
Hydrant.
actually in the house, because we had a house that my mom was gonna let me live in with Ashley. I'll do it rent-free for a few months, and then once you guys get your together, then we can come up with a payment plan. So boom, she moves in, and I was so happy because I love her. She helped me get through the toughest times of my life. She had me on her phone plan, like she was such
I
a
never
good
understand that.
friend.
Pay as
I
you go
needed
is
a
$50.
job, obviously. So she
Those
ended up
phone
getting
plans
me a
are
job.
way more than that.
And
You put a
the job that we
$50
had,
car
there were
on,
3 separate
card on, you
locations.
got unlimited.
So I worked at the location
What are you
that
talking
was
about?
closest to the house,
Fucking
which was like
phone
15
plans.
minutes away,
Like,
and she worked at one of the further away ones, which is about
never
40
understand
minutes
that
away
shit.
from the house. Well, I would notice, like, you know, I'm getting ready. I left the house at maybe 8:30 to get there by 9, maybe a little before 9. She would also leave the house at 8:30 to drive 40 minutes away, plus whatever traffic is in the way. Slowly, I was starting to notice, damn, I don't know how you used to have a job, honestly, but whatever. We would go grocery shopping together, and it was like, everything was pretty much fair game, but if there was something that she bought specifically for her, I would ask if I want it, and I would assume that would go vice versa. So at the time, I was 21, she was 20, so she couldn't buy alcohol. And one day, I bought a 24-pack of Seagrams. I know, don't judge me, I was 21. A 24-pack, unopened, it was just still in the fridge, and April Fool's Day, we're at work, she calls me, and she was like, I just got fired. And I was like, April Fool's. She was like, no, I really just got fired. I was like, first of all, that's ruthless to fire someone on April Fool's Day, because I'm sure she thought it was a joke too.
Yeah.
I was like, well, why did you get fired? And she was like, because he said I would always get to work late. And I was like, okay, but that's kind of...
Yeah.
I was like, I'm really sorry, you know, just take the day, relax, like, I'll see you when I get home. So I come home, and I open up mail, and then I go to throw it in the trash can. So when I opened up the trash can, there were 24 bottles, empty bottles of Seagrams. This drank my whole 24-pack. And I go and knock on her door. She's asleep. Obviously. This drank my 24-pack of Seagrams. Not 1, not 2, maybe 3. 24! I think I'm more upset that she drank all of them. Like, if she would have drank 1, 2, 3 and didn't ask me about it, okay.
no big deal. Like, I understand you just got fired. But to drink all 24 and not even ask or say anything,
Dick.
that low-key kind of...
It would piss me off too. I think it goes without saying that when you're like roommates with someone, you know, it's okay to have like a little bit of the milk or a little bit of the peanut butter. Girl, I had this one roommate. I liked peanut butter, okay? I liked peanut butter, but I was like okay with peanut butter. Like it wasn't something that I was like super addicted to. Like I just liked a little peanut butter on toast for breakfast or whatever. It was like a poor man's breakfast, right? Like cheap, protein, kind of fattening, but that's okay. It was a good snacky. I like my snackies. Oh my god, and peanut butter and jelly is like my kryptonite. I love that. My roommate had a fixation. And when I say fixation, I mean she could not have 1 spoon of peanut butter. She had to eat the whole jar. So her solution was that she never bought peanut butter and had it in the house because she could not be around peanut butter without eating all of it. But this was not good for me because I liked peanut butter and I had, you know, like self-control.
And rights.
And so I would buy peanut butter for myself until I would come home and I would look for my peanut butter and the whole jar was gone. Like it was empty, okay? And I'm like, Bessie, like, did you eat my peanut butter? She's like, yeah. Okay. Would you mind replacing my peanut butter? No. I'm sorry, what? Sorry, you ate my whole jar of peanut butter and now you're not gonna replace, why?
Because I can't have it in the house.
Okay, so your solution is to eat all of my peanut butter. Okay, got it. Safe to say we ended that roommate relationship. It's a small thing, but it's such like an inconsiderate, stupid thing that's like, don't you know how to human? Like you take someone's stuff,
Is this
you
your
take
first
someone's
day?
food, you either ask or replace it before they notice. And certainly, if they ask you to replace it, you do it.
I let it go. It pissed me off, but I let it
Yeah,
go.
you do. You do let it go. It's not that big of a deal.
I've been looking for a new job. She was just sitting there. She didn't have to pay rent. We didn't have to pay rent yet. And then she got upset at me that I still wanted to work for the company.
Oh.
I'm not showing up late to work. I have bills to pay. I have a phone bill that I have to pay you for. We're just little things. Like I said, we have never argued or fought. Our 4 years of being friendship, when they tell you don't live with your best friend, don't.
That part. I don't understand the like, oh well.
You're not loyal to me unless you quit your job too.
That would be one thing if like, let's say they were fired like wrongful termination or something like that, like something really terrible happened at work and then they
My
got
bestie
fired.
would never
But
tell
she
me to
was
quit a
late.
fucking
Like,
job
that's her
because
fault.
she got
So a
fired
little
from
controlling
somewhere.
she
That's the
is.
difference.
Then I would start to notice like there would always be dirty
Y'all are
dishes
fucking
in the
weird.
sink.
will help you thrive.
But the dishwasher was clean. She wouldn't empty the dishwasher. She would just put the dirty dishes in the sink and leave them there. And then when the trash got full, she would just leave the old trash bag in the trash can and start a new one and just put it next to it when we have a trash can outside for the full bag.
Dude, it just like, it doesn't make sense, but the fact that this is so unbelievably common. I had a roommate once that like, instead of doing dishes, she would let the dishes pile up, by the way, and I would do it out of spite. It's like, I'm not doing the dishes again. It is your turn to do the dishes. She would bring people over, blame the dishes on me, her fault, and then instead of doing the dishes, she would throw them away. Make it make sense.
Slowly, her boyfriend started staying over.
Ooh.
And that's fine. I ended up in a new relationship. He would stay over when he wasn't in school.
I mean, she's also not paying rent, though.
Let it go. But then it started becoming a constant,
Yeah.
like everyday thing. Monday, I go to work. I don't hear from her at all. Like, usually would text about random throughout the day. She didn't text me at all on Monday.
Oh, you bitch.
So I come home, and I'm driving down towards the house to make the turn, and I see my house. And there's a moving truck. In the driveway. So I pull up. I don't see hydrant, but her parents are there, and I was like, hello. Neither one of them said.
Like, it's your fault?
What did I do? I said, hello, I just gotta. Okay. I walk inside. I would say 95% of her was already in the moving truck. So this was trying to leave the house
Without
before
paying.
I got home.
And without paying, I'm assuming.
Didn't even in and give me a heads up, like, hey, I think I'm gonna head out. Like, nothing. I got nothing. This is what I came home to. I don't even know where she is. I just go straight to my room because I'm so and I don't want to cause a scene in front of her parents. I go to my room, I call my mom, and I tell her what's happening. My mom's like, okay, that's so my mom comes to the house.
Ooh.
Her parents don't say to my mom.
She talking about you to her parents.
Comes in the room, and then Hydrant comes in my room, and I'm like, what the and she was like, I was gonna let you know, and my mom was like, when you already moved your out and left her to take care of everything?
Yeah, so if you needed any sort of advice on whether or not you should live with a friend, this is one story, but I have so many stories about roommates that I lived with that are like, it's weird how like people just forget how to communicate, like forget how to human. Like, why you gotta be weird? Why you gotta be a weird bitch about it? Like, how are you not embarrassed? How are you not embarrassed? The fact that her parents like weren't talking to you, she was for sure making up or talking about you. I don't know the whole story. Obviously, this is one side of the story. I don't know. But like, she was totally talking about you to her parents. You were the enemy in their eyes for some reason. It is funny when you live with someone, you get to see like literally the worst parts about them. That's why it's like you never really know someone until you live with them. Because like when we're at home, we're kind of, you know, our mask is down, right? Like it's our like safe space. And you know, we're stressed out from the day and stuff like that. And like, you know, our cleaning habits kind of come out and like all our weird quirks and stuff. And like some of the quirks are like, okay, like I can put up with that. And then other quirks are like, girl, you crazy, you nuts.
I'm absolutely livid. My friend has just texted me, bombarded me with a series of text messages, and I need to let it out. Let me give you a bit of context. So it's been nice and hot and sunny this weekend, and like everybody in the UK, we have enjoyed the weather. Friday we had a barbecue. Saturday we went to the cricket club to watch my husband play cricket. We had ice cream, we had drinks, we had chocolate. I don't know what else we had. Sunday, again, it was nice weather, and we sat out in the garden and we had a little pizza picnic. We had drinks, we had ice cream. Now that was this weekend, that's just gone. Next week, I'm on holiday, and next week is also my birthday. We haven't been able to go on holiday for 3 years, so this holiday is really
3 years.
meaningful to me.
Goodness.
And because it's on my birthday as well, it's really special.
Stop making excuses for
and yet,
yourself.
This is what my friend has been saying to me yesterday and today. In fact, I'm going to get the text messages up and I'm going to write it down. Are you ready for this? You're going on holiday next week and it's your birthday. Should you really have been eating pizza and having ice cream at the weekend? Here are a few things that I think you should be doing this week to make up for it because you're on holiday next week. You shouldn't be eating any carbohydrates this week. You definitely need to be going on some extra runs. No chocolate, no ice cream.
I'm sorry, is this person your nutritionist or this is
Who
your
the
friend? Because
fuck
like,
do
unless
you
this
think
person
you
is someone
are?
you've gone to for advice on how to lose weight,
Take
like you go
the
to them and you've been like, oh god, I'm
fucking
really not happy with
excuse
myself. Like,
me.
I don't know what to do, and they're like, you know, they're trying to point out some of your habits. Even then, you know, like even then, it's like, just let people live, all right?
The audacity!
Every time I go on holiday, weight fluctuates. Like, what business is it of anyone else's if you gain weight?
Lower your usual calories and stick to that all week. You need to make up for what you had over the weekend and try and get some balance in before the
You
holiday.
don't need to do shit.
No. Yeah, no.
Well, you can skip meals because that will really help. Don't eat after 7 o'clock and only drink water.
You're going on a
In fact,
holiday.
where you can,
Might as well
drink
just tell
water
you
when
how fat
feel
you are,
hungry.
and that you should like do something about
When
it.
eating at
Starve.
night for drinks for an early
Starve.
birthday for you,
Starve.
I don't think that you should be having anything other than
Starve.
water.
You don't
You
impress
was meant to
me.
be having a meal, but I think that after this weekend and as you're on holiday next week, I think you should probably skip the meal.
Starve. You do not impress me.
She goes on to say things
This is
like I
just
should be really
absolutely
careful what I eat over my birthday, and that I should only have one slice of cake, and that while I'm on holiday we should limit the times that we go out, and that I should always have the lower calorie option on the menu. These extra running miles that I should be doing as well, an extra 24 miles this week. Now how does hearing all of that make you feel? I know you don't know.
Throw the
me.
whole friend away.
How does that make you
Throw
feel?
her away.
When I'm telling you that somebody else has said those things to me, nasty things. are the thoughts going through your head things like she needs to get rid of that mate, that girl is not a friend to her? Because you'd be absolutely right. If somebody said those things to me, they weren't things to be saying to somebody. And actually, would you be saying those things out loud to somebody?
No.
I'm not sure you would, because they are horrible.
I mean, it's not even saying those things out loud. Because that implies like they could be thinking those things, and that's allowed. Why are you even thinking that about your friend? That's so ridiculous. Oh my god. Nobody
I've had that
asked.
conversation.
Nobody asked.
Why are you even thinking that? There is something
say
wrong.
those things to yourself in your head after you've had a meal out, or after you've had a weekend away with the girls.
Oh, you got me.
After you've had a weekend
You got
away
me.
with your partner, or after you've had a takeaway. I'm sure there has been times in your life where you have told yourself where you now have to restrict food, where you now have to eat where you now have to restrict carbs or cut out carbs completely, where you now can't have any chocolate, you can't have any pizza, you now have to over-exercise to make up for the weekend. If you wouldn't be happy hearing that stuff being said to you from a friend,
stop attacking me!
Saying it to yourself. Just
I mean, I'm not happy.
Ice cream or barbecue, and extra calories over the weekend, doesn't mean now you have to eat all this week. It doesn't now mean you have to run an extra 24 miles to make up for it. Just because you're going on holiday next week doesn't mean then you eat all this week. Next time you hear that voice in your head telling you one of those really things, stop and think, would I say this to a friend, or would I let a friend say this to me? If the answer is no, then don't say it to yourself.
Okay, she got me. She got me. She got me. Was anybody else mad? And
Yeah.
then was like, oh, you're right. I mean, the irony is that, like, a lot of friends actually treat us like crap and say really, really horrible things to us, and we do allow it. But I think that we all need to get a little better about our negative self-talk and treat ourselves like our best friend. Especially when you got friends that you need to throw in the bin. To the recycling with you, darling! Subscribe!
Pop, pop.
I love her. I fucking love her.
Oh yeah, Charlotte's hilarious. Okay, Brad jealous!
Married people of Reddit, what is your honeymoon horror story? Not my current wife, but my former. We decided to take a cruise for our honeymoon. Cheap, travel, beach, possibly fun.
What's not to love?
I booked the trip for a few months after our wedding because that's kind of what worked best for us. Fast forward to then, she heads out for our departure port a day early to go hang with college friends. I leave later because I'm at work. I get to the port on departure date and she's nowhere to be found. She's not answering calls or texts. I start to get worried. I call her folks. They haven't heard from her. She's seemingly vanished.
Bye.
After a few hours of panic, I get a message from her. She's not going on our honeymoon. What in the hell? What in the actual hell is that? Turns out she's shacked up with a guy and we're done. Joke's on her, I went on the cruise anyway and had a frickin' fantastic time. We divorced very soon afterwards. She married that guy, had a kid, they split. She married another guy, haven't heard from her since. Me, I'm happily married now with 4 kids and things are going pretty great. Well, Funk Turkey, thank you for sharing. I'm glad that she, cheated before she went on an expensive honeymoon with you. Y'all would have just killed each other by the end. Also, being stuck on a cruise ship with someone like that, those cabins are pretty small. The toilets are aggressive as well. An estimated 53,000 people visit Disney World each day. No, they do not care that it's your honeymoon. I have friends honeymooning in Disney World now, and it's really disappointing to see them getting special treatment all over, and we got nothing special. It feels like they didn't care at all or even realize that we were honeymooners. Yeah, here's the thing. With that many people going to Disney World, I'm not sure it's of their utmost priority to make sure they give you special treatment. I
Also,
think that
they pay
could
for the special
probably
treatment.
Be
They
okay, on the
for the special
advertising
treatment.
side without giving you special treatment. There's
Mhm.
still going to be people that go to Disney World without
Mhm.
you. Did you tell them that you were on your honeymoon? Did you book like a honeymoon suite? Generally speaking, if it is your honeymoon, cruise ships I know do nice things for you. They like make the swan towels and stuff, the animal towels. But I don't think Disney World has any obligation to do that. You ruined my honeymoon. A little background. I was a travel agent in Orlando, Florida back in the 90s. For the most part, I loved my job. I worked in a travel agency where we sold a high percentage of cruises. We advertised all over the USA our special cruise prices that we were negotiating with cruise line. Most of our business was over the phone, and I very rarely had customers come into the travel agency. Anyways, I had this bride-to-be call and wanted this specific cruise line and this specific ship going to the Bahamas for a 4-day cruise. She knew what she wanted. The cruise was for her honeymoon. I booked airline tickets from Texas, sorry, can't remember what airport, to Orlando the next morning after the wedding, the cruise to the Bahamas, and after the cruise, a 3-night stay at a Disney hotel. Time passes and I send them their cruise documents and physical airline tickets. I normally didn't hear from customers if everything was fine. Well, the next day after the cruise, I get a couple coming roaring into my office, and the bride is fit to be tied. Not knowing who she is, I'm taken aback by someone glaring at me. The following conversation takes place. Hi, what can I do for you? Angry bride.
You ruined my honeymoon.
I'm sorry? Let me look at your booking. I pull out all my notes from the initial call from months ago. I see that she gave me the wedding date, the cruise line she wanted, and the cruise ship she wanted going to the Bahamas. I go over everything with her and her now husband and ask her what went wrong.
The Bahamas was closed. All the shops were closed.
It was the 4th of July and everything was closed. I didn't do any shopping. The Bahamas was closed. Why did you let me book that cruise on the day the Bahamas would be closed? Sorry you weren't able to go shopping? More ranting and raving. Sometimes you need to let crazies vent. They finish and get up and go. Nope, not this one. I want a full refund of the airline tickets, cruise, and hotel. But you still went to the Bahamas. I'm thinking I want to be 6 foot and a great body, but that's not happening either. I can't refund your money. For 1, you flew here to Orlando. 2, you went on the cruise. 3, you're still staying at the hotel. Okay, so you went on a cruise ship. And when you were in the Bahamas off the cruise ship, things were closed. But things on the cruise ship were still open. And now you want your money back? I want to talk to your manager. Who saw that coming? Oh, no. Who? What? Since when? Why do they always want to speak to the manager? I am the manager. Insert eating grin here. More screams. Let me ask you a question. Did you want this cruise line and this ship?
Yes.
Did you want to travel on this date?
Yes, because it was right after my wedding. I want to go to the Bahamas right after my wedding.
How long did you plan your wedding?
Almost a year.
So, if I asked you to change your wedding date, you wouldn't have.
No.
Looking at me like I have 3 heads. So, if you weren't willing to change your wedding day, then why are you asking me to refund you on something that I can't change? The Bahamian government isn't going to change their Independence Day for you. Goodbye. Babe, they just wanted money out of you. That's all it was. Wait till someone tells this entitled bride about siestas. Oh, you know, when like half of Europe and Latin America shut down just because they want to take a nap in the middle of the day? Try telling an Italian that they're not taking their siesta because you need to go into their shop. Just do it. You know what they're gonna say? Ma vaffanculo. Pay for my historic wedding, y'all. Hi, y'all. As you know, me and David are getting married. Afgeptrig married. Oh yeah? Are you? Afgeptrig? Soon I will be Mrs. David Blank. Blankety blankety blitty blank. Can you believe it? I can.
Lol, I deserve it.
Stop it. Oh. We are blessed that David's godmother has invited us to have her wedding at her estate in Maine. I'll share some photos later, but it's gorgeous and it's a historical landmark, which means my wedding is going to be historic.
Lol.
Because we are having an out-of-state wedding, which means we will be traveling and staying in hotels, and also because of our honeymoon in Dubai. 1 month? Who takes a 1-month honeymoon? 1 month? I'm asking for y'all's help with some of the wedding stuff. If anyone has any experience as a professional photographer, not a hobby but getting paid as a job, please contact me or David. We need you. This could be considered your gift to us. We need you to pay for your travel to Maine and everything, but I think once you saw where the wedding is at, you'll be begging for us for the opportunity. Oh, you think so? Yeah? I don't know about that. If anyone knows a good caterer in Maine, willing to travel to Maine, who will work for exposure. I'm gonna be starting an Instagram soon. Oh, okay, so you like literally don't even have social media and you want to pay people in social media exposure? Shut up. Any dress designers out there, I want that one-of-a-kind dress. You need to be professional and talented. I want to feel like a princess. I will post your info and all of the pictures on here and on my Instagram. So again, you want a free dress? We also need all the usual stuff: flowers, seating, music, orchestra, no DJ. This will be classy. I
Oh,
can already tell
so
you our event will
classy.
get press because of the historic location. So you
Sounds
have your husband to
class-tastic.
be's godmother letting
ugh.
you use her place as a location. So I'm assuming that cost is covered. So you literally don't want to pay for anything?
At all.
Nothing?
Not sure that that's gonna work. I think by definition, weddings cost money.
Good luck with that. Did it turn out okay? Did you get what you wanted? I fly a lot, and I have this annoying thing that makes me need to pee while on flights. Every hour or less. That's why I always book an aisle seat so I don't need to keep bothering others to get up for me, especially on long haul flights. Dude, same. Always in the aisle because I have to pee all the time, and I hate asking people to move for me. It's so annoying.
I'm just thinking of everyone else.
Because, yeah, my bladder is like this big. A few years back, flying from Berlin to New York with Air Berlin, I tried reserving an aisle seat, but the only one available was a premium one. I added the almost $100 to the ticket price just so that I can get an aisle seat. This couple boards. They were apparently on their honeymoon, but for some reason didn't think to get select seats in advance. So they got assigned with separate seats at air check-in. One of them got a free premium seat next to the window next to me, and the other a middle seat a few rows back. Entitled beggar jams herself into the seat next to me without asking me to get up or move. At this point, she's already angry at something. She immediately clicks the call flight attendant button and huffs and puffs at every passenger boarding as if they are grabbing her potential seats. As the flight attendant walks by, entitled beggar goes full on with her honeymoon and that it's not right that the airline didn't automatically place her and her husband together or give them both a free upgrade, and that she demands to sit with her husband. It doesn't work that way anymore. You don't get to sit together usually. You have to like pay for your seat or pick your seat in advance. Otherwise, out of luck. The flight is apparently fully booked, no available seats, and no easy ability to place the lovely couple together.
Lovely couple. Love them. So nice.
The flight attendant at this point, being polite, looks at me and said, "Sir, would you mind switching seats with this lady's husband?" I ask what seat he's in, and it's a middle seat, economy row. Not wanting to explain my whole pee issues in public, I say sorry, but I really need to be in an aisle seat. Flight attendant gets pissed at me that she now needs to deal with it. Oh, I'm sorry. That's like your job, isn't it? The entitled beggar started talking loudly in a different language with her husband, who's a few rows back, huffing and puffing, trying to make a scene. A few minutes later, about 3 flight attendants working on it while entitled beggar is yelling at them, her husband, but has yet to say a single word to me. She's moved to sit by her husband, and some people are moved around for it. I get evil looks from the flight attendants during the entire flight. I pee every hour. Air Berlin goes bankrupt. Not sure if this incident is related, or is it? Oh, it's absolutely related. Absolutely. It's all because you refuse to stand up and bow to this entitled B word. That's karma. P.S. I wouldn't have minded giving up the premium seat. All I cared about was the damned aisle seat. I love how she never just, like, asked you, you know? See, there's this thing. Some people don't really necessarily understand it. It's called being nice.
Yeah.
And reasonable. So, usually if you're nice to people and you ask nicely, they tend to do as you ask.
Yeah.
Shocker, I know. What?
Entitled honeymooners kicked off a plane to the Bahamas. Why is it always the Bahamas? This happened almost 6 years ago, around Christmas time. I, along with my fiance, now husband, sister, brother-in-law, mom, and dad were on a flight from Atlanta to Nassau, Bahamas. It was a late flight, so I was already tired, and I'm not a night owl, and I can't sleep on planes at all. During boarding, there was a young couple that were making out a few rows ahead of me. You can clearly tell that they were honeymooners. I ignored their making out mostly. But the woman sitting next to them kept complaining to the flight attendants that she was very uncomfortable sitting next to them, as she told them many times to stop making out, but they had ignored her. Eventually, a flight attendant forced the husband to move to another row in the back. He looked majorly pissed. Oh, to be young and in love and
Disgusting.
to annoy others with your love. Could you just, like, not kiss for a couple of hours, guys? Could you not, like, we need to kiss,
Yeah.
but, like,
Yeah.
not that much?
Would it
All
kill
I could hear
you?
was his wife arguing to herself and the woman in her row. During takeoff, both of them were being super disruptive and arguing at the flight attendants, as obviously they didn't like being separated from each other.
I know.
And they felt they did nothing wrong.
Oh,
The
I know they did.
argument / disruption got so bad the plane had to turn around, go back to the gate, and security came in and escorted the couple off the plane.
What am I supposed to
Bro,
say?
What? I was more on the piss side, and this made our flight even more delayed.
I
Luckily,
just
my
left
SO
and did
helped
things
calm
with
me down.
Amesy.
We then
I
took
mean,
off
what?
an hour after our original takeoff time. Funny enough, a week later on the flight from Nassau to Atlanta on the return trip, I saw a familiar-looking couple waiting at the gate. Yep, the honeymooners. I guess they were able to go on their honeymoon after all. Hopefully they learned their lesson. don't make out on planes. At least, like, not that much. We get it. You're in love.
God
You're
damn
excited
it.
to spend the rest of your days with one
But if
person.
somebody has asked you to just ease up, and it's not a big deal, and you have made it a whole fucking spectacle and an issue, you have made an issue of yourself. Stop it. We're not saying don't love each other. Yeah, it's beautiful, it's magical. Fucking stay out of each other's mouths. A couple of minutes. Just tone it down. My God.
Traditional Punjabi wedding, and I had an absolute
I'm not saying don't do it. Just ease off.
and no sisters.
You don't need to taste every fucking air intake. Like, come on.
Since I have no sisters, my cousins stepped in. My families have always had a strained relationship
Good
with
sentence.
one another.
Oh,
Always due to
yeah,
some
thanks,
petty
babe.
fights that occurred years ago that some of the relatives just can't
Way to
go
take
up.
those stairs.
Cousins don't partake in this
Oh,
because
nobody
we're
crosses the street like you.
I have one
Like,
cousin I'll name X, who's extremely
that's
nice
pretty
and
much what was going on.
shy and timid.
Oh
She's
my
Okay,
always
listen,
been like this,
listen.
and
Okay,
most of us
okay,
have
so-
grown up being protective of her,
I know,
especially
I know.
since she's one of the youngest cousins.
Oh.
During one of the ceremonies, I insisted that my cousin be a main part of it because I know she would genuinely enjoy it, but would be shy to volunteer herself or ask for it. One of my cousin's fiancés, however, is quite the opposite. She constantly likes to put herself in the middle of everything, despite
Ew.
already being told of her given duties during the ceremony. This is the part where I may be the asshole.
I like being the
I'm
asshole.
ready. During one of the ceremonies, you are supposed to have one of your female relatives sit behind you on stage and basically just take care of you. Fix your hair or your clothes. I specifically told Cousin X that she would be the one to do this for me. However, when the day came, my cousin's fiance was the one who took her spot. I was confused, but could not do much. After the ceremony, I found Cousin X, and she explained to me that the fiance who took her spot basically scolded her, yelled at her, and said that she should be the one doing it since Cousin X is still young and doesn't know anything. She then told Cousin X to go down with the other guests despite Cousin X's protests. Cousin X's mother, my auntie, who I absolutely adore and has been a huge help with the wedding, was quite upset with this, but I did not want to cause a scene and just told Cousin X it's okay. When I heard this, I was furious. The fiancé took what was meant to be a special moment and made it all about herself. I sat the fiancé down and told her that she had no right to do what she did, and I was extremely upset with her for doing so. Apparently, she was so upset by this conversation, she refused to come to the other ceremonies the next day. I was fine with this because I generally don't like adults who throw temper tantrums, but my cousin says that I had no right to speak to his fiancé like that, and now his entire family has been constantly saying a lot of negative things about my family and the whole situation. Am I
God
the
damn
a-hole?
it, I fucking hate when they do that.
Nah, I think that brides have a right to want things done a certain way at their wedding. Okay? Despite the fact that everybody thinks that, you know, if you make any requests, you're a bride for that. Oh, she's so, you know, high maintenance or whatever the hell they say. This is what you wanted for your wedding, and it was no right of your cousin's fiance to go against what you wanted. And it also kind of sounds like your family just sort of picks up on all the petty BS and just runs with it. No, you're not the a-hole. If she didn't want you to ruin her day, then she shouldn't have done what she did. Actions have consequences, friends. People can't be mad when you express boundaries if they're the ones that are pushing those boundaries. Know what I mean? Nah, mean? Not the a-hole. Man, a Desi wedding is not complete until all the relatives are mad at each other. I feel like all families are the same. It's like the idea of meeting up as a family is like, oh my god, it's so fun, we haven't had a family reunion in so long, and it's like, oh, this is why. I hope you had a really nice wedding and that Cousin X was able to help you out in other ways. What did your parents think of it all? My mother is no longer around. She passed away 6 years ago, which is why my auntie has been such a huge help. She basically stepped in and took the role of my mother without me having to ask because she understood. They helped to pay for parts of the wedding, especially with the hall rentals, the catering and the decorations for each ceremony. My father says that I should just apologize and get the whole thing over with, but I am hesitant because why would I allow her to just get away with doing this? Apologizing is overrated. Everyone's always like, be the bigger person.
No, thank you.
Apologize.
Thanks, though. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. No, thank you.
It's our Desi way to tell
I'm
the
not
children to
doing that.
apologize.
No,
Doesn't matter
thank
who is
you.
right or who is wrong.
No, thank you.
I think you need to talk to your auntie and Cousin X and tell them what's going on. They're probably facing some blowback as well. I'd keep a united front. All right. You are not a bridezilla, my dear. Congratulations. This one ended up being deleted.
I don't even know
because
what
it
the
got a
hell
little
she
sassy in the
wanted. It was
comments.
so wrong.
Much debate was had. I Bridezillas just rile people up. What can I say? Am I the a-hole for my strict no plus ones policy? I'm getting married, and like every other bride, I too have certain rules I want for my wedding to go smoothly. One of them is no plus ones. Only people named in the invitation are invited. The criteria I have for both people who will get to bring their partners are 1. Both me and my fiance know of you and your partner and have met them. If I know your partner and my fiance doesn't, that disqualifies them and vice versa. 2. If I personally go to dinner with you and your partner. 3. If I'd invite your partner as a separate person anyway and not just because they're your partner. And 4. If your partner is also a friend of mine. Those who meet that criteria get to bring their partners. If they don't, then they don't bring them.
I need to paint the nail on this so that you know it's a finger.
That also excludes long-term relationships, engaged couples, and married couples. Okay. We know it might seem harsh, but those are the rules we've decided to set so we can be more comfortable. It has nothing to do with budget or venue capacity, purely our choice. Okay, so then if it has
So you're
nothing
just
to
a
do with
bitch.
budget or venue capacity, like I can understand not wanting, everybody to bring an extra person that you have to pay for, that you don't know. Go on. Go on. Several people have denied the invitation to our wedding due to these rules. One of them is also my cousin. My cousin has been engaged to this girl for 1 year now, and he was upset we didn't include her. The reason she was excluded was because my fiance hasn't met her, and she's not a person I'd personally be friends with either. I told my cousin how heartbroken I am that he will not come to the wedding due to this, and I expressed my distaste for the fact that he can't be away from his fiance for a few hours to honor me and my fiance. Couples don't have to be together the whole time. Then he basically told me I'm being extremely disrespectful and a huge a-hole. I asked him to explain, and he said word for word, let me get this clear. You want me to come to honor your wedding, honor your love story and all that, but you can't respect me enough to invite my fiance. I can be without my fiance for several hours. Heck, we'd even spend days apart and vacations with our own separate friend groups sometimes. But what bothers me is not being away from my fiance for some hours, but the fact that you excluded her for those reasons. I told him those are the rules, take it or leave it. He says he finds my rules extremely disrespectful, but since it's my wedding, he has no say in it. I told him
Kinda
good
wanna
and to
put a
stop
ring on
bullshitting
it,
me
too.
and show his support and respect by attending. He said that while he respects my extremely exclusive and disrespectful rules, I'm able to believe that he will care more about valuing my wedding over his fiance. I mean, here's the thing, you can make those
Listen.
rules. You can have
This is
strict
an
rules
entire
for your wedding,
situation now.
but don't expect people to abide by them. Maybe people are uncomfortable going to a wedding without their partner. I know that I would want to bring
Depending
a
on the
date to
reason
a
why you
wedding.
hate
You're the a-hole for
the
guilt tripping
fiancé
with
of
your
the
cousin and
cousin.
anyone else you try to pull. Your wedding, your rules, but people are allowed to not attend for not liking your rules. Suck it up. This person's screen name is pissing off people. Appropriate, I think. Look, for the millionth time, weddings aren't just for the couple. They are community affairs. They're celebrations of marriage and coupling itself, not just this particular marriage. No one should come to a wedding who doesn't support that particular marriage, but also who doesn't support marriage and the kind of family that marriage represents. But there's reverse logic as well. Attendance and invitations must also respect coupling and marriage, and the family building created by unrelated people who must come together to form a new family. If you forefront the particular couple's desire above institution or coupledom or marriage itself, then why are you having a traditional wedding? You could go in front of a clerk at City Hall, or dance naked under the moon, or have a couple's mud bath, accompanied by a drum circle and solemn swearing. OP wants the benefit of all traditions without sharing that benefit around, and you can't get without giving. You're the a-hole. I've never heard it described in that way. Weddings are kind of a celebration of the sanctity of marriage. That's why it is like normal to bring a date to a wedding. So yeah, I can see that. It depends on what you feel a wedding should represent. I think that's more your opinion than anything. You're the a-hole. You want people to come celebrate your marriage and your relationship by asking them to leave their spouse or long-term partner at home. You are misusing the words +1. That is intended for truly single people. Established couples are to be treated as a unit. Sure, your wedding and your rules and all that BS, but if you create BS rules like this, then you have to expect people to decline. If I had a relative tell me my spouse wasn't invited because of circumstances, hadn't allowed the two of them to meet yet, I'd decline too. I'm gonna say that you're not the a-hole for creating rules for your wedding, but you are the a-hole for trying to guilt trip people into following your rules. You're a bridezilla. And of course, Reddit did dub this person the a-hole. Bride asks, am I the a-hole for telling her fiance she doesn't want his
Yes, I
female
put my
best
fucking-
friend at their wedding?
Is my shit on hold to do this? Yes.
Oh, this one's also been removed. Juicy, juicy. My fiance has a female best friend since childhood. Now, I'm not the person who gets jealous over my partner being friends with the opposite gender. I'm bisexual, so it wouldn't be rational of me to have some weird expectations like this. Not sure if that correlates, but okay. Plus, my fiance has many female friends as a straight guy, and I have friends of both genders as well. What bothers me here is not the gender of the friend, but whether or not they're able to respect boundaries. So I make the same talk if the friend in question was a male. So, to the point, his female best friend Rachel has always been in competition with me regarding on who's more important and a bigger priority to my fiance. At first, my fiance failed to stand up to her and set boundaries, but after a small break we had and after we reconciled, he realized the importance of boundaries and set hard boundaries with her. I know that whenever she sees me or hears about me, she's not happy, but we act kind to each other despite our actual feelings. The situation, by the way, has been rolling out for the past 5 years that I've been with my fiance. When he proposed, Rachel didn't congratulate us at all and completely overlooked our entire engagement and kept referring to me as my fiance's girlfriend. My fiance kept correcting her each time, telling her how she's not funny or quirky doing this. She's just disrespectful, and after a certain point, she stopped. Now that we are planning our wedding, we picked our groomsmen and bridesmaids, and my fiance has his female friends as one of his groomsmen, a groomswoman. After my fiance asked her to join that role, she texted me a lengthy paragraph which summed up to,
Just so you know, your fiance and I are still each other's priority. You may marry him and have kids with him, share a house with him, but right now, he picked me as a groomswoman knowing that would bother you because he cares about not hurting my feelings more than your feelings. You can easily ruin friendships like that. Just stay in your lane and accept your place. You may be his wife, but I'm his best friend and I'm not going anywhere. Make peace with it, and who knows, soon enough, we might get along.
those are some fighting words, Rachel.
Girl.
Kind of intense. I feel like she's just like waiting for you guys to like break up. It's a bit weird. My spidey senses are going off and I don't even know her. I showed my fiance and he said he'll deal with her and I shouldn't worry. I told him I've had enough and that the only solution I'm accepting is proper consequences for her actions. This means she's either dropped as a groomswoman or uninvited. He makes the call for which one it will be, but I'm tired of his best friend not having real consequences of her actions and getting her way. I won't trust him enough to proceed with our wedding if he doesn't set clear limits and make his friend face the consequences of her behavior. He said what I'm doing is very unfair because he's not responsible for her actions and feels like I'm putting unnecessary
Fucking
responsibility
yeah.
and pressure on him. Am I the a-hole? No. No, you're not. I think she's got it a little twisted.
I painted
Rachel does.
its nail
You're
and
the
put a
wife.
ring on it.
You have the president.
Yeah, I know.
Spouses above all things, okay? Above best friends, above parents, maybe kids come first.
That's
but
what I'm
spouses
saying. Your
are
spouses are
the
supposed to
top
be above,
food chain.
and I was
I don't
never.
know, this whole thing kind of irks me a little bit.
Ugh.
Like I feel like she's just waiting around for her like chance with
Yep.
him.
Yep.
She's getting like super weird and territorial over it, and like it's your wedding
Gross.
and his wedding. I
Gross.
don't like that. I don't like that. I would
Stay in
feel
your lane.
super
Stay in
uncomfortable
your
with
lane.
Like not only
What?
part of the wedding party, but at
Honestly,
the wedding itself.
don't you just
Not
love
the
it when your
a-hole, but
significant
Rachel
other
wasn't
doesn't
wrong when
put
she
you
said
first?
he cared more about her feelings than yours.
Oh, I'm not
Yeah,
even
see, this is the issue.
What
here
are
is
you
I
talking
feel
about?
like
I wasn't even in the top 10. What are you on?
Like
Neither was I.
Like I feel like he needs to either recognize that
You
are
know
going
your
to be
rank
his
when a
wife
motherfucker
and
won't
what
even
you
go to the
want
corner
matters
for
most.
you.
I don't like that he's doesn't
Meet
see
me
that.
at the corner,
Please consider
please.
if you want to be the second most important person in your marriage. I don't think. What's the point of getting married then? A-hole, you're not being remotely unfair. The only response to that text is him telling her to get not just in regards to the wedding, his entire life. If someone had sent something half as bad as that to my husband, I would let them know that they were, for all intents and purposes, dead to me. I would not marry this man unless he takes the appropriate action. This is insanity. When I tell you that my spidey senses are like not the a-hole. If your fiance's response to Rachel is anything other than what the hell is wrong with you, I don't want you at my wedding or in my life until you apologize to my future wife and realize that she is my priority from now on, then I think you are right to be concerned that he does indeed care more about her feelings than yours. She is way out of her lane sending you a message like that. Who does that? I agree. Your fiance might not be responsible for her behavior, but he is responsible for setting boundaries. We love a good boundary! We love them! I'm getting better at it. I am a doormat, but boundaries are important. Boundaries mean nothing without consequences! Say it louder for the people in the back. I might get a noise complaint if I say it louder, but you guys can say it louder. You are right to expect him to set the tone now for what he will allow Rachel to get away with, and refuse to get married until he shows you that you truly are his priority, even when it puts him in the middle of a conflict. All right, my dear, you are not a bridezilla. I, 48 female, have known Pat, 48 female, for decades. As far as I can remember, she was fixated on having 5 children and a picket fence dream life. I slowly cut ties with her in college because she was an opportunist and I didn't trust her. She is both manipulative and forceful. Her idea of cute rubs me the wrong way. Pat likes to walk like a penguin when she wants to elicit pity, and she usually does this when she wants to evoke the underdog narrative. I've never seen someone act so despicable and ridiculous at the same time. I moved on with my life, happily got rid of her for years. Pat eventually found me on Facebook. I accepted her friend request out of
No!
politeness.
No,
Pat
no!
is the epitome of
No.
a permissive mother. Her 5 kids do as they please and she never calls them out. She tried to force a relationship between me and her daughters and made them call me auntie.
Ew.
Okay. Pat tried to drop them at my house uninvited. Her phone calls were insistent. She tried to monopolize my time as she began to show up at my job. I created some boundaries, so she tried to find loopholes. It was a nightmare. My husband and I hosted a party for the community center, not the real name, new members. The community center is actually a very informal initiative, and my husband and I mainly serve the homeless population. We prefer to help strangers instead of catering to potentially narcissistic acquaintances. I can guess who you're talking about there. We don't mind lending a hand, but we've encountered truly dishonest choosing beggars. There are other services, like one of the 3 members who helps women get their wedding and prom dresses for free. The community center location headquarters is actually a farm owned by an elderly couple. There's a barn, a venue, and a very nice green field with an artificial lake and some coal. We
Foul.
charge for the use of their facilities, wedding, etc., but not for community-oriented stuff. Pat had always been salty at her husband for demanding that she go back to work after baby number 3. In the meantime, he worked 3 jobs. She demanded he get her pregnant to fulfill her dream of having 5 kids. He didn't agree because he was already nearly 45 and felt like he might never be able to retire. She got away with bringing new babies into the world anyway. Her fascination with being pregnant comes from all the attention she gets. Sounds about right. She's had at least 1 miscarriage in between each kid. Pat latched onto our group. She never missed any of our activities. I hated having her at my house, but it was an open invitation that included virtually everyone, and she was very active as an event organizer. I didn't like the way her kids behaved. We'd have a designated area for parties and entertainment, but her kids ended up in the bedroom. We ended up having to keep watch of them and enjoyed 0 of our own party. I called her days later to get my point across regarding their overall behavior, but she completely cut me off and began talking about herself and said her kids wanted to come visit again and use our pool. I never answered that. I didn't want to say, no, I will not have your brats over. Doesn't have a nice ring to it. She also called me as summer was approaching, specifically to let me know her middle daughter was bored and wanted to spend a week at our home. I politely declined, citing that me and my husband have to work and cannot entertain guests. Pat paid no heed. Her kid called me on the weekend calling me auntie and attempted to coax me by saying,
Mom says you invited me to spend summer with you.
what? I quickly clarified and offered an explanation to avoid hurting a kid's self-esteem. Never mind, her daughter just hung up on me. Pat's Facebook also showed some red flags. Some cryptic rants here and there were visible, along with friends' comments and complaints about how she asked a particular person to watch her kids only for a couple hours and ended up leaving them all day. If you can't handle 5 children, don't have 5 children. Another of her friends criticized her girls' night out because Pat had just asked them to be patient and wait until she could pay back some money that she owed them. Yet she had money to spend on Friday night outings. I thought those very public comments on private matters were more like a cry of lost patience. Unpleasant things began to happen, like the time she volunteered to wrap the Christmas presents for underprivileged kids. We wanted to create a mix of less costly gifts with really nice ones. Surprisingly, some nice and eye-catching toys and games went missing, but turned up under her Christmas tree courtesy of her mother-in-law's Facebook post. What? Are you kidding me? She stole from underprivileged children! Hell no! No one could prove anything, but it was hate-inducing. Pat's husband, Hank, is what can be described as a doormat. Pat wore him down to a knob. He had no choice but to obey her to keep the peace. Oh, God. Poor Hank. Hank, She was a bully who actively withdrew affection when he didn't follow her wishes, even in public. So she got kids number 4 and 5 after a relentless campaign that included leaving him for 2 months. Her pregnancies were a nuisance because she expected to be treated like the only lady who's ever been pregnant. She strolled around in a wheelchair almost immediately after getting pregnant, and she would get very sick on weekends, so her kids were often sent to friends and family so that she could rest. Pat systematically bullied Hank. She would leave town and take the kids with her. Poor Hank would look distraught, drinking on his porch, or just looking really lonely. This is how she got off the hook and was able to leave her job. Hank had virtually no voice, so he struggled to keep the marriage together. Everyone liked him, but hated her equally. Hank loved to talk to other people, but seemed concerned that Pat would be upset. Over time, according to my husband, Hank began to show signs of depression and mental distress. Oh, buddy, Hankity Hank. Hank. Oh God, I feel so bad for the husbands. Our friend Lena runs the wedding/prom dress initiative. It's not complicated. Dresses are sourced from donations, eBay, trunk shows, etc. Unusually beautiful dresses are retained so that more than one bride gets to wear them. In some cases, a bride will pay $50, but most of the time the dresses are donated to the bride. Pat was involved in this. Lena kept her in because they never had any issues and her task was limited to just shipping the dresses out. Pat decided to renew her vows, and her bridezilla Karen attitude became the icing on the cake. For starters, she bullied another couple into giving up their wedding date at the farm because she needed her renewal to match her exact wedding date. They were not impressed with the harassment, so they booked another venue. I think that's kind of what she wanted, no? As a result, the farm owners were pissed because Pat was already costing them money after she successfully negotiated a cut in their rate because she couldn't afford it, but would repay it by doing maintenance work around the venue. She never made good on her word. Why am I not surprised? Pat became attached to a particular dress that was already assigned to another bride. Lena made it clear she would need to pay for her own dress, so Pat played it cool and shipped the wrong gown instead. It's actually laughable at this point. Are you kidding me right now?
How are people this entitled?
She was adamant that it was the right dress, despite all the notes on Leia's agenda. The other bride was truly gracious about it. She was obviously disappointed, but never made a scene. What bothers me the most is I picked that dress and bought it for $40 at a garage sale. Not my money, Leah's money. It was a vintage dress, ankle length, with lots of lace and a huge bargain. Again, when confronted, Pat used the "this is mine" strategy. Oh my God. We felt so bad for the other bride that we did our best to get her something nice to wear. The other bride was a true fighter. She had pulled out of welfare, earned her high school diploma, and was working to get on her feet by trying to earn a certificate as an acrylic nail technician. So her reward was to have some Karen steal her dress. Where does Pat live?
Ooh, hang on, I gotta go open the door.
Pat never admitted to messing up, but just by the fact that she claimed it was her dress, we knew. Lena never allowed her in her warehouse again. The last phone fight ended with Pat bringing up the other bride's past, like it mattered, and
This conversation is over. It's my dress and you are mistaken.
this was weeks before the other bride's wedding. Pat went all out on her wedding decor. She spent way too much. She hired a caterer for some food, mainly mimosas and appetizers, but the wedding invitation included a request for specific dishes for her Sunday brunch wedding. Either she ran out of banquet money or was on a complete moocher mode. Honestly, probably both. I picture the penguin walking upon, practically asking everyone to supply her wedding reception grub, and I cringe. There's nothing wrong with potluck weddings. In fact, they can be a nice addition to a very cozy and family-oriented wedding reception. But don't you need to at least be close to your guests in order to ask for such a thing? Even I got an invitation. I told
the
everyone I wasn't
airflow
going because I was
through.
very uncomfortable being told what to bring. Probably expected to give them cash on top of that. Some of the older ladies in our group agreed. Some said they would not decline in advance because she's a bully and they didn't want a confrontation. Lena called me the night before Pat's re-wedding. Lena was there to close the Saturday night bingo and Pat was awfully friendly. But that's what she does whenever things are going her way. Lena peeked into the garment bag and saw the exact same dress while Pat was caught up supervising the wedding decoration. The thing with Karens is that they expect everyone to suck it up or make their dreams come true, or simply underestimate everyone and think we are all fools. Lena is a very straightforward person with a so-sue-me attitude. She told me she would just ruin the dress. After all, it was hers, so she could do whatever she wanted. If she wanted to take legal action, should things get ugly, she needed to prove ownership. However, the dress was the same, the marks inside the hem and tags were the same. Even the tag numbers that were punched to identify each dress for logistics purposes matched. Pat had the dress altered with some extra beading and dyed to a deep cream color, but it was obviously the same garment. Lena and I snuck in before the venue was closed for the night. All brides are allowed to stay in the small bedroom for a small charge, so that they didn't need to drive in on their wedding day. Honestly, the makeshift chapel was gorgeous. I don't know how she paid for it, but it was full of flowers and presumptuous details. I naively brought in some ink to spill on the dress, but Lena said she wanted to do something more awful.
Like a nasty surprise.
Oh, okay, this is getting good. Ink would be too obvious. If she saw it ahead, she may be able to snag another gown from somewhere. No, the ideal thing was to have her trust the dress was fine. So Lena locked herself in the bathroom stall and completely cut out the back panel. Oh! She patiently put it back on its hanger and zipped the bag. We left through the emergency door with the back of the dress stuffed inside Lena's purse. The wedding was scheduled at 9 a.m. Pat called me at 7 a.m., but I ignored her calls. I picked up by 8 a.m., both curious and wondering if she suspected anything.
She was frantic.
She was crying that her dress was missing by half. I purposefully made her explain, being annoyingly dense and continually interrupting her like she does, and stalling the conversation. She asked me if I could lend her my wedding dress. I said no, sorry. She then asked me to get her a dress. I was satisfied to remind her that the town's bridal shops were closed on Sunday, and the others that were open were almost an hour away. The farm is already almost 1 hour away from our town. If Pat could get to a shop to rent a dress, she would need to try it on and get it steamed. Even if the dress was ready to wear, it would easily take more than 2 hours round trip. She tried to ask me to go pick a dress. Who would pay for this? By the time it got to her, it would be time to wrap up the wedding because she needed to clear the venue by 12 o'clock for the next event. She broke down and mumbled some stupid stuff I didn't understand, so Pat hung up on me and called Lena instead. She asked Lena to bring her anything she had available. Lena and I ended up delivering the most outdated, most smelling, most oversized dress. Pat's disappointment was a mix between angry and emotional. She also tried to wear her knee-length silk bridal slip as a wedding dress, but it was too obvious and it really looked cheap. The dress needed a petticoat to plump up the skirt, which wasn't available, so it dragged all over the floor and Pat had to keep pulling it up. Pat walked down the aisle with one hand on her bouquet and another one grabbing her dress. The dress looked limp and weird with the arrangements of pins. They didn't show. That caused the sleeves and neckline to pucker in messy rims. She spent the ceremony looking uncomfortable and out of place. Very few people attended. I'm not surprised. But that was not part of any revenge. That was just how people reacted to her entitled attitude. The dress looked awful. The reception portion of the wedding had all this princely decoration, a very nice cake, and a bridezilla with a dress from hell. I didn't stay, but I was told she was so disappointed she spent her wedding sulking. There was no dance, no actual speech. She had to change into a shirt and leggings because the dress was too uncomfortable. Everyone talked about how Pat put on her flip-flops and was walking around aimlessly until she ordered the ushers to start folding up the chairs within 1 hour of the reception. So she practically kicked everyone out and the cake was never cut. Pat wasn't the same after this. She was not as loud and avoided everyone. I think she was disappointed that nobody ran to her rescue, not even her family who came from out of town. All right, do you guys want to see the dress? Ready? What she thought she was going to be wearing.
Beautiful.
And what it actually was. The dress was even bigger. God.
Ooh, karma!
Godzilla slam for charging guests $150 to attend wedding. Okay. Research suggests that a third of brides could be classified as bridezillas. Oh, that would make sense why I've done about 100 of these videos. My sister is turning into the biggest bridezilla and I can't stop laughing.
Goody.
So, a little background. I am the second youngest of 5 kids. My older siblings are 2 brothers and 1 older sister who we'll call E for the purposes of this post. E and I have a 5-year age gap. As a result, we never really had that sisterly bond you would expect most sisters have. Growing up, I was always a burden to her, and anytime it was my turn to pick the family movie, or really anything, she would get upset. The reason being that she had control issues as early as 9. So I'm guessing you can already see where I'm going with this. I'm currently 18, about to turn 19. Woo! Birthday. And E turned 24 earlier this year. Her boyfriend, A, proposed to her at a family beach day earlier in June of this year. It was one of those big white letters and rose petals proposals, which he set up before my family arrived. She was thrilled, said yes, and my parents were very happy along with my older sibling. The youngest is 4, so I don't think she understood what was happening. Now here's the drama. The proposal, she's gone into full bridezilla mode. At the behest of my mom, E made me a bridesmaid. So I'm roped into all of this BS. So far, these are the demands my sister has made. My dear sister has made. All bridesmaids are to pay for their own dresses. A $300 dress in blush pink, shoes, hair, and makeup. 2, all bridesmaids need to attend all wedding and bachelorette events, including The Bachelorette Spa Day, $800 each. The Bachelorette Vacation Weekend to Toronto, hey, and stay at the Fairmont Hotel, expensive, $1,000 weekend just for a hotel. And unpopular opinion, the Fairmont is like not that nice and very expensive. The dress appointments, even just for bride, all alterations covered by the person, $300 dress plus approximately $300 alterations, etc. All things to do with the wedding, the cake, the venue, the catering they need to attend, the cake and food tasting, they all need to pay $25. The guests and the bridal groom party need to pay $150 to reserve their spots. And gifts have to either be cash, check, or from the list of registry items. She has a spreadsheet of what everyone is gifting, and she says she will return items that aren't from her registry / match her theme. Oh, okay. My mom says it's bride anxiety. I say it's just my sister trying to control everything because she wants a December wedding on a ski hill. Anyways, I figure if people are interested, I could periodically update on what happens. Thanks for reading. Edit, I realize I didn't include the controlling parts. My bad. Here they are. 1. All bridesmaids need to go to hair and skin appointments every 6 weeks to ensure our hair and skin is flawless for pictures. It's out of pocket too. Hold on. Hang on. What? Anyone with tattoos need to cover them. Our dresses will do that. They go to the neck, ankles, and wrists. The bride wants to be the only one sleeveless, showing her tattoos and colorful hairstyle. Either way, we need to get our hair dyed to a natural color or wear a wig at our expense. The dresses only come in sizes 00 to 10, pretty good range for most, but those who don't fit are expected to try to lose weight. I'm a size 12 and already my sister is calling me fat. She sent me a keto diet book through Amazon. Ugh, keto is the worst diet. Speaking from experience. And also, really? No one. Vendors are to communicate directly with the bride and groom. It has to go through us first. Kind of odd for someone who claims to be controlling.
I don't know what size I am.
She made a Gmail with last name wedding, which we all have access to, and we aren't supposed to
I
ask her if
know
something is okay.
what
we should
size
just
my
know.
waistband is and my boob strap. That's it.
What if you make the wrong decision? Then it's
And
your
only
fault.
because I had to measure it
No.
recently for surgery. Stop. Not my boobs.
Guests that they need to
That's
pay a
because
deposit
you
of
have to know
$150
when you
to
have
save their
giant boobs
spot,
because
and
you
if we
buy
don't get it,
bras.
they don't come. We also need them to confirm
36.
what they'll purchase in the registry or the amount they'll give. Oh, this is like, okay, so you're kind of expecting no one to show up to your wedding. Edit 2, y'all are making me realize my family isn't normal. I'm going to look into therapy with my uni and see if I can move into residence earlier. I want to thank the person who private messaged me about getting my mom off my bank account and also my birth certificate. I think I'm going to do that. Edit 3, I'm going to take some time away from this just because a lot of you are right. This isn't normal. Our relationship as a family is not normal. I called my aunt while I was at work. For those of you who don't know, she's my godmother and she thinks my mom is nuts. And we talked about it. She's encouraging me to talk to my parents about everything, not only the wedding, but favoritism since childhood. And she's also on standby in case things go to crap. So, I would say that she's being a bridezilla.
Oh, okay, wait.
Bridezilla or not, she sure is selfish. These costs are being expectations. I'd let your mom know that you need some money or you'd love to be a guest. What happens if you can't afford all of this? I guess you just don't go. Even the guests have to pay $150. There isn't going to be anyone at this wedding and it will be glorious. It seems like pay $150 and a gift. On what planet is this reasonable? I'm a grown-ass adult with a job, and that's beyond my means. The bachelorette weekend is more than my mortgage. F that noise. Oh my goodness. You know, as much as I love doing these videos and like, you know, how much I love weddings, I do love a good wedding. I love it. Love is great. I love love. But it's so expensive. Oh God. And it's like everyone that didn't get married during COVID is now getting married in the same summer, and I'm like, I can't justify this expense. Bridezilla slam for issuing 7 rules for her wedding, including a strict dress code, no phones, and a booze ban.
Okay.
My partner and I have copped so much shit over the rules that we have for our wedding in February, and this trend has been all over my For You page, so I thought, why not? I'm going to make a video about my rules. This is the one that caused most of the stir, is that we're not having any children except for our own son at our wedding. This is for a lot of reasons, but the main reason is that we only have 50 seats. We're getting married in a registry. Both of our families are quite large. If we brought everyone's children, we'd only have 25 spare seats, which is basically our immediate family, and that's it. Number 2 is that the bar tab will not be starting until 5 p.m. Our reception is starting at 2 o'clock. We really don't want everyone to be legless and going home in a taxi before the night has even begun. We want everyone to look good in the photos, feel good, and for the bar tab to last into the night as well. Number 3 is that there will be no phones during the ceremony. I will literally stop what I'm doing in the middle of my vows if I have to, and go tell you to put your phone away. We are paying $3,000 for a photographer
That's
to take
you.
pictures with us afterwards. Number 4 is that there will be no plus
that.
ones. If we wanted them there, they would be. This is a bit harsh, but quite frankly, it's the truth. I do not want to be forking out hundreds,
Having
if
your
not
phone
thousands
out
of
snapping
dollars for this
pictures
wedding
like that. I get
to
you.
pay for drinks and food and entertainment for someone I don't even know.
Some of those rules are reasonable. But I can tell you right now, if the guests at your wedding are standing around without alcohol for 3 hours, they're not going to be happy about it. Is there any other reason to go to a wedding other than the free alcohol? Oh yeah, the couple getting married, right. But I mean, the free alcohol is definitely the point for a lot of people. It's what justifies, you know, the expensive gifts and all the planning and the outfits and the time taken off. Like, it's a party, right? You know, tell me you're an alcoholic without telling me. I would say it's more your attitude in this video that's more bridezilla-y than the post itself. Comments are turned off, eh? Interesting. Yeah, girlfriend, I don't really think that it's your wedding rules. I think it's the way that you presented them. Bridezilla demands bridesmaids take off engagement rings so hers is center stage. No, you
That is
didn't.
stupid.
Bridesmaids can only wear wedding bands, not engagement rings. I was a bridesmaid in a wedding where the bride sent a wedding update email to her 8 bridesmaids about a week out saying, among other things, that she didn't want us married bridesmaids to wear our engagement rings. Only our wedding bands. She said it would help spotlight her rings for
Wedding photo purposes.
My guess is that she wanted her diamond to be the star of the show. But the weird thing is that her ring is so much bigger than the rest of ours anyway. Almost 3 carats. Super weird. All of us bridesmaids
I just wear
because it
bands
wasn't worth the
on
drama,
my
except for
fuck
one who
you
had her
fingers.
band and engagement ring soldered together. The bride asked to turn the
They're the
stone
important
around so
ones.
it was inside her
They're the
hand
important
during
ones.
the wedding. Listen, no one is looking at those rings except this bride. I can tell you that much. And it's 100% about the fact that she wants her ring to be the biggie. Bridezilla expects guests to wear Burberry scarves and Louboutin heels to her beach wedding.
Louboutin.
And what if we don't have a Burberry scarf or Louboutin
Louboutin!
on the beach?
And
Really?
also,
You want
they're
people to wear
notoriously
Louboutins on the beach? One aspect
hard
of
to
planning a
walk
wedding
in
is coming up with a
and
theme, such as
uncomfortable
color
and
scheme,
painful.
decor, flowers, and table setting, which
Fucking
can carry on to the
expensive.
dress code. While it's understandable that much thought and careful planning goes into
Christian.
executing these themes, it really shouldn't be at the expense of the wedding guests. Of course, this nice yeah, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. This bride, however, took the whole stick to the theme brief to a whole other level by telling her guests exactly what to wear. And to make matters even worse, she broke down the looks according to guests' weight. Women weighing
my
between
God.
45 and 70 kilograms were to wear green velvet sweaters, orange suede pants,
Oh, God.
and red Louboutin heels topped off with a Burberry scarf. Sounds ugly. Sorry. Not sorry. That sounds really ugly.
You're
Men under 90
really
kilograms
ugly.
were told to wear fluffy pink jackets with a soda hat, white sneakers, and topping off this attire. Plain glow sticks. Children wearing all red. What? That, however, wasn't as big of an issue as the extremely costly and very specific designer brands listed in the must-wear list. A pair of Louboutin heels can set you back about, a few $100, $1,000. Burberry scarf, also
At this
a few
hour,
$100.
my friend
When
usually
the bride
like
sent out
knocks
the
on my
invitation,
door.
she said, you have a year
But
and a
I
half to
literally
get
sent a
working,
message
no
about an hour ago saying that I
excuses.
wasn't to uni. So I don't know what the fuck was it that was about.
Weird.
Bride doesn't hire a photographer because they want someone with a larger social media following. Hello, thanks for sending over the contract for us to look over. We absolutely loved your work. The style is exactly what we want. We loved your personality on the consult call. This is nothing personal. We just want someone that has a larger social media following because our day is going to be beautiful and deserves a larger audience. Our dream is to have other couples use our day as a guide. We can't thank you enough for all the recommendations for other vendors. That was so kind and helpful. The wedding planning guide was also helpful. Thanks. Why does it matter if the photographer has a larger social media following? social media followings do not guarantee quality. They do not say anything about how skilled you are as a photographer.
Quality minimum, quantity maximum.
I'm always baffled by the people who think anyone cares as much about their wedding as they do. Let's be honest, brides are the main character for their day. Just that day. Everything leading up to that day, I'm sorry, you're not the main character.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
As a bridesmaid, I had to pull the bride aside and say, this may be the biggest day of your life, but this isn't the biggest day of any of the rest of our lives. It sounds horrible, but she really was acting as if her wedding day was the most important day since the creation of the universe. She did chill out after that, but only a little bit. Well, I'm glad you managed to turn down that knob. Bride gets RSVPs from wedding guests only after the fact, tells everyone who said they were coming that they need to pay $75 per plate. Another one, eh? Okay, I contemplated posting on this, but as time passes, I grow more inclined to do so, as I seriously need your thoughts on this. Not for a friend, but for me, as I'm completely stupefied by this happening. We received the most beautiful wedding invitation via mail, and we responded well before the deadline with our choice of dinner and space for two. Days later, we received a sweet voicemail of thanks for responding, followed by a request for $150 to cover dinner at $75 per person.
That's outrageous.
Okay, what? Has anyone ever heard of this happening? What in all of creation on planet Earth? By the way, this is not a destination wedding, and even at those we've attended, we've never had to pay for a plate. Hell, I think that we've all come to terms with the fact that you're gonna have to pay for things if you're gonna have a wedding. You're most definitely gonna have to pay for people to eat at the very, very least. Drinks, I've seen cash bars, donation bars. It's not unreasonable to ask for people to give, donations for drinks or whatever. But asking people to pay for the dinner at your wedding, this is not some amazing event that people are paying to go see a concert. You take that back. This is your wedding. It's expensive. If you can't afford it, have a smaller wedding.
Where's the fun in that?
The author later added an update. Okay, at the suggestion of a very few dear people, I had a conversation during my lunch break that went something like this. Hi, love. We received your voicemail and had a bit of a concern about the fee for dinner. May we ask why there is? Her response, I kid you not. Who are you to ask about what I'm doing for my wedding? I don't understand why all of these folks are declining after my calls to them like we're supposed to pay for everyone to damn eat. It's my wedding. You either pay or you don't come. After about 7 seconds of silence on my end and a big to my phone, I politely said, darling, it's in poor taste to have sent invites, received RSVPs, and followed up voice notes to pay for the meal. Had the invites been printed beforehand, your invited guests could decide from there on whether or not they are to attend. I don't appreciate the tone you've taken with me when my question has come from a genuine place. Her response, well, you've heard what I said. Either pay or don't come. My response, our acceptance is rescinded and you have a good life. Terminates call. Inhale. Exhale. Okay, what in the hell on earth did I experience? I have not been right for the remainder of this day and I still have 4 hours left of it. You either pay or you don't come. Okay, again, your wedding is an important event in your life.
Okay, bye.
Everyone made everyone else pay for their own wedding.
Yeah, bye.
It doesn't surprise me that people canceled after that. You should have said that from the beginning and then let people decide.
That was spoiled a surprise.
It's my wedding. You either pay or you don't come. Well, prepare for a wedding with no one attending then. Is this
Well.
supposed to be the gift or in addition to the gift? That's a good point. If she didn't expect people to get her a gift and instead just wanted to have a nice wedding, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for people to pay for the plates. But if you expect a gift and for people to pay for the food, I don't know. That's a bit much, no? Am I being unreasonable?
Not at all.
Either way, it's incredibly tacky, but if the bride had worded it in a more respectful manner and made it clear that this was the gift and nothing more was expected of the guests, it might not have been that bad. Nah, it's super tacky no matter how it's worded. Yikes. No, you invite who you can afford to invite. That's the end of that. I always pay for my plate with my wedding gift. So if my FI and I are attending, it's a restaurant that costs $150 a plate. I'll give $300 as a wedding gift. That's just how my family has always done it. But to reach out and demand that is tacky. I have family members that are in college. Should I expect them to give that much? No, that is so wrong. I want my friends and family with me to celebrate my happy day, not because I want them to give me money. Couldn't have said it better myself. I told you, Bridezilla's out here wildin'. They be wildin'.
They're all out of it.
Bridezilla slammed for demanding fiance wears contacts at a wedding to hide his genetic condition. edition.
I'm sorry, what?
A bride-to-be has been slammed online after she told her fiance with heterochromia to wear contact lenses for their wedding photos. So his eye color is like this! Ah! Stop it! Shut up! No, you didn't. Did you? Do that? A bride has found herself in hot water after she suggested that her fiance should change a
Heterochromia
mater
is so fucking cool.
mater-
Why would he not? What? I would want that. I would want that to keep that.
coolest genetic conditions
Yeah.
ever. It's literally so attractive.
Yeah.
Why are you marrying him if you don't like his eyes?
I looked at my phone for 2
And
seconds
why are
and I
you
missed the T.
embarrassed that much? I'm sorry. Is
This
wedding
a
still-
bride wants
The woman
her
took credit to ask if
husband.
She was being unreasonable when she approached her fiance about the
Listen.
possibility of him wearing contact lenses when they get married because he has a genetic condition, which means he has different colored eyes. In her post, the bride said it
Heterochromia.
would be nice
Fucking gorgeous eyes.
if her partner, who has one blue eye and one brown eye, could have matching eye colors in their wedding snaps, especially if it meant they could match eye colors between them. However, the suggestion made her fiance livid. Really? That's surprising. He told me that he thought I didn't mind his eye colors, and I said that I obviously didn't, but I would greatly appreciate it if he wore contact lenses to match his eyes colors for the wedding photos. I said he could even match his eye colors with mine, as I have blue eyes, while
Oh
he
my
has
God, to
one
hell
blue
with
eye
that.
and one brown eye. Oh, did you?
Oh.
Oh, how gracious of you. That's
You're so nice.
The woman said she thought her husband-to-be was overreacting by being upset about her suggestion. The pair are now
Yeah.
having a bigger argument than she anticipated.
Calm down.
She added, however, he hasn't been receptive to my suggestion at all. I told him that he's greatly overreacted, as I don't want him to wear them permanently just for our wedding photos. But I don't get why, because everyone knows that he has heterochromia. So why is it that you want him to not have heterochromia for the wedding photos? I don't understand. Like, do you think this is going to get published in a
Bride can go
magazine
away.
or something? Like I said, you're not the main character of everyone else's lives, okay? And furthermore, I feel like a groom with heterochromia would get you published in, like, a magazine. That is so cool.
And hot.
So this post on Reddit was actually removed because people were really upset. One person said, you say you don't mind his eyes, and yet you're so ashamed that you don't want them in your wedding pictures. If you can't be happy standing next to him for who he is, you don't deserve to stand next to him at all. Say it louder for the people in the
It's
back!
psyllium
That's
bread.
So weird, man. It's gonna be a no from me. Absolutely wild.
Now that's entertainment.
Am I the a-hole for asking my sister's cop husband to stand watch at my wedding? Go on. So here's the situation. My fiance's parents, my in-laws, aren't approving of our relationship. We asked why, tried to work it out, but no avail. The drama started once we announced our engagement and sent out wedding invitations. My fiance's parents lost their invitations after threatening to show up and ruin the wedding. But since the wedding will be held at my house, I won't guarantee that provoking their invitations will stop them. Matter of fact, that made them more upset. I kept stressing about that, and since our budget could barely cover wedding expenses, I figured hiring security guards won't be possible. I met up with my sister and her cop husband. We're not close. Days ago at my parents' house,
yeah, we no
I told
wonder.
him what's been going on with my in-laws and asked my brother-in-law if he could secure the wedding and stand watch from start to finish to make sure no shit shows or interruptions will happen. For some reason, the room went radio silent. Yeah, same. My brother-in-law just stared at me and then covered his mouth like he was pissed or something. I explained again how much of wackos my in-laws are, basically, and I'm just trying to make sure my wedding won't get ruined. He kept quiet, but I told him it's my only way, and perhaps he should say yes because of my financial situation. I'm sorry, you're asking your brother-in-law to just basically be like a cop at your wedding? Am I understanding this correctly? What? My sister asked me to follow her to the kitchen, then went off on me saying that was way out of line and I should stop treating her husband as my servant and expecting him to do whatever I want just because I felt bold enough to ask. She also said she was appalled that I'd even consider making my brother-in-law play security guard and not attend the wedding like any other decent guest. I think I agree.
Yeah.
I argued that I only asked because he has background when it comes to taking extra precautions, and I cannot afford to hire a professional security. That would be a bad idea anyway because my friends will start asking questions. But if it's my brother-in-law who's experienced in dealing with these kinds of situations and knows how to de-escalate, then that's a win-win. She said I offended him and disrespected him and her, and then told me he doesn't have to do anything for me and my problems are mine to deal with and not his to worry about. I said fine, but I won't be welcoming him at the wedding then. I'm sorry, what? She berated me saying that I'm being an opportunist and walked out.
She left shortly afterwards, and my parents said I really shouldn't have asked, then pressed the issue by saying my brother-in-law isn't welcome to the wedding if he says no. Am I the a-hole, or were they overreacting?
I think we should tell him.
Yeah, you're the a-hole for sure. As
Yeah.
with anything, context is
Supreme
appreciated,
a-hole.
more context. But now I'm starting to question why your in-laws don't want you to get married. Like, there might be some more context that needs to be shared. But let's see what Reddit had to say. You're the a-hole. Can you work for free at my wedding? No, then don't come to my wedding. Yeah, you're the a-hole here. Next, OP will be posting here pissed because her sister decided to stay home with her husband who was uninvited. Doesn't need to worry about the in-laws ruining the wedding. OP is taking care of all of that by themselves. And got no one to blame but yourself, sweetheart. The thing I don't understand is, what was the point of uninviting the brother-in-law after he refused her request to stand watch from start to finish? Even if he said yes, he'd still have missed the wedding since he would have been too busy doing unpaid work as event security. At least this way he doesn't have to work for free for OP's entitled. I'm not at all surprised to hear that fiance's parents aren't a big fan of yours. You're the a-hole. Order! I know we are quite upset at this video. I know it has ruffled some feathers. However, it's over. You're the a-hole.
Me? What did I do?
No, not you. Her. I like you. Am I the a-hole for leaving my sister's wedding early because she kept my husband out of the pictures? My 31 male sister Anne, 34 female, got married on Saturday. My husband of 7 years, Mark, 32 male, was there with me, and up until one point, it was an amazing evening. After the ceremony, Anne wanted a picture with all of our siblings. There's 5 of us, and their respective partners, so we started lining up. When Anne saw that my husband was standing next to me, she shook her head and said something about him ruining the aesthetic.
Excuse you?
I'm sorry, is your relationship not aesthetically pleasing to your sister? Apparently, her plan was to put one man and one woman next to each other alternately. Okay. Are you serious? My younger sister, 18 female, who doesn't have a partner and was standing on the very side, offered to stand between the two of us so we could be close and Anne's wish could still be respected. Okay, yeah, that's a decent solution. I fail to understand why, if people are going to be standing with their partners, what does it matter if they're aesthetically pleasing or not?
She's horrible.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. It just kind of sounds like she doesn't like the fact that you're gay. Sorry. Is that, like, am I reaching here? Because what is this really about?
Yeah,
I thought that that was a great solution, but Anne disagreed and told Mark to get out of the picture. He's quite introverted and tries to avoid confrontation under all circumstances, so he simply complied and told me not to get angry. But it was obvious that he was hurt and disappointed by being left out.
Yeah, no Sherlock.
I failed to see why she wouldn't want her brother-in-law in the photos with her. Obviously, it didn't stop me from getting angry, and I walked away with him. I can understand that Anne wants her wedding pictures to look exactly like how she imagined them. Did she also imagine that her brother would be straight? But I think that the idea my younger sister proposed was very reasonable. I congratulated Anne and her husband one last time, but then I said my goodbyes. When I was asked why we were leaving early, especially before taking pictures, I said I didn't feel like our presence was wanted. Literally. We left before dinner was served, and I took Mark out to his favorite restaurant to cheer him up a little. Anne has texted me since saying I was being over-dramatic and making a fuss over nothing. Okay, but she's the one that didn't want your husband in the picture. Like, you offered a solution. You said, okay, so then we can just put a girl in between us. But she's the one that didn't want your husband in the picture. Why is that?
Seems kind of gay.
Our parents have tried to remain neutral, but except for my younger sister, the rest of my family supports Anne and think that leaving early was going too far, that I should have sucked it up instead of ruining her big day.
Sucked it up. Oh,
Also,
go
to
fuck
edit for
yourself.
confusion, my husband is able-bodied and white, so is most of my family, but we are indeed a gay couple.
You do the butt stuff? Oh my.
I think that
Oh
not
my.
wanting to be in pictures deliberately is really rude. I don't care if it's your wedding or not.
Oh
What does
my.
it matter if they're in the pictures? Unless you have an ulterior motive for not wanting them to be in the pictures, which is also a reason to leave.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Not the a-hole. Has your sister always been shamelessly homophobic? See? Or has the wedding brought out a new side of her?
That's new.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy, because that is the first. I didn't want to, like, jump the gun or anything, because that is what I got from this.
I admit I didn't even realize that was a possibility. I just saw two married people at a wedding. So that to me would probably feel like I was being discriminated against. I've never been discriminated against in that way, but I think that they were there and they probably felt some type of way about being excluded. 100% homophobia, even if the sister doesn't even realize it. If you're fully embracing a family member as LGBTQ+, aesthetic of siblings with their partners having one couple being two gay men would mean nothing. This sounds homophobic. Like, this sounds like she does not like gay people. The aesthetic for a siblings and partner photo is that your siblings and their partners are in the photo. If anything, you could make an argument to do a photo with and without the younger single sister. That's a good point. Could have been like, okay, we'll get one where the aesthetic is what I want, and then we'll get one with all the siblings together with their partners. The bride fully didn't want him to be in the photo. It wasn't about that. It was about him not wanting him to be in the photo. Your parents are not being neutral either. That is a good point. They are showing they are uncomfortable with the gay couple by siding on the sister's side of the argument about BS aesthetic and letting it look how the sister imagined it, aka hetero couples only. You're not the a-hole, my dear. And you gotta talk to your sister about her issues.
Which one?
Am I the a-hole for leaving my friend's wedding when she told me I needed to cover up my psoriasis? God,
Oh
these brides
my.
really do be out here thinking that their wedding
The
is like some sort of
audacities.
like magazine shoot or
My
something.
goodness.
You're getting married. This isn't Vogue. And by the way, Vogue would for sure put someone with psoriasis on the cover. Aren't we keeping up with beauty standards now? Everybody is different. Let's embrace it. I'm sure you were sitting already, but you make you sit down again. I, 24 female, have psoriasis. It is all over my body and perceives vitiligo in a way. Just so you can get
By the
an
way, it
image
took me like
in
a
your
hot
head.
minute to
I have
figure out that
medicated
that's
cream
cool.
that
He's
helps with
looking
the itchiness,
upwards.
and it
Lol.
also helps with the dryness. The psoriasis is all over my body with it stopping right on my neck.
You
I do
mean
have a
the
few spots
the
on
cow
side
I'm
cheeks and
doing?
my ears. I've always been pretty
Yeah, the one that
embarrassed
it's
as I
doing
cannot
right.
take
No,
on enough makeup
no,
to
no, no. I mean this
Oh.
ball that is actually being
The
done with a laser.
rotated one. Oh, yeah. I
I
rotated
was
it
just
to
like, what
fit.
part is that of the school? And then I was like, oh wait a minute, it's looking upwards.
It's your teeth. I rotated it to fit.
And the fact that you're covering it up is just like you're adding product to it, and that just makes it stick out more. It just looks like you're trying to cover something up, you know? My doctor also recommended to not smother
But
the
I'm
areas
literally
with makeup,
right
as it
now
tends
my
to
brain
make
is
it
going
worse and
laser.
itchier. That is a good point.
The cow,
And it doesn't
the
surprise
girl,
me because,
laser,
like,
the
your
cow,
skin
the
is
girl.
peeling off and stuff, and that's kind of creating like an open wound, so to speak, and you don't want to be covering that up and putting makeup on it. My friend's wedding was on Saturday, and of course I was
slowly
invited. I bought a
nibbling
dress
my
that
way
would
through
cover
the
my
other
body
half of my
fairly
sandwich.
well, as I didn't want to draw attention to myself. The entire week leading up to the wedding, I was continuously testing concealers on the remaining spots that were exposed, which made
That's
me
what I've been
itchy,
having to
and I
do for the
basically
past
scratched
few
my skin
days.
raw.
Literally
Girl, that's brutal. With psoriasis,
finish
those areas
one
can sometimes
meal
bleed
for the
if I
entire
scratch
day
too much,
because I
which
cannot
is
finish
what
a
happened.
meal
My
quite
boyfriend,
quickly.
who was
I just
attending the
can't.
wedding, told me I shouldn't worry about it and that it would be better if I just stopped trying to cover them, as it was just making it worse. You're here for the boyfriend. I reluctantly agreed, and we attended the wedding ceremony. It was great. I was extremely happy for my friend and her now husband. But as we were leaving to go to cocktail hour, she pulled me aside and asked if I was going home to cover up my psoriasis.
Excuse you?
Never did I think that someone who had just gotten married would be so fixated on someone else's skin condition and felt it necessary to tell that someone to go cover it up.
Girl, don't you got bigger things to worry about?
I was a little taken aback and explained that I couldn't, as the entire week I'd been testing concealers and made it 20 times worse. She told me she didn't care.
Friends like these, huh?
Oh,
Absolutely
bye.
not. No way.
Bye.
This was her wedding, and she didn't want her guests asking me questions or feeling queasy during dinner.
Mhm.
Okay. No one feels
Oh,
queasy
you're a
except
bitch.
for you, darling. It's not that serious.
Oh, you're a
God,
you're a
what
bitch.
booch.
You know,
I'm
you're
sorry.
a bitch.
That is so rude.
You're a
My
bitch.
boyfriend stepped in and told her if that was the case,
Yeah,
we
you're
would
just a
be leaving
bitch.
and not attending the rest of the wedding.
Massive,
She was pissed off and
Yeah,
extremely angry at
You're
that
just a
choice,
massive,
and ever
massive,
since,
massive
she's been
bitch.
ranting about it to our friends. She was angry that your boyfriend, stand-up guy, stuck up for you, and you guys threatened to leave the wedding because she insulted you and the way that you look.
That is correct.
not the a-hole, and honestly, that would be the end of the friendship for me. She really showed you her true colors, didn't she? OP response, that's why I put friends in quotes, because I don't think I'll ever speak to her again. I don't think you should, babes. I don't think anybody would really care all that much. Nobody's gonna get queasy, except for maybe her. And frankly, if your friend gets queasy at the sight of you, yeah, you shouldn't be friends with that person. For the record, I don't think that she gets queasy at the sight of you. I think that she was just being incredibly rude. You're not the a-hole, my dear.
Bitch.
And I really like your boyfriend, by the way. At least you have him through all of this. Stand-up guy. Am I the a-hole for wearing my engagement ring when I knew my stepsister was getting engaged? I will be the judge of that, but doesn't sound like it. I, 28 female, got engaged at the beginning of December. For Christmas, I was staying with my mom and stepdad, and they were hosting my stepdad's whole family. Step-siblings, mothers, brothers, cousins, families. For a New Year's party. Prior to this, my stepsister, 29 female, Rachel's now fiance Matt, informed my parents that he was going to propose and asked if it would be okay to do it at the party, and my parents agreed.
First mistake.
For the party, everyone was dressing up, and
Badger _ and _ squirrel followed your channel.
As one does.
everybody already knew I was engaged. This was the first time they'd seen the ring in person. So
I love
at the
this.
start of the party, everyone was interested in seeing it. I did notice that Matt was being a bit cold with me, but I thought it was nerves.
Hi, welcome
So
in.
it was like,
Thanks
Matt
for the
will,
follow.
hold the ring size. You made him look like a chump. What happened? What's happening here? Or is this simply just a case of your engagement overshadowed his
cow.
engagement? Let's find out.
A
The proposal
cow vegan leather bag. Because it's funny. It's a vegan leather, but it's a leather bag, but it's vegan leather, so it's a cow.
Nothing unkind, and everyone was really happy for Rachel, as was I. The day after, Rachel and Matt blew up at me about
Making
wearing
the
my
cow
ring to
while
the party.
Oh, I'm
Actually
also
dying because people scaring you.
the laser is cutting skulls
Honestly, if they were
in
that worried about
keychain,
the comparison and
car
you,
hangers,
taking the
earring
limelight, maybe they should
size,
have picked a later date to do the engagement.
maybe
Rachel
necklace
said I was
size.
deliberately
I
trying
don't
to draw
know.
attention to
Depends
myself
on how big
special
they are in my hand and what I feel about it.
Okay, but you also get to be congratulated on your engagement, not
But I
just
got
her.
really nice
Now, since
leather
I knew beforehand
cordage
she
on
was
the
getting
desk
engaged, I should have worn
waiting.
my ring. No, that doesn't work like that. When you get engaged, you wear your ring everywhere.
I also have
Since
the
I don't
the
always wear it
bookcases to
anyway,
finish.
well,
Hang
okay,
on.
that's
I
fair,
made
but, like, I would
bookcases
imagine
that
you
I'm not
probably
done yet.
wear it to, like, a New Year's
They
Eve
look like
party where
this.
people are dressed up and looking nice.
They're
I
on
don't
walnut.
really agree with this
They're
since
on
I've been
walnut.
engaged for weeks and everybody already knew about it. It's not like I stole her.
They have to be, each book has to be individually painted, and the black behind the shelf has to be painted as well. I hand paint them all. They're on really nice quality wood. This is walnut. Beautiful.
When I knew Rachel's wouldn't be anywhere near as big, and
Right.
intentionally showing
They
him
came
up
out
in front of the
beautiful.
family. I knew that's what
So those skulls are on walnut, but they're not for this drop. They're for next
not being able to do that, not being
future
able to provide, that
drops.
would probably bother me.
So you're peeping in on some future drops in the shop.
A colossally large ring. Not everybody wants a colossally large ring. At the end of the day,
Keep it
an
on the
engagement
DL.
ring
Okay.
symbolizes a promise, and it really shouldn't matter how big it is. It really
Check out my
shouldn't.
socials,
Is that
check
what
out-
you're reducing this to? My stepdad called them both stupid for their outburst. My stepbrother
I have
said
a
there's no
whole
way I
bag
could've
of
known that's how they
wooden
feel.
ones
It's
here
not
to
like they
do.
asked me not to wear it.
There's
That's a good point.
mushrooms
Also, even if they did ask me
and
not to wear
bird
it,
nests.
you better fucking wear it. My mom says, while
The
she
mushrooms
knows I
are on
didn't
walnut.
deliberately, she can see where Rachel
The
is
bird's
coming
nest
from since
circular
everyone
ones
brought
are
my
on
ring
cherry
first.
wood, and
Everybody
I've got a
else
bunch
there
of these
shouldn't
really
have
nice
compared to. I
hanafudas.
feel like the A-hole
But I
here
don't know
are
if they're.
like family
I don't
friends.
know
They're
how
kind
they're
of
gonna
making,
go.
you know, Rachel and
Hang
Matt
on, let's.
feel
They
weird
look.
about the fact
Let's
that they
see.
had a
I'll
smaller
show you.
ring.
I gotta
Should
pop
never
the
be like,
things
oh,
out on them. So
bigger,
hang on.
Men do it all the time.
Let's
There
take
should have
this.
never been like comparisons. She also said that given my ring is quite unique, I should have
Right,
considered
but
it would
these
draw
need to be
attention.
sanded on the sides. This is cherry wood.
Not the a-hole, you are engaged.
Hanafudas. I'm not going to be painting these. I am going to sand them and then just clear coat Hanafudas. But you have to individually pop out all the little pieces with a little pin, right? But you gotta like sand. So the sander is in there. Those I just printed out yesterday.
It's supposed to be about two people getting engaged because they love each other and want to spend the rest of
I
their lives.
guess.
Why are we like placing so much?
No, they're cut with the laser.
Everybody at this
You
party
just have to
your ring,
push
so
them
only
through the
Rachel's ring
holes. You
shines.
just-
Oh, and Merry
make sure they
Christmas,
pop out.
God, that is the most Lulu thing. Is that honestly what she
Oh,
said?
no, no, no.
Imagine
It's,
that was like a thing. Oh, I got
mom?
engaged, so
Exclamation
I need
mom.
you to take off your engagement ring so
Try
this doesn't
exclamation
upstage
mom.
mine. I've said this once before, and I
There
will
we go.
say it again. Normalize being
That's
happy
arsenic.
for other people. Stop comparing
Exclamation
what
merch.
someone else has. Okay, it doesn't help anybody.
Maybe. Or exclamation shop?
No, but remember that you changed it yesterday. You changed it yesterday.
What did I call
To
it?
the dude.
Woman
No,
did
no,
do
no.
a
I
refund from
changed
her
it
wedding
again.
photographer
No,
after
that's
she
not
got
it.
divorced.
It'll roll around in a
Isn't
minute or
this a
two.
fun one?
It's the poison candy one. If you go to Arsenic's channel, it's there. It's poison candy something something something. Dark side. I just sent her a
Romeo.
box.
How are you?
So she just
Question mark. I don't know if you
this
still
week
remember
we'll be
me.
getting
You
a
did photo shoot
massive
for me at my wedding
intake
in
of
Durban in 2019. Hey,
keychains
okay,
and
thank
shit.
You. Trust your well.
There you
yes, I
go.
remember. How
I'm
may I
making
be
more
of
of the
service?
bags. Right, you're
Well,
watching me
I'm
make
now
the bags
divorced,
that
and
end
those
up with
pictures
her.
I and my ex-husband don't need them anymore.
If you're already
And
watching it while
you did a
I'm
wonderful
making
job
it
on
on
them, but they
stream,
went
I
to
can
waste
custom
as
it
we
for
are
you,
now
and you
divorced. I will
can
need a
have
refund on
me
the
put
amount
it to
we
the
paid
side
because
for
we
you,
don't
and
need them
that's
anymore.
fine.
Pardon me. This has to be a joke, right?
I have Sailor Scout bags coming. I have
No, a big fat
tube-shaped cowboys. They're
Imagine
just
life
little
work
guys.
like that, God, I need a
Kitties.
refund
I
on the
have
last 4 years of my life. Can I have that back,
piggies.
please?
There.
I demand
There's
it.
so much stuff.
I'm sorry. Do you
Check
have a
my
receipt?
Instagram. I share some of it. You get a little clip of
No,
some of it.
dear.
She gets the
I'm
whole
very
box full of
serious.
a whole
I'm very
variety
sorry to hear
of
that you
shit.
and your husband are divorced, but as I'm sure you can figure that out, that's not gonna happen. Photography is a non-refundable service.
SOCIAL,
once I've already
no
delivered
S.
you the service and the pictures. I can't refund you because I can't untake the pictures. Take care.
Yeah, right there.
A question.
Jade
Are
and
you-
Neko.
Is she?
My Insta is not
Is she
broken.
okay? Second of all, is she like?
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Or just a photographer?
No, it's not.
Bottom that's broke.
That is
My
something
Jaded
you must
Neko
put in the contract
Insta-
the link
that
itself
no
is fine.
refunds.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty
The
self-explanatory.
link works fine.
But you didn't,
What's
so
broke?
I'm entitled to demand
Yeah,
a refund
the thing is,
as
like,
I'm no
the
longer
link
in
right
need
now
of your
looks
pictures
fine, but I
because you
think at the
already
bottom that
have
they're
them.
talking about
you
down
literally
there-
already have them. I understand it's not your fault, but you're a business,
Oh, I don't
and
know what
as
I
such,
mean,
you must be
because
able
I
to
just
grant
checked that
refunds.
out and it's fine.
I'm looking at my Insta right now.
Joking.
Instagram,
You're
Jaded
funny,
Neko.
you're funny.
Jaded
No,
underscore
ma'am.
neck
You're
0.
not entitled to a refund. I would like to remain
I
professional.
got my
with you and
nails
just
done
reassure
today.
you
It's
that
there.
You will not be getting a refund. It's bad enough you want a refund 4 years later. It's unfortunately embarrassing on your part, literally. So there'll be no refund. Okay, thanks. Take care now. You will be hearing from my lawyer. I forwarded him everything. Sharp.
If you go and check on my
Oh, yeah,
Instagram when you
good
can
luck
get
with
it to
that,
work.
eh? Good luck.
Oh, here,
Well,
here,
I'm
here.
sure I'm
I'll
still being
s-
pranked. There's
I'll send this to
no
you.
way. Look, I really sympathize with you on the divorce.
How
Yeah,
do I-
okay. This
how do
woman is
I
obviously in a lot of pain.
copy
Well,
the link?
I'm not
Share. Copy?
exactly
No.
surprised either.
Copy
I
link.
can imagine what you went through, but this is not the ideal way to deal with it. On the other hand, there's really nothing more I can do for you. Good morning,
Oh.
Romeo. It's fine. Then let our
Please.
lawyers deal with it. At least refund of 70% of the money, and I
Click
can
that.
move on and heal from everything.
Wow.
It's not the photographer's fault that you got divorced. Where are you? I'm in Joburg. Can we meet and discuss this
Oh.
issue? Way forward. No.
See, it works.
Absolutely.
Thank you!
No.
But if you click that link,
Tell
you
your
will
lawyer to call me.
immediately want to be besties with
Doesn't
me
work
because
like
fuck
that,
yeah.
ever,
Fuck yeah.
ever.
Fuck
All right,
yeah.
is it even possible that this bride could get a refund?
We
on
bros,
that?
yo.
I don't even
We
know.
bros.
Like, if there's nothing
I
in the
rock the
contract,
squirrel.
Jade,
I
that's
am.
awesome, dude.
I
Jade,
am the
it's like an
squirrel
amazing-
of this
might be-
relationship,
fricked
yo.
up thing. Like, it actually might be
I am the
possible.
squirrel
But the
in
fact
every
that the
relationship.
bridezilla
I
is
am the
actually
squirrel.
taking it
I am
upon
very much
herself
a
to
cat,
contact
yo. I
every
am a
vendor,
kitten,
like,
really.
Little small businesses
Cat with the
and ask
attention
for a
span of a
refund.
squirrel.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
For
Like,
sure.
No,
For sure.
the
Can
venue,
confirm.
dress shop, and
Yes.
caterer also owe her a refund.
Can cats
but
have
she's keeping
ADHD?
the
Oh,
wedding gifts 'cause
ginger
they were
cat.
gifts
I'm
after
ginger
all.
cat.
Ooh, I bet. She
I'm a
gonna give
ginger
those
cat.
back? How about the money? McDonald's, I'm on a diet, so you need to refund my money on
Yeah.
all the food I bought from
Oh,
you
we're in the
last
what kind
year.
of cat I am. I feel like I'm moved with the ginger cat, but I don't know.
The
True.
ginger
also
cats
not
are
gonna refund my
bananas,
Kids' baby
or like an
pictures, they've grown up now
ADHD
and aren't
cat.
babies anymore. I can
Whatever
see
cat
why she
has
got divorced.
ADHD, I'm that
Literally,
one.
like, I didn't want to say it. I did say it, kind of. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I did though. I really did. Hello, I ate at your restaurant yesterday, but I took a massive today.
I hope that served great as your personal
I
assistant.
would like a refund as the food is no longer
Oh, right,
inside
shit.
me.
Good to remind me. Good girl. Wait.
The worst part is, even
wait.
if that one is just a joke, I strongly believe it has happened to someone somewhere. Oh my goodness. I don't miss this. I don't miss this at all. I've never been asked to give refunds on a wedding shoot because the couple got divorced. I feel like most people have enough common sense to not do that because that is like hella embarrassing. Like, budding photographers, please make sure that you have a no refunds policy and a non-refundable deposit in your contracts and your terms of service because people will take advantage of you and they will take you to court. Am I the
I
a-hole
kept
for not letting
forgetting.
my sister-in-law use my wedding dress for her wedding even though she can't afford one? My younger brother and his fiance are supposed to get married in the spring after being engaged for about a year. My younger brother's always been
Okay.
the golden child between the two of us.
Made it
to
gay
my mom,
now.
not my dad. Him and his fiance currently live with her.
You love it. Fuck off.
You've made it gay now. You've made it
about this
awkward.
wedding.
You've
We
made
both
a
feel like my
scene.
brother is rushing into things
My
and not being
God.
actually
Well,
smart.
now
He
I've got to
just
take it
finished
away.
his program a year ago.
No, I don't want to do. I don't want to do the work. I don't want to do the work. I don't want to do the work. You can be the behind. I don't want to do the work. I have to keep putting my shit down. I don't like that.
And explain this to him and
Now
asked him
you
what the
can
rush was.
unlock
Why not
bad
put it off for a
words,
few
and
years
I don't
save up
have
so
to.
they can really have the wedding of their dreams.
Wonderful.
He explained
Thank
to
you
us
for that
his
one.
fiance wants the wedding as soon as possible and doesn't want to
I'm not
wait.
gonna get automated anymore. Yes.
Yes.
His fiance's family is pitching in a couple thousand for the wedding. My dad reluctantly is pitching in
Also,
a couple thousand
I
as well.
frequently
All
forget to
important
turn it
later.
off of
A few
emote
nights
only
ago, I'm
mode.
eating dinner with my husband when I get a call from my future sister-in-law.
How
Convo
do you
starts
even
our
turn it
normal,
on?
hey, how are you? Crappy weather we're having, etc., etc.
So,
Until
a
she
long
tells me
while
she has a
ago,
serious question
because I'm
to
part
ask
of the
me.
Moco
She asks if
crafter
she can use
community,
my wedding dress.
we got bombed by trolls once, like bad bombed by trolls. They pissed some troll off. I don't know. It was a whole thing. I don't care. It was whatever. It was whatever. So they come after me and they were like in my chat when I was offline saying dirty words, and then they'd screenshot saying those cuss words in my offline chat and use those slurs or whatever's
She
as
explains she can't afford one herself and she loves
reference
mine and that
for
it would be
why.
something borrowed. Oh, isn't that convenient?
And it got me flagged and blocked so many times that it was hilarious.
Wasn't be like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm banned.
Oh yeah, I'm banned. I'm banned all the time. I'm banned all the time. Oh
We're
yeah.
not even close at all.
It's
and
true
barely
though,
so, like,
and it was a
WTF?
joke,
I
but it was
agree,
also
that's so
true.
weird.
So we just,
begging
we
and
just
crying,
kept saying it was
going on
boobies.
and on about how she
It was
can't afford
boobies.
one.
Yes, I
told
remember
her
that.
These are
I remember
boobies.
no.
Yep.
Then she
Oh
starts
yeah,
going
they've
on
been
about
in
how I'm
boobies
financially
for
helping
like
her
7
and my brother
days.
pay for the
They're
wedding,
jealous
so
of
the
my
least I can do
teddies.
is let her use my dress. No.
It's true.
Absolutely not.
Titty envy is a thing.
No! I told her the honest truth that I think they're rushing into having a wedding and not being financially smart. Literally, like, this is why you need to wait to be able to afford the wedding that you want. Don't make everybody around you pay for the wedding you want. Lend you their wedding dresses? No!
It's a
Go to frickin'
suicide.
Village and learn how to sew and repurpose a wedding dress yourself. She
Oh
said
yes,
she didn't
I'm part
care.
of the team.
She has
I'm
a
part of the team
timeline
now.
and
I'm
wants
like,
to be married
I'm part
by
of like
25.
Elsa and
Okay, well,
Arsenic
then,
and you now.
like,
Oh,
figure it
we're
out.
called
I basically said to her
WTC.
she made her bed,
Witch
so now
Twitch
she has to lie in it and
Crafts.
figure it out herself. And if she
WTC.
can't
Hell
afford her
yeah.
wedding dress, then she
Hell
shouldn't
yeah.
be having
We
a
need to make
wedding.
new
Simple
logos.
as
We got to
that.
get a hold
She
of our
ran to
artists.
my mom and my brother to tell them what I said. They think I'm an a-hole
Aww,
because I don't have the money to financially
Tay
help
is
my
my
brother and his
son.
fiancé.
I love that
And
guy.
supportive.
We love Tay.
They also think
Tay
it's
is the
just a dress,
shit.
so
We
what's
love
the big
Tay.
deal?
He calls me mommy, and I'm down for that. So down.
Let me see it.
The amount of down for that I am. Oh my god. Me sitting here being a leather crafter and wearing none of my own leather. This is actual moo cow leather.
I have a different opinion of this because
Really good high
I would
quality leather.
probably help, but I wouldn't give her my wedding dress. Like I'm in a better financial situation, so it's like, okay, my brother's
There we
getting
go.
married, you know, like it doesn't have
I
to
made
be a
this.
$1,000,
Isn't it
you know,
cute?
$2,000
It's
wedding dress.
sapphire
My really good friend
underneath
found a
and
white
black over
dress
top
that's
and rivets
an
and
amazing
cute.
dress that isn't
Thank
expensive
you.
at all, or you can
I
rent
got
a
this
wedding dress.
really-
There's plenty of options for people who
I got
can't
this
afford
really
it, but the
nice
difference is
red
that this bride doesn't want just
leather
any
strap
wedding dress. She
that I'm
wants
gonna put in the
her
cutter
wedding
and cut
dress, her
cutouts into it.
sister-in-law's
It's gonna be so good.
No, I would
It's
never
gonna
let
be
anyone
so
do
good.
that ever, except for my own daughter.
That's gonna be
Not the
another
a-hole,
nice
tell her to
one.
use a
Ooh,
sex fire
and
as a dress
it
if she wants
matches
to get
with my
married so
hat.
badly. The entitlement, Jesus freaking Christ.
It goes with my hat.
There's plenty of options. You don't have to have all the bells and whistles. I think it's super freaking
Oh,
cool.
and
to
I
wear
ordered
white
another hat
suit to
today.
your wedding. Like, you don't have to
I
have
bought
a
more
princess
things
dress.
today.
Or just buy a cheap dress, literally. Period, babe. I don't know why so many people get engaged and then immediately jump to the only worthwhile wedding dress must
Okay,
cost
the
thousands
one
of
that they
dollars.
found,
It
the
doesn't.
one
It doesn't
website
have
that they
to.
found was
There's
the
plenty of
fourth
amazing
wall
white
one,
dresses
not
out there
arsenic.
that don't cost that much
Oh
amount
no,
of money.
that's garbage.
Sites like
Don't buy
Lulu's
things
sells
from there.
absolutely gorgeous wedding dresses that are
I
very
am going to.
affordable.
I'm
My
gonna
wedding dress was
the
from
other one.
Lulu's and cost
Oh, wait, it's
$180,
poison candy.
maybe less than that.
It's right
I
there.
don't judge anyone for having an
Poison
expensive
Candy
wedding
Crafts,
dress. More
it's that
power
one.
to you. But if you can't afford it, you
Thank
can't
you,
afford it. And in
babes.
that case, there are so many other options that will still
worries.
look stunning. I got married in this dress, less than $50. It looked gorgeous. There are all kinds of options for all kinds
Which
of budgets.
means
Let me
that
see.
that
Oh,
one
it's
you
a
have to
dress.
change on your own because that one is on your
That's a
side.
beautiful
That one I
dress.
cannot do. I
Yeah,
cannot
baby.
do that shit for
That's
You're
you.
not
her.
the a-hole, my dear.
That's
Stand your
her.
ground.
I
Bride
fixed it, but then it didn't
kicked
work.
me out of the wedding for trying to
Yeah.
steal her
So
thunder.
there's some on there right now, but
This happened years ago, but I remember it like
next
it was
week
yesterday.
there's a
Sorry.
whole bunch of new shit coming.
Before freshman year of college, I decided to move in with two of my best friends, Nikki and Dan. who
I
became
just sent her
engaged
the
that
box.
summer.
Like,
I was
next
so
week,
excited for
my
them because
birthday
I've
and
been friends
Mother's
with them
Day,
since
we're
middle
gonna
school,
have an
and we all
event.
work together at the same store.
And it's gonna
So her and
coincide
Dan
with the
had
release
decided early
because the
November to
Moco's
move their
PP
wedding up a
event
year
is
because they
on.
didn't want to wait and
They're
essentially
doing
had everything
giveaways.
planned. When they
We
told
already
me,
gave
I
them
had
stuff to
mentioned
give
how I was
away.
planning on moving out once they got married. So they
And
could
then
have
they'll
their
be going
privacy,
over to the
which was
arsenic
original
shop
deal when
to
we
pick
moved
up
in
some more
together.
shit.
This is when things
And
started
she
to
just got a
splinter.
new haul
On
of
the
bags
day
from
we
me.
went
I
to
just
pick up
sent
the
her like
wedding dress
7
and bridesmaids
bags.
dresses. Nikki
And
informed me that
90
her other
bazillion
friend was going to be the
earrings,
maid of honor and that I would still be in the
keychains,
party and get to walk down the
etceteras.
aisle with Dan's
I am
brother, who said she
so
was
looking forward
way
to seeing
cuter
them
than the
all.
best
I am
man
so looking
anyway.
forward to it. Even
So
though I
was
see
lucky.
the making
I was
of
hurt
it,
at the
I am
time,
still
but
looking forward to
understood
seeing
because
the
it was her
end.
wedding day and her
But
final
a lot of
say.
them are
I ended
like,
up paying the deposit
you
on
can
all the dresses that
you can
day
order
because the loan
custom
they took out
ones,
wouldn't be
like
deposited for a couple of
custom
weeks, and I
specific
had
to
just
your
come into
pride
some
flag
money
or
from an
whatever, or
inheritance.
you know, whatever.
Funny how she totally was fine with you paying for things, but didn't consider you
Right.
her maid of honor.
Yes!
I asked her for the contact information of the other bridesmaids because they were all friends
I'm not
from
even
her
paying
hometown,
attention to
and
the
I didn't
girl
know them at
anymore.
all.
I'm paying
She
attention
asked
to
me
all
why.
this.
I told her
Yeah.
because the bridesmaids sometimes plan the bridal shower and the bachelorette party, and I wanted to help out. She got upset and refused. I dropped the subject because I had to get to class. One night soon after, I was at a party at a
Alright,
friend's
I'm
house,
happy-
and
I'm
Nikki
happy
called me
that I'm
because
part
she
of
was
the
mad
ladies
about
now.
wedding
I'm
stuff.
so
I don't remember a lot about our conversation, except she was mad
Not
at
a big
me and
deal.
told me I was trying to steal her thunder by trying to plan events
Thunder?
without her. Meaning
Thunder?
the bridal shower and the bachelorette party. No, that's not.
Thunder.
No, like you're like that's kind of that is I'm supposed to do. Like if you're invited to the bachelorette party or the friends, they plan, you know, the bridal shower, the bachelorette party, so it's not as much work for the bride. Some brides like to be, you know, in charge of those things. I'm going on a bachelorette trip this week, and we pretty much planned the whole thing. She picked the place, but we planned everything we did. So I hadn't, since I didn't have anyone's numbers, and if I had, I would make sure she was involved. She kept yelling at me and accused me of constantly dangling the money card since I paid for the dresses. What an ungrateful little butthead. Again, I hadn't brought it up except for once to find out how I was getting paid back. I told her it's her wedding and her special day, and to prove that I'm not trying to steal her thunder, I didn't even have to be in the wedding party if she didn't want to be. So she agreed, and I was out. Tensions were high at the apartment. Oh gosh, oh right, I keep forgetting that you live with this person. I tried to be cordial with them, mostly Dan because he was on the outside of the beef. I went to visit my family in Minnesota over Thanksgiving spring break. While we were in the Mall of America, I got a call from Nikki telling me that I owed her $80 for my dress.
Hydrate, you bitch.
No, I'm not in the party anymore. I'm not paying for a dress I'm not gonna wear. She told me that was my problem. When I got back home, I'm sorry, what?
You're
When I
welcome.
got back home, I went to the bridal shop to cancel my dress. They asked me, and I remember this very clearly, just this one dress. And I responded, yes, just the one. What happened next? I don't know if it's the bridal shop's fault or my roommate made it up as an excuse to yell at me again. But a few days later, I get a call from Dan telling me that he and Nikki need to talk to me now. So I drive home, they're sitting across from me interrogation style. I have no clue what is happening. They proceed to tell me that somehow their entire order for dresses was canceled and they had not reached out to them. The wedding dress and all the bridesmaids' dresses would be put back on the rack. I told them what had happened, and when I went to cancel my dress, and I only got a refund for my one dress. I don't know how the error occurred, even if it did, but it wasn't me. At that point, I started sleeping at my parents' house because it was only about 20 minutes to school and I didn't want to deal with Nikki or Dan. I heard they started spreading rumors about me, saying I came home blackout drunk and they have to carry me up the apartment and just leave me in the bathroom. I drank, but I had never been wasted. Or that I had random guys over all the time. This is freaking weird, dude. What is happening here? As the wedding approached, mutual friend suggested I offer an olive branch because we may be fighting right now, but we may make up. And this is one of those lifetime memories. So I messaged Nikki the day before the wedding and asked her if I was still welcome. She agreed I could come. The day was chaotic for me and I ended up getting to church about 10 minutes before the ceremony was supposed to start. When I opened the door, the groomsmen, all of whom I went to high school with and had friends, stopped me and told me that I wasn't welcome and asked me to leave. Bro, what is happening here? Are a bunch of children holding a wedding? Like, literally, what is happening? Apparently, Dan and Nikki thought I was gonna try something to ruin their wedding, then why were you invited? Honestly, I suffer from too much guilt and anxiety to do something that cruel. I wish I was that petty. I'm only petty enough to post this story to Reddit. I'm glad you did, babe. But my petty patience was rewarded when they contacted me multiple times after I officially moved out to help with rent because the apartment complex found out about the pets they kept secret. They asked you to pay their rent? And more importantly, they got divorced 6 months into marriage. Guess I should have stopped the wedding after all. Oh, well. A lot of people are commenting about the ages. Yeah, I'm
have
like,
really
this sounds like
their
a couple of
problems
kids
and be like,
that are
oh
getting
yeah,
married that can't. Don't have fully developed cerebral cortexes. I agree they should have waited, but we were from a small town. It was common for 18 and 19-year-olds to get married right out of high school. It didn't seem odd. Also, I didn't add this to the story because it didn't have to do with the wedding, but after I finally found a new apartment, I came to get my things and found they moved all my stuff into the spare room where they kept the pets, and they let them piss all over it. Suffice to say, I left all the spoiled items behind. And no, I never paid them any additional money, period. Even though my name was still on the lease and I was legally obligated to, they gave up pretty fast. Oh, geez. First comment is, didn't see that divorce coming. Nope, not at all. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh, but I do. The audacity to ask you for more money after they tried to ruin your reputation is next level! Over the top! Am I the a-hole for telling people not to eat the food at my sister's wedding? My husband, 27 male, and I, 26 female, were married 8 months ago. We had a big wedding with lots of food and drinks and people. I knew we would likely have leftovers, so had arranged them to be donated to the soup kitchen we sometimes work with. That is very nice of you. I feel like more people should do that. However, my mom went behind my back and took most of it with her. I didn't really know what happened with the food. Where's this going? Is it going where I think it's going?
No, it isn't. Shut the fuck
Until
up.
now. My sister Callie got married over the long weekend. She didn't want to mess with any of the planning, and knowing how my mom was for my wedding, decided to let her mom take over the whole thing. All we had to do was show up where we were told and party. The ceremony was beautiful, but it was when the buffet was revealed I noticed something odd. Oh, it is going there, isn't it? Oh, we are gonna go there, aren't we? Did anyone else just get like salivaty? You know, when you like feel kind of sick and then your body prepares you to be sick and it like coats your esophagus and your mouth in saliva? That's what just happened to me.
Yep.
The food looked eerily familiar, like identical to what I had for my wedding, except a little more dried out and sad. Me, I'm the food. That's my impression. Pretty good though, right? No, that was awful. I hate it when you make noises, Charlotte. You don't have an accent. Stop pretending you have an accent. You're sounding a lot like the people in my comments. Are you just my troll from now on? Yes, I'm bigger than you. And I also control you, by the way. You are nothing without me. You're just a plastic stick. So you're just an actress that nobody wanted to hire. All right, okay, you're gonna go in the door. I don't think I will. I found an opening and went to ask my mom about it, where she happily told me she saved a fortune. You won't save a fortune when you get sick. That'll be a fortune. By by unfreezing the food from my wedding to serve to the guests now. I was horrified and immediately voiced my concerns about safety. She got upset and said I was acting like a snob and should be happy the food wasn't going to waste. I argued that it was never going to be wasted, but she wouldn't hear it. I didn't want to make a scene, but I was worried about people getting sick, so I snuck off to see my sister. She was horribly embarrassed, mentioned that Mom said something about saving money, but didn't question it because she didn't want to foot the bill like I had. She told me not to eat the food and thanked me for the warning. From there, my husband and I discreetly started telling some guests to be weary of the food, and the rest of the night was fine. Can we just like order pizza? My mom caught some flack for being chic, but I've also been catching heat. Some of our relatives have been saying that I intentionally made my family look bad. If you don't want to look bad, don't do a bad thing.
Nah!
In the drawer. The food was fine and it was frozen and then defrosted for the wedding. They said no one would have known if I didn't make a stink over it. I think I would want to know if the food I
Yeah.
was eating was frozen and then defrosted.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like already cooked meat.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
That food
Yeah.
was probably sitting out at your wedding for a few hours.
Yeah.
And like if it's not eaten that night, then
Yeah.
like I don't know, maybe it was safe. I'm not an expert. Would it have been safe? I'm curious to know how you guys feel about this. I don't know if I did anything wrong. I could use some help and would like to know if I should apologize. Am I the a-hole? Not the a-hole, OMG. It's not that it was stored frozen for 8 months. It's that it sat on a buffet table for God knows how long at your wedding, then your mother's car before it was frozen. This is not only tacky, but super dangerous. This is what I'm saying. It would be one thing if it was like uncooked meat, like you didn't get around to cooking it, you stored it in the freezer. But this was already out and probably like the microbes, bacteria. My mom told me when I was growing up, I always got these 24-hour flus. I remember them throwing up, unable to eat, miserable.
Makes you a normal human adult.
Sounds like what I had a couple months ago. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized what it actually was.
Food poisoning.
She poisoned me many times by serving expired, dented, damaged food. She leaves food out for extended times, reheats multiple times, whatever. If it saves 10 cents, it doesn't matter if it tastes off. Just scrape the fuzzy stuff off. Oh, not the fuzzies! The only time when it's okay to scrape the fuzzies off is like on cheese.
Yeah.
Cheese.
You know, we just like cut around it. What am I admitting to exactly? No,
Because cheese
right?
is molded.
You're not the a-hole.
Shut
here.
up.
You should be happy that you saved
That's
your
how
mom
you make
from a lot of
cheese.
potential lawsuits.
They cut
It's
the
totally
mold
possible
off,
to cut corners at a
conti-
wedding and, like,
put it
find
all
cheaper ways to
together,
have
and
food,
then
like,
shut up.
cook things.
I like
There's only
cheese.
50 people.
I freeze it. Well, I make it shelf stable. I dip it in wax stuff and like you wipe it with vinegar and you let it stay out so that it sweats off. Dry it really well. Wipe it down with vinegar again, and then coat it in wax a couple times, and then it's shelf stable.
I would like to feel happy for her, but I'm seriously considering kicking her out of the wedding. Oh God, you should. Ugh, pregnant women are just so selfish. I feel she has deliberately done this to take the attention away from me.
I hate it when they do that.
Why are there so many people that feel this way, honestly? Do bridezillas just expect everybody around them to not consummate for like the entire year before their wedding?
Stop being pregnant.
You know what? I'm gonna start being pregnant even harder.
The only problem is she's my sister, and my parents are telling me to postpone the wedding for her. I'm not postponing my day, as we've had the venue booked since November 2022. Even my fiance's taking her side. Am I being dramatic? Can you get your deposit back? If you can't get the deposit back, I would say just go ahead with it. But if you can get the deposit back, just see if you can get a later date. Holy moly, please take the deposit for your wedding and invest in a therapist. It'll work out perfectly. I'm a maid of honor in my friend's wedding. She goes by her middle name, which is Rachel.
have never had a professional photograph in my entire life, other than school photos
How could you do this to me?
and
So
like the
we've been
DMV.
friends forever, right? Good. I just have one request for you as my maid of honor.
Me as
Change
the
your name,
when I was getting my
please.
passport
You know,
done.
it just keeps getting
Yeah, that's it.
crazier. Just when I
And
think
one time that I
I've
did
seen
some
it
modeling,
all,
but that was
I
it.
see something like this. There can only be one Rachel.
I've
on
never
my
modeled
big
for anything.
day.
That wasn't school.
my room.
Oh, you're hella delulu, eh? Is this a joke? Like, are we joking? Because that's really funny. That's a really.
I think there was just one time that I just wanted to have
Not
some
even
fun.
prom photos. None of that
For
shit.
your sake, I hope it's a joke, or you're going.
Oh, I
to
never
jail.
went to prom.
Oh, look
We don't
who
have
has
that shit in any of the places where I have lived.
I never went to I never went to prom. I was working.
There can only be one bridezilla, and it's me. You're the OG, don't worry. So this was a wedding booked by the young lady in the back wiping a tear. The bride was on a low budget, and that's her best friend.
She wanted to have quality photos of her special day. Well, the one on her phone is the husband's sister. She's on her phone the whole ceremony. Do I deliver these? My husband looked at me crazy when I said I was going to, but what do I do? Only deliver pictures of the groom's side? Doesn't seem fitting. Thoughts? That is just like, come on, man. After a certain point, being on your phone is straight up disrespectful. Like, you can't not look at your phone for 20 minutes to watch your brother get married. Personally, this is something to me that she's doing on purpose. And to answer your question, I would say
I am
you should deliver
pretty
what you
sure
have
because
so
I
that the
actually
bride knows
dealt with
exactly
that. I
what's
actually
going
studied a
on. I
little
would
bit of
wanna
that.
know if that
You
was
can
what's happening
actually
behind
get
me.
that phone
See if
out of
there's
the
a way
picture
to
completely.
Photoshop her
Like
out.
you don't have to do some great
That's
editing.
not the
Like, I could
point.
do a quick, let me
She'll
just
still be,
watch
you
me
know.
live Photoshop. You get the point. So you essentially
She's
stamp
still a
it
dick,
until
but-
you get
yeah.
rid of that person. And that was like a 30-second job. Obviously, I'm not like tooting my horn or anything. I'm not that good at Photoshop.
Take the
You
sister
see
out
my
altogether.
thumbnails, they're awful. But you get my point. Am I the
I
a-hole for
don't make
stopping
thumbnails
payments on
at
a large
all.
check I wrote for my husband's cousin as a wedding gift? I, 28 female, and my husband, 29, have been invited to his cousin's wedding about 6 months ago. All the guests were required to get them gifts either beforehand on the registry or upon
Did
arrival.
you get
I went to the
nails
wedding
done today, by the way?
and they
Fuck
had
yeah.
Go to get your nails done
the
today.
cheapest being
Yeah, I
around
did.
150. My husband and I are very well off, and his cousin is aware. His cousin and I were also friends for 10 years, so I know she's into the finer.
Why
things.
did I
The
not
wedding
get a
was
snap of
mid-December,
that?
and when we arrived, she asked us why we didn't
Yeah,
buy
I
anything
saw
from
the
registry.
It's on my
Instagram.
Instagram.
And why we had such a
Ooh,
small
you know
box
what?
in our hand before
Nah.
Christmas. Oh, that's
Wait, wait.
I'm telling you, there are expensive things that come in small packages.
Those look pretty big to me. Above average.
I was taken aback. I told her we had something special for her, and she would appreciate it far more than the material things we saw on the registry. She laughed and said it was funny how we probably had the most money, but decided to be cheap a-holes. She made a scene
Oh my
and it was kinda
God.
awkward.
Oh my God, Jaden. They look so beautiful.
At least open the gift first. Seriously? In the little box was a letter and an envelope with a
That is
$15,000 check
amazing.
to help her and her husband on their infertility issue. Holy! That
I
is
mean, the
probably
light
one of the most
doesn't
thoughtful
really
gifts I've ever
actually
heard.
give
That's
the
insane
green
to
on
me.
it,
I would be
but
really
like I
pissed
can
off.
tell that they're
Can you
green.
imagine the amount of
Like I
thought
have a
and
little
care
bit of
that
green
was put
because
into
of like
this
the
gift? And for
Instagram
her to
post.
just,
But
like,
other than that,
insult you
okay, now I
before
can see
she
that they're
even
green.
looked at it or found out what it was. It's like, bro. Shame. They've been trying for years and were informed the treatment would be around
They're
$10,000.
gorgeous. What the
My husband and I
hell?
put it together because we know how much that would mean. Plus, it was well in our budget.
Have you found out what you're gonna
Just
have
to make it a
done in
little
today's?
easier because we know they've been struggling financially since the pandemic. Well, aren't you the nicest, most thoughtful person? Anyhow, after causing a
That's
scene, she
right,
ripped the box
because
out of my
I
hand and
am
left. My
an
husband and I
emerald
walked out and
baby.
quickly canceled the check.
I am a May
After realizing
baby.
what was in the box, she
So-
apologized for embarrassing us and kicking us out. She kicked you out when she tried to
Because
deposit it. It obviously didn't
Emerald.
work. She's been blowing up our phone saying how awful we are and how we're taking away her dream to start a family. No, listen, see,
I
go around
love
and
them.
find out. We do not reward bad behavior in
Oh,
this
I wanna
house,
get my
and you
nails
should
done, but I
not in
don't-
your
I
house
cannot afford
either.
them.
Although some people say we aren't a-holes and she isn't entitled to our money, others say we are and need to give it back to her because we can afford it too, while they can't. Same
My
here,
toes are red and
Really
sparkly
good.
because I always have a solid color on my toes.
generous to her. So then why did she say that you're being cheap? This is the thing
That's
about being
right.
generous.
That's
Like,
where
once you start
y'all's
being really
biddies for
generous, people
titties
rely on your
goes.
generosity
I
and start
do
to
self-care
expect it.
now.
Never expect
I
generosity.
never did
Never
before. I
expect
never
a friend to pay
bothered
for your
to
drinks, never
because,
expect to
you
pay for
know,
your food, never
why would
expect
I
them to
care
give you
about myself?
$50,000
Nobody
check
cared
after
about
you
me.
insult them and kick them out of your
I'ma
wedding.
care about my fucking
Come on.
self.
Although I feel bad, I'm disgusted by her
Thanks,
reaction
'cause
to a
suck.
relationship with someone who's clearly in our lives for money. That's what I'm saying. Money makes people crazy, man. Here is where I might be the a-hole, though. I can be a little petty. What'd you do, babe? So I donated
It
about the same amount
buys
of money to a charity
craft
helping
stuff,
girls'
I really love
education
them.
around the world,
lasers,
and posted it on Facebook.
and boobies.
My husband also shared my post. We have pettiness in common. Oh gosh. Oh yes. True love is petty love, isn't it? You know you found your petty partner when you can be petty together. She's pissed and so is my husband's family. Why does it make her so upset that you're giving money to a charity? You're just being charitable.
You think this is funny?
Not
Yeah,
the whole, I was a
I
bit
think it's
torn here
hilarious.
because you'd already given her the gift, but I mean, she ripped it out of your hand, so that does change things. And $10,000 is a lot of money. She was ridiculously rude. It doesn't matter how rich you are. It's incredibly rude to mock someone because a present isn't as big as they believe it should be. And even now
Forge
she can't see
just
she brought
texted me
this
and I'm just
about.
like,
You're
what
better
the
off
fuck is
without
it doing
her
to wake
in
up
your
in the
life.
morning?
Period.
Oh, where's my ear? There it is.
The Karen of all bridezillas.
Okay.
I am a church organist in a large metropolitan area. Pre-COVID, I would play for approximately 50 weddings every year, with my career total being 488 weddings. It is safe to say I've seen my fair share of difficult brides, along with crazy mothers of the bride and a few downright train wrecks. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for this one. Buckling up, strap yourself in. Yes, good to go. The wedding was at a church where I'm employed
you
as the
listening
full-time
to
organist.
Discord
The
through
senior
your
pastor was
earphones?
out of
No.
town
Or
for a
is it
family
like-
reunion that weekend.
I'm listening to
several
music
years ago, and
in
arranged
my
for the pastor
earbuds.
friend of his from another church in the area to be the officiant. Officiante. In French, if you will. Parlez-vous français, Charlotte? No, I do not. Sorry. That said, the bride's family are members of the church, and my understanding is that the mother of bride couldn't believe that the pastor would not cancel his plans to officiate at their wedding, but eventually let it go and moved on to bigger things.
I feel like people have better things to do than worry about other people's weddings. It's just funny to me how people think that they're like literally the center of the universe the entire year that they're getting married. Like, people really do have the mentality of it's not just like one day that you get, it's the whole year. No, bestie, you get one day, maybe two with, you know, like bachelorette or engagement party or whatever. As the organist, never go to the wedding rehearsal. However, church wedding coordinator had let me know that the bride was insisting that I be there. You get
I feel like
paid
an
for this, or are
engagement
you just
party
like, this is just something that you do out of the goodness of your
an
heart?
extra
The
that
coordinator
you
let her know
absolutely
that there would
do
be
not
an
need.
additional fee for me to
'Cause
attend,
you still have
the
to,
rehearsal,
like,
and
pay
that I would
for
only be
everything
there from
and all
5 to
that
6
shit
p.m.
that
as I
shit
had
that could
another
actually go
obligation that evening. Well, at
towards
least
the
you're
wedding
getting paid,
itself.
babe. The bride said that would be fine, accepted the additional fee for my services.
I wasn't
at her
listening,
rehearsal.
I was answering a
Rehearsal day
text.
rolls around. I arrived at the church at 4:45 p.m.
Right there.
There were 3 cars in the parking lot. Mine, the church wedding coordinator, and the one that I did not recognize. I walked through the sanctuary doors and noticed that there was a woman at the altar putting flowers and candles out. What? What happened? Where is everybody? Where is everybody? She was wearing a skin-tight, strapless dress, high heels, hair all blown out, and makeup so thick it probably would have taken a paint scraper to peel it off her. And a surgical bandage would have had more fabric than her dress did. As I walked to the organ, I stopped and said, "Hi, you must be the bride. I'm and I'm the organist." She stopped what she was doing, looked at me, and said, quote,
Are you freaking kidding me? I'm the mother of the bride, and I go to church here. I know who you are.
"Okay, settle down, settle." I feel like that's a compliment, like you saying that she looks like, you know, she's getting married, she's young and getting married. I don't know, what's the, hold your horses there, mother. Relax. I was so taken by surprise at her Christian greeting. Yeah, it's not very Christian of you. We're in a church, okay? Man, we are in a church. God is watching. Jesus. I was so taken by surprise at her Christian greeting that I simply replied with an, "Oh, I apologize." She sighed in disgust and told me she didn't have time for small talk, so I went to the organ to wait for the rehearsal to begin. The coordinator came in a minute or two later, and we had our typical small talk, and I shared with her about my interaction with the mother of the bride. She rolled her eyes and said, "Just wait. I have a feeling this is gonna get good." Oh, I'm glad you're thinking about it that way. I'm glad you're thinking about it that way as like, oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, this'll be good. This'll be fun. Something to tell the kids one day. 5 p.m. comes, and the only other people who were on time were the pastor, the parents of the bride and groom, the grandmothers, the groom, and his groomsmen. 5:15, we're still waiting. The mother of the bride kept telling everyone to be patient and that she was on the way. The coordinator reminded her that I would be leaving at 6 p.m., as would the pastor, as he was contracted for an hour rehearsal. I wonder why the original pastor refused to change his plans for this particular family. I was wondering, and now I'm not. The mother insisted that the hour started from when the rehearsal began. No, it doesn't work that way, bestie. It doesn't. At which time the coordinator whipped out the contract and advised her to read it over again. Love a contract. Love a good contract.
She backed out and called her daughter and told her to speed up. It's funny how people will literally push any boundary unless it's in writing and in a contract. Oh, no, sorry, I can sue you if you push my boundaries, so you better not. I love it. I love that kind of power. I love power! A few minutes later, the bride and her bridal party arrived. The bride and her mother could have been identical twins. Also arriving with her was her wedding coordinator, who immediately started taking over. Now let me stop and say that this is a big no-no at the church. The requirement is that the church wedding coordinator deals with all the details relating to the service being held at the church. The contract states that they are welcome to use a wedding coordinator of their choosing to coordinate all other aspects of the wedding outside of the church ceremony. But the church has a full-time wedding coordinator who will take care of all of those details. The bride and her mother had met with the church wedding coordinator on multiple occasions, so they were aware of this policy. The church wedding coordinator immediately stepped in and explained to the other coordinator that she would be assuming all responsibilities related to the coordination of the wedding at the church. There was a little back and forth between the two, but the other coordinator eventually backed down and said she would be glad to help in any way she could. Hey, you sit down, drool. At this point, it's about 5:40 p.m. Okay. And we are just finally getting the rehearsal started. Coordinator got everyone lined up and in their places, and it was time to begin practicing the processional. An usher begins to bring the grandmother of the groom down the aisle, who is in a wheelchair. The bride immediately stops the seating and says the grandmother will not be seated during the processional because she refused to have her roll down the aisle in a wheelchair. So what did she expect her to do? She needed to walk down on the usher's arm, or she needed to be seated before the ceremony began. The groom did speak up and tell his fiancée that was not right. Good. So that was his grandmother, not hers? Yeah, I would take issue with that too. He wanted his grandmother seated during the seating of the family. The groom's mother also spoke up and said her mother would be seated just like the bride's grandmother would be seated, and the mother of the bride got involved. And let's just say there was a little argument taking place between the two mothers, the bride and the groom. Yes, and the clock is ticking. The pastor finally got involved and said, let's discuss this following the rehearsal, and we moved on. It came time for the wedding party to process in. Process? To process? I feel like procession, right? Yes, okay. And the 12 bridesmaids and 12 groomsmen. The 4 flower girls and 2 ring bearers were in place without incident. I started the music for the bride and her father to enter. No enter. Okay. Now, I will say that the aisle in the church is very, very long. But at the same time, I could not figure out why it was taking the bride so long to make it to the front. As I look out, I notice it is because she's taking selfies of herself. Oh, sorry, let me just, pause everything I'm doing and, be late for my next engagement because you need to take a selfie.
But first, let me take a selfie.
There'll be plenty of selfies on the day of the wedding, my dear. Plenty of time for selfies on the day of the wedding. She and Daddy would take a few steps, stop, and she would snap a picture. Okay, no, this is not what a rehearsal is for. We do not snap pictures in the middle of a rehearsal. And this went on and on. She finally made it to the front, only to say that she wanted to practice the entire processional again. The pastor said no, she could practice it at the end of the rehearsal if needed, but we needed to move on. The bride raised a major hissy fit, as did her mother. So we did the whole thing a second time, minus the grandmother in the wheelchair. The second time took longer than the first. The same story. The bride took selfies all the way down the aisle. Is she gonna do that on the wedding day? You're not, come on, put the phone down, okay? That's why you get a photographer. Everybody's gonna be taking pictures of you. You don't need to take a selfie while you're walking down the aisle, you psycho. At this point, it is 5 minutes after 6, 5 minutes longer than I was supposed to be there. I turned the organ off, closed the lid, locked the organ, and got up to leave. The church wedding coordinator waved goodbye, and I told her I would see her tomorrow. The mother of the bride jumps out of her chair and comes charging at me and grabs my arm and asks me where I'm going. It is very clear to me why the pastor did not want to be here for this. I told her that the contract ended at 6 p.m. and I was going to another obligation that evening. She proceeds to tell me what an unprofessional person I am for leaving the rehearsal when it's not finished. And she would make sure that everyone in the church knew how I disrespected her daughter and her family at this special event. Something tells me that the church is aware that you disrespect everyone on a daily basis, so I don't think that will matter. I I think you've got a reputation, honey. You are not to be believed at this point. She proceeded to tell me she would make sure the staff parish relations committee was aware of my rudeness and to not be surprised if I did not have a job next week. I looked at her, smiled, and did my nicest voice and said, "That is a risk I'm willing to take. I will see you tomorrow." Through all of this craziness, I forgot there was a soloist who I was supposed to meet at the rehearsal. Yet in the hour I was there, he never showed up. The church wedding coordinator phoned me around 8 p.m. and simply said that I had left way too early because things got good and heated. It's like, girl, you should have stayed for this. You should have stayed for this catastrophe. It was a joy to witness. She then said she would fill me in the next day. She also said the soloist arrived an hour and a half late. They agreed to arrive an hour before the service the next day so we could run through the music. And then she told me who the soloist was. The soloist had been a contestant on one of the hit TV music competition shows and had won the competition last season. The bride and the soloist had gone to high school together. I thanked the coordinator for calling me, and that was that. Fast forward to the next day, the wedding day. I arrived an hour before the ceremony began, per usual, and the soloist was there along with their agent. I introduced myself to the soloist, and they were actually very friendly and down to earth. We ran through their solos one time, and everything came together beautifully. Right, because that's what professionals do. The soloist sits down next to me at the organ, and we had a nice conversation before it was time to start the prelude music. We talked a little about their appearance on television and how their life had changed since winning the competition. Just very nice small talk. I asked how they knew the bride, and they told me they went to high school together. And then they said, I can't believe she asked me to sing at her wedding because she was the biggest to me throughout elementary school, middle school, and high school. Why did you agree, bestie? Why did you say yes? Tell me you're gonna f that up on purpose. You're gonna start singing like, what could she start singing in the middle of it? Like, what would be the perfect thing? Like a funeral procession or something. Plus, they were next-door neighbors for 10 years. The bride and her mother had apparently bullied the soloist and their family the entire time they were neighbors. I asked the soloist why they agreed to sing at their wedding after all the drama that had gone down between the two of them, and their response was simple. I'm getting paid. I can play nice with her for the right amount of money. Oh, okay, yes, boss. Love a queen. I don't know if I would ever
For
do that.
money?
Like, I don't know. I feel like
For money.
it depends on the amount of money, to be honest.
For
it would have to be a pretty high number for me to do anything for someone who bullied me in school. We had a good chuckle, so me being nosy, I asked what it would cost someone to hire them to sing at their wedding. Their agent told me the bride's mother paid for the soloist and agent to fly halfway across the United States from Los Angeles, 2 nights of hotel accommodations at a downtown 5-star hotel, transportation while in town, and meals, plus the cost of their performance at the wedding. While she did not give me a grand total, the wedding performance alone for 2 songs was $2,500. That's not enough, babes. I'm sorry, but that's not enough. Seriously? Come on. That might be a lot of money for some people, but like, you had to sing at your bully's wedding. That's gotta be 6 figures at least. Like, I'm sorry. The soloist told me the bride had been able to track them down through some mutual high school acquaintances, and when they finally connected, you would have thought they'd been best friends their entire life. I feel like you could have asked for more, honestly. Like, that's not enough. No way. It's wedding time. The ceremony began on time. Grandmother actually came down the aisle in her wheelchair, and the bride made her entrance with no selfies taken on her way down the aisle. Her father handed her off to her future husband, and they moved into the altar area for the ceremony. As the service moved forward, the soloist leaned to me and said, "Is it me, or is her cell phone sticking out of the top of her dress?" Actually, put it down! Put it on airplane mode, girl! You're getting married! Who could you possibly need to be connecting to that isn't at your wedding right now? Why, yes, it was. She packed her cell phone into her bra. Here's the bride, dolled up to the hills, looking as if it had taken her days to get her hair and makeup done just right. Gorgeous and obviously very expensive dress, and her cell phone stuck between her 2 boobs.
Tasteful.
Lord almighty, that's just comical. I couldn't help but laugh because the photographer is taking pictures of this the entire time. I'm not sure the bride realized that you could see her phone, but I am sure they made for some beautiful wedding portraits. Well, I feel like she'll learn her lesson. Even if it was stuffed all the way down, you still have like a square right here, you know?
There's only so much Photoshop can fix. The ceremony concluded, the bride and groom started to walk out, and it was a repeat of the night before. She whipped out that cell phone and started taking selfies all the way down the aisle. Oh, God, have some decorum, please. We are in church. Look, that is Jesus.
I can't do it anymore.
It was ridiculous. The bridal party exited, and then it was time for the parents of the bride and groom to leave. The groom's parents exited without incidents. The bride's parents started walking down the aisle, and the bride's mother starts taking selfies just like her daughter.
Can you guys help me pick a filter?
A few steps down, and she would take a picture, a few more steps, another picture. After about 3 starts and stops, her husband just kept going down the aisle without her. No way! She was anything but happy about it. She charges after him in the aisle to catch up, only to have the heel of her shoe snap. Oh no, oh, how horrible.
Sad.
And she just about took a nosedive straight into the floor. She caught herself and managed to get out of the sanctuary without a broken nose. After the guests had left, the bridal party returned to the sanctuary for some photos. I'm packing up my things to leave, and the soloist agent approached the bride and told her she needed to delete the video on her phone of the soloist performance, or she risked legal action, because the contract she signed clearly stated there would be no video taken of this performance. Oh my. I've never heard of like someone having to bring up contracts so many times. Like, are these people just signing documents without actually reading them? The bride immediately turned into a bridezilla and began to argue with the agent, telling her to butt out and the wedding was over and there was nothing she could do about it. I don't know about that. So wait, you got paid by your bully and now you get to sue your bully? Bessie, I love this for you. While I was ready to leave and go home, I started to pack my things up even slower because I didn't want to miss anything.
Yeah, uh-huh.
This argument went on for a good 5 minutes,
Went
but
at
finally the bride
sloth
gave in, pulled her cell phone
pace.
out of her bra, and deleted the video. The agent then told her to make sure she deleted the video out of her delete folder, and she was not leaving until she saw her do it. The bride gave in, showed her phone to the agent, and I guess all was good from there. The soloist and I walked out together, and as we were walking out, I waved goodbye to the bride, and she actually had the nerve to flip us both off. Oh dear. At that point, the visiting pastor said, "I'm done." He looked at the groom and said, "Please know that I will be praying for you." And he walked out. I went home with a good story to tell, but it doesn't end there. The next week at our staff meeting, we were telling the pastor all about the nightmare wedding. He'd already heard about it from his pastor friend, but said he really thought we were pulling a big joke on him. That was until a few days later when the mother of the bride came in demanding that the church refund all of the ceremony fees, sanctuary rental, housekeeping, security, organist, coordinator, and pastor fees, because we had been such unprofessional throughout the entire weekend of the wedding. Sorry, can I get a refund just for you ruining my day? Imagine if you could do that. The pastor told her that would not be happening, and that from his understanding, the a-holes were her and her daughter. She left after telling him we would be hearing from her attorney. Fast forward 6 months, the pastor called me and the wedding coordinator into his office one afternoon. He shared that the bride's father had come in that morning, wanting to apologize for the entire show of a wedding and how embarrassed he was about everything and how it played out. He told the pastor that he wanted to stand up and shut the whole thing down after the first meltdown in the rehearsal, but he knew that there would be hell to pay if he didn't play along. He then proceeded to share that the bride and groom had already separated. Big surprise!
Oh, there's a big surprise!
My flabbers are gasted! Who could have predicted that? You know, apparently, if you are an awful person to other people, they don't want to be in your life. Shocker. Wow. The groom, who was apparently a very nice young man, woke up and realized he made a huge mistake. He had married a Karen. He said that his daughter returned home one day to find that he packed his bags and left. He then told the pastor that he also filed for divorce from his wife. Oh, goody. Oh, I love that for him. Oh, goody. These nice men. Get far and far, far away.
I can't believe he came to apologize.
She
to
can
the
marry
church
my
on their
ex.
behalf.
He told the pastor not to worry about hearing from her attorney for a refund for the wedding fees because not a day goes by that she doesn't threaten someone with the wrath of her attorney, who does not exist.
You'll be hearing from our lawyer.
He said that if we ever did hear from an attorney, to let him know, and he would gladly speak up on behalf of the church and refusing to refund the money. He said that we deserve 10 times that amount for what we were forced to deal with. Period. That's what's up. That's what's up. A year later, we haven't heard from a lawyer, and not another word from the mother of the bride. The bride's father, however, is in church almost every Sunday. He's as nice and normal a man you would ever want to meet. Since divorcing his wife, he's not been in contact with his daughter. He started to date a lovely woman he met at the church. Since he left his wife, he looks about 10 years younger. Right, because stress plays a role in that, guys. And he appears to be living his best life. Perhaps in the near future, I will have the opportunity to play for his wedding. I can't help but wonder if his ex-wife might get a wind of a wedding and show up to create a scene. If that day ever happens, I'll be sure to return with a follow-up.
Oh my lord. That was a lot. That was a lot. There was a lot happening there.
We have an update. What did the wedding coordinator tell you that happened at the rehearsal after you left? The wedding hostess said it was an all-out standing match between the mother of the bride, the mother of the groom, and the bride. It all centered around Grandma coming down the aisle in her wheelchair. After 10 minutes or so, the groom's dad and bride's dad got involved and shut the entire thing down. Oh my goodness. That's when Grandma spoke up and told the bride and groom she was gifting them a down payment on a house as their wedding gift. But no wheelchair, no house. Wow. You had to bait him with a house, Grandma? What happened to the house? I guess the tone of the bride quickly changed. My goodness. How embarrassing. I forgot that there was a rehearsal dinner being held at the church immediately following the rehearsal. I guess most do if the groom's family were so disgusted by what they had just witnessed that they skipped out and went home. I wish I stuck around a little longer. I would have run down to the kitchen and made popcorn and come back to the sanctuary for the show. Honestly, that's a good way of thinking about it, you know? Because, like, I take everything a little seriously, especially when it comes to drama and, like, people that I know. But you gotta really look at it like it's just one big show. You just bring your popcorn, have
Monkeys!
a laugh about it. Because
Monkeys,
at the end of the day,
circus.
it's not happening
What
to
I
you.
say. Not my monkeys, not my circus.
No, that's circus.
Mm-hmm. All right, next one. Bridezillas.
Okay, whilst you're doing that, I'm gonna
This
get
is
off
the
Discord and
ultimate
switch to
Bridezilla marathon
Twitch on my phone. So
Okay.
Compilation. Am I the
Give it
a-hole
back.
for asking
All right.
my brother
Check with
not
you
to
on
bring
the
his
internet.
boyfriend
Okay.
to
Love
my
you.
wedding?
Love you, bye.
I'll allow it. Okay, this is the worst. I'm losing sleep over this. I'm getting married in a week to an awesome woman, and I cannot wait to be her husband.
Bye, love you,
We
bye.
are so excited. All right, Bridezilla. Okay. My brother is gay, but my family doesn't know. Only me and my parents know. I come from a very old school traditional family, so the old part of the family, grandparents and some aunts and uncles, still have last century's mind. And the younger portion, cousins, siblings, are open-minded and are living in the present. So my brother's been dating his boyfriend for 6 months now. Dude is great. I'm so happy for my brother. I'm happy he found a great guy. But it's kind of a secret, as he hasn't told my family he's gay. I've been telling him for years that he should come out, because I know it stresses him out a lot. I think it will make him feel better not to hide anymore. Plus, I bet a few family members already know already. But he disagrees because he knows a part of the family won't accept it, and it will be a lot of drama. I see the opposite. I see it as the sooner you know who the idiots are, the sooner we can cut them out from our lives.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich. I have no interest in having someone in my life that doesn't accept my brother being gay. Anyways, that's his decision, not mine, so for now, he won't say anything. Until a few weeks ago, when he said he wants to bring his boyfriend to my wedding. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. So we went from 0 to 100 pretty fast. If it was any other occasion, I would be supportive, obviously, but I don't think my wedding day is the day to do that. Imagine all the drama and gossip and BS that would happen. And I don't want to get the attention away from my fiance. That's her day. It's your day too, baby. But I see what you're saying. And I don't want to have to worry about that on my wedding day. And I think that's a pretty good reason. I asked him why my wedding day. He said it's because he wants to celebrate love with the two people he loves most, me and his boyfriend. This is killing me. I would fight my whole family for my brother and never speak to them again if I had to, but my wedding day is supposed to be a celebration, not a family fight. And I cannot do this to my wife. That might ruin our future. I didn't even tell her. She's already stressed out. I don't want to make it even worse. With a heavy heart, I asked him to please come alone to the wedding, and I hope he understands me. He started crying and left my house without saying anything. Next day, I got a text and said, "Don't worry, going alone." Tried calling him, but he didn't answer me, and my parents don't seem to know what's happening because they didn't say anything. He eventually called me back a few days later. We spoke and he said he understands my side, but things are still weird between us. This is the worst situation of my life. Am I the a-hole for handling it the way I did? PS1, I want to thank the Redditor that sent me a private message and they said... Okay, let's not do that, friends. I thought we were kind of past doing that. Wishing death upon people we don't know on the internet. Don't do that. Update, spoke to fiance, couldn't keep this from her anymore. She agreed with me. Clarification, I know it won't be my brother that would cause trouble. The trouble would start with remarks and looks from some aunt/uncle. Doesn't matter, we're spending a lot of money on this wedding, planned it for a long time. My fiance put her heart and soul into planning this wedding. I don't want to see my bride or mom crying or some idiot uncle insulting my brother. Literally every other day of my life, I will support my brother's decision to come out, even at the wedding. I would obviously defend him, but the point is, not at the wedding. Also, my brother is not the a-hole, not at all. I want to know if it's possible to come out before the wedding. Like, how far away is that? It doesn't necessarily say. Maybe it says so in the comments. Is it possible for him to come out before the wedding? I don't know how close the dates are. Things could be a little bit raw, for a better choice of words. I don't know. It breaks my heart because I get why, but also I feel like there's a solution to this.
And modern problems require modern solutions.
Not the a-hole. God, I'm queer, and I gotta say, a Sib's wedding would not be the place to trot out that bit of my life. It's your wedding, it's your day. Although I have to say, if your wife is level-headed, she wouldn't let a family fight ruin your relationship. Did you talk to her about this? This problem seems to have had a simple solution. Have him come out before the wedding. That's what I'm saying. But that's not the solution his brother chose. I do wish OP would have suggested that so we could see how he reacted. Like, maybe it was an impulsive thing he hadn't fully thought about. I mean, I get some of it. I'm gay and my sister's wedding was the first time some of my extended family met my boyfriend. But that's more because I'd just never seen them and didn't expect any issues. I would have to talk to brother to figure out what his thought process was. I suspect there was some sort of element of, if I do it today, then maybe people won't freak out. I doubt it. I doubt that. It's really not the place to drop a bomb like that.
Bombs away.
Because let's not forget, it's not your day. Unless you've previously discussed it with the bride and groom, it's not the day to propose to someone, it's not the day to announce that you're gay. Anything that takes the attention away from the bride and groom is no, it's in poor taste. Let's just steer away from that. All right, so the wedding was a week away, but this was brought up several weeks ago with plenty of time to address it. I also wonder how long OP waited before saying something to his brother, like if he let the brother think it was fine for those several weeks to only backtrack later. Not that it changes my judgment of the situation, but it would explain why it got more awkward between them. But OP has suggested for years that his brother come out, so it probably didn't occur to him to change the language to before the wedding, because he had no reason to think that bro would suddenly come out now. I think brother wants to piggyback on the wedding to use it as a distraction tool. He comes to the wedding with his boyfriend, family shocked, but can't really deal with, react to the issue because of the wedding. Bless me, and bless you, my darling.
Bless you.
So impact for him is softened. He's relying on social politeness norms to sneak in a heavy topic. Trying to sneak in a sneeze here. Ugh. Anybody else has a really, like, ugly sneeze face? Just me? Alright. What about you? My sneeze face is beautiful.
Hey!
Thank you. Well then. So as you can probably guess, Reddit has dubbed this person not the a-hole. You are not a groomzilla. I feel like you're being rather reasonable. It's a very awkward situation. Next, a-hole. Am I the a-hole for banning my parents from my wedding if they don't attend a tea ceremony? I'm 29 female, going to get married this September, if a certain unnamed virus lets us. For important context, I am white, but my fiance is Chinese American. I'm going to admit that I'm one of those girls who has been planning her dream wedding since I was a girl. My husband doesn't care as much and told me that I could plan the entire thing to my heart's content, with one stipulation. There's an important Chinese tea ceremony wherein the bride and groom make tea for both sets of parents, and then the parents give them gifts. It's incredibly important to him and the only thing he wants in our wedding. Okay, he also consulted on the food and he wants to marry me. Well, that's good. That's always a good sign when your fiance wants to marry you, I feel like. You know, I think that's kind of necessary. Just my opinion, though.
That's my opinion!
He's been planning that, which will happen shortly before the wedding, and will be a smaller ceremony with only family and very close friends. Today, while Zooming with my parents said they found the whole ritual absurd and stupid, and that she was going to skip it. It's kind of rude. All right. Considering they're an integral part of it, that doesn't work for me. They couldn't even explain why they thought the ritual was stupid, just that it was. I basically told them that if they skip the tea ceremony, they should skip the wedding as well. That led to a lot of crying and arguments, and now my parents aren't talking to me, and my sisters have sent me texts about how irrational I'm being, how I'm being cruel, and how I'm being a bridezilla.
Okay, someone telling you something that you don't want to hear does not make them a bridezilla. Let's not gaslight people, okay? This is important to my future husband, so it's important to me. Here. The only thing he really insisted upon for this wedding, but they are my parents and I want them to be at my wedding. Am I the a-hole?
Yes.
No! You're not. We live in a multicultural society, which means that when different cultures join together in matrimony, you have to respect both sides of the culture. Okay? That sounds fun. I would love that. Give me all the tea ceremonies. What's so wrong with that? I'm gonna go with not the a-hole. Your parents are a-holes, TBH. It's kind of racist. I'm just saying. Not the a-hole. I have a feeling the whole thing will be a lot more pleasant without their racist there. Edit, thank you for the awards as well as for the 100+ messages saying, that's not racist. It's a pleasure always, Reddit. I'm pretty sure that is racist. That's like racist. Hold your ground. Good for you supporting your future husband on something that matters to him, not the a-hole. That's what I was thinking. The marriage is off to a good start, even if the in-laws are terrible. I mean, it is concerning that your parents don't want to support your future husband in this matter. I am concerned. Yeah, you gotta be racist to refuse something like that. It doesn't sound that outrageous. It actually sounds interesting as... And I'd be very honored to be asked to participate in it. That's what I'm saying, man. Sounds great. Sounds super fun. I'd be stoked to be a part of it too. I love other cultures' traditions. It's so interesting and it makes me wish my family had traditions like that. It sounds extremely meaningful. Yeah, that and like Indian weddings. Y'all know how to party. All right, as you can probably guess, Reddit has dubbed this person not the a-hole. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Am I the a-hole for leaving my bachelorette party and telling my maid of honor to stop living vicariously through me? A 27 female got engaged to my fiance in December 2019. Around the same time as I met Chelsea. We decided that we'd be each other's maid of honor. Chelsea and her ex split up shortly after the engagement because he cheated. My fiance and I started planning a laid-back fall wedding a couple months ago.
Pardon me.
I asked Chelsea if she was up to being maid of honor. She excitedly said yes. A few days later, she sent me a list of dates for a wedding shower at the place hers was originally scheduled at. I told her we weren't planning on a shower because a lot of our friends and family were hit hard by the pandemic. She was upset, but let it go. Something similar happened with the dress shopping. She had a list of places ready to go. I told her I wanted my friend, who's a seamstress, to make the dress. She's convinced me to go shopping anyway and ended up trying on a lot of the dresses herself. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, okay, like, okay, Betsy, you can, yeah, okay, sure.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I was weary when she mentioned a bachelorette party, but she presented plans that seemed perfect. A hike, a nice dinner, and then drive-in movie with my dog. I agreed. She picked me up on Saturday, but instead of driving me to the park we were supposed to hike in, she took me to a lake house. My heart dropped because I knew she'd planned a house party. Lo and behold, I walked in and my bridesmaids were there, as well as the women who I suspect Chelsea would have picked as bridesmaids. There was also a lot of liquor. I don't drink. My mother's an alcoholic and I want to avoid the same fate. While I don't mind being around people who are drinking, it's uncomfortable and, depending on the situation, triggering. When I walk in, half the people there were already drunk. Oh, hell no! I don't like this for you. To make matters worse, Chelsea neglected to tell me until 9 p.m. that she planned to stay the night. My fiance was out of town and I had no one to watch my dog. Chelsea said he'll probably be okay, it's only one night. No, Chelsea, no. Long story short, my future brother-in-law came and picked me up and took me home. I didn't tell Chelsea myself. She was trashed at that point and asked one of my bridesmaids too. Yesterday, I woke up to 20+ texts and calls from Chelsea and a few others asking where I was and if I was okay. I texted Chelsea back, who told me she was headed to my place to talk. As soon as she walked through the door, she started berating me, telling me she put so much effort into that party and I was so ungrateful. She told me that she wished I were a normal bride. Admittedly, I thought she was coming to apologize and I lost my... I told her I'd been walking on eggshells and compromising so I didn't hurt her feelings, but I wouldn't anymore. And that she needed to stop living vicariously through me and planning what she'd want for her own wedding. That's what's up. I don't want to hear nothing about it. She's right, okay? She called me a bad friend and left. We haven't spoken since. So, am I the a-hole? Edits. Chelsea was aware of my relationship with my mother. We've been friends since we were children. I asked for a party with no alcohol specifically. Important. I didn't mean to trivialize what happened to Chelsea. It was traumatic and definitely left its mark. I mean, I will be honest, it is a bit of a low blow. That is probably what is going on here. And she wouldn't have deserved it if she didn't call you a...
I've been there for her through it. I was her shoulder to cry on, the person she called the best friend I could be. When I approached her about being maid of honor again, it had been over a year since they split up, and she seemed to be in good mental place. She assured me she was ready, and I believed her because I trusted her. And the other option would have been to essentially say I replaced her because I think she's too broken to do the job, which would have been hurtful as well. As I said, that's a low blow. I feel like this is a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm wondering if anything else could have been said, but at the same time, if she didn't come there to apologize and she didn't come there to, you know, she came in there guns blazing. I don't know. When you have fights, people say things they don't mean. I do feel like you're right, though. But as always, what say you, great jury of Reddit? Not the a-hole. I can forgive the dress shopping. That's not that big of a deal and understandable. But the fact that she lied about the bachelorette party is not okay. She knew you didn't drink, yet made that the main focus. And then let you know she wasn't going to give you a ride home, which would harm your dog and inconvenience your brother-in-law. She's out of line. I would honestly demote her from maid of honor. She can't handle it after not getting her own wedding. She needs to take several steps back and stop sabotaging your special events. Sorry, I kicked you there. Didn't mean to kick you. You alright? The dress shopping ended up being an okay day, though my future mother-in-law was like, WTF is happening? I had reservations about having a bachelorette party in the first place and specifically told her no alcohol. That's what got me in the end. That being said, I don't believe she set out to sabotage anything. She absolutely did sabotage. She lied to you about the bachelorette plans and did the one thing you specifically didn't want to partake in. She didn't do this for you, but for herself. She needs to be removed from the wedding involvement, or she will find some way to shine a spotlight on herself at your wedding. That's an interesting take. So as you can probably assume, Reddit has dubbed this person not the a-hole. Court is adjourned.
Have you ever had like a really shitty friend where they would pretty much find just any opportunity to like diss you or make you feel like shit?
Yeah.
Like I had one. Anytime we would go out to eat, she'd be like, I will pay for you this time because I mean, trust me, I make a lot more money than you. It's really okay. Okay? Or about the time that I got engaged, she wanted to see my ring, so I held it up, and she decided to put her ring next to my ring, and she was like, it's not 2 carats, though, but it's really cute. It's, like, really cute. Except the kicker is that you found your ring on Overstock.com, you bought it yourself, made your man propose to you because you're a witch of a woman. I actually got it proposed to organically, never even knew that he was looking for rings. Big difference. But the real kicker is that the girl that you hired to coordinate your wedding, she f***ed your husband. She used your shampoo. I'm friends with her, so are you.
Oh my goodness, excuse me. Okay, alright, the tea is piping hot. Holy cannoli. Why are you just like not elaborating? Like, I definitely need to hear more. Did she like go through with the wedding? I love people who air their dirty laundry on TikTok. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for sharing. And the fact that she just has like a glass of wine in her hand too. Oh, chef's kiss. If she offered to pay it like that, I'd order everything expensive. Get the Wagyu. Keep the husband, but don't touch my Olaplex. On it up, yeah, that was the like most hurtful part for me is like, wow, she not only got busy with her husband, but also took her Olaplex.
That's the worst part.
Crossing all kinds of boundaries today.
Oh, you guys. So when Cruella de Vil was getting married, she only wanted her bridal party to be blondes, okay? So she asked me to be a bridesmaid, and then the rest of her bridal party were her sorority sisters from back in college. Now, she's not friends with a single person in that bridal party today. Common denominator, I think so. However, the best part is that, I actually have real friends, I don't have to buy my friends. But the best part, you guys, is that when she received her final wedding photos, the final edits, she texted me furious, so angry with me that I ruined her wedding photos. Because I am tiny, I am short, I'm only 4'10". She was like, I can't even use these, you're so fucking short, I can't even post these. And I was like, crop me out, like I'm sorry, I'm at the end, crop me out.
Literally.
Anyways, her husband I heard has a huge D, they're divorced now, and he's piping down all my friends.
Ooh, wow, this tea is so hot, and it's cold in here, so I appreciate it. You're definitely keeping me warm with that story. Thank you so much.
Oop. Hey, that ex-husband with the huge pipe.
What did she expect you to do? You ruined my photos because you're small. How dare you? Like, she can't help the fact that she's short. And also, I highly doubt that you can't, like, Photoshop it so that she's just a little bit taller. The people that create the problems. How nice must it be to just be able to just create problems that didn't exist before you created them in your head? Some people do have real problems. They're not you.
You should have therapy.
Did she think you were gonna grow before the wedding? Literally, period. I'm sorry. She knew how short you were when you were asked to be in the wedding, so why is she like now surprised that you're looking short in pictures? I don't. That is like such an irrational thing to be angry about. Chill, just chill out, Bridezilla. Common denominator? I think so. Aggressively kicks. I think you're a little too happy about that, but period. Am I the a-hole for wanting a child-free wedding?
Without a doubt.
Let's give people the benefit of the doubt until the end, okay?
Shush. Judgy Wudgy was a beer. Here's her cuddly.
You mean like this?
I, 22 female, am getting married soon. Since my fiance are child-free, and because we plan to have alcohol at our wedding, we decided to have a child-free wedding with the age cut off at 21. Okay. This requirement so far has gone over well with most of our invitees. Most of our invitees don't even have kids anyway, so it doesn't make a difference for them. I do have one friend, Mel, that I had to exclude from the wedding after realizing that pretty much everyone else from the same social circle had been invited except her. She confronted me and demanded to know why she wasn't invited. I tried to explain to her that it wasn't personal and I just didn't want to worry about underage drinking going on under my nose on my wedding day. Okay, she's 20? Okay, I forget that we're probably in the States and people aren't allowed to drink under the age of 20. Mel kept accusing me of being a bad friend. She argued that since we had drank together before, it shouldn't be such a big deal. I mean, she does have a point. Why is it suddenly a big deal at your wedding?
Hypocrite!
And also, like, if she drinks, it's not necessarily your problem. I told her that it was different since we were both underage at the time. I was 20, she was 18 to 19 when we started drinking together. Okay, so you're like literally 1 year older than her? Now, as an adult, okay, I feel like I have a responsibility to prevent underage drinking. And as the bride, I feel like I have the right to have a child-free wedding. She's not a kid, though. She's literally not a child. I can understand if you don't want a kid, like a baby
That's
there.
a dick.
You know, people not being able to come because they have children, etc., etc. But, like, she's literally your
Legally.
age.
She could just say legally and be not the dick.
Request.
Mel is unconvinced and keeps talking bad about me behind my back to our mutual friends and making snarky comments about me feeling superior. I mean, she does kind of have a point.
Yeah.
You're not better than her because, you know, you're 1 or 2 years older than her. You're not more mature, clearly.
Yeah.
I see why she can't
Now
just
as an
relax and
adult,
let me have
go
my
fuck
wedding
the-
day
go-
way I
go
like.
fuck yourself.
So Reddit, am I the a-hole?
Yeah.
It kind of just sounds like
Yeah.
you just really want to
Yeah.
exclude this friend. She's
Yeah.
not a child, and
Yeah,
neither
you're a
are
bitch.
you. Even
Yeah,
though
you're a
kinda
bitch.
acting like it right
Yeah, you're a
now. I
bitch.
mean, it's kind of odd that you now have a problem with underage drinking, but then when you were underage, you didn't have a problem with it. Doesn't that kind of make you a hypocrite?
Yes. Yes, I am.
It is weird that you would consider someone that is a year younger than you a child. This is what I said.
Yeah.
You're literally a year older than her, dude. Yet think that you were old enough to get married so close to being a child? Honestly. I mean, people can get married whatever age they want. If it's time, it's time. But, like, you're not better than somebody because you're a year older. You're the a-hole. You wouldn't have to worry about underage drinking. The only person with that concern would be the barman. Honestly, like, why is that your problem? It's not. You should be off enjoying your wedding. Why does it worry you so much that there's underage drinking? You're the a-hole, and at this point, she should consider herself lucky to have some distance from you. The fact that she can say these things in front of others tells me they all agree, but won't say it to your face because you're being a bridezilla. Or her other friends are equally ridiculous. Oh my, we sophisticated 20 to 22-year-old women of the world couldn't possibly associate it with a 20-year-old child like you. It's so true. Just because you turned old enough to be able to have a drink does not mean that you're like this like sophisticated woman that has the right to look down on younger women. All right, girl, you're a bridezilla. Should apologize to your friend. Unless it's really not about, you know, the drinking and it's maybe about something else and that's just an excuse. In which case, to each their own. But don't make it about a child-free wedding when that child is a year younger than you. Moving on! Am I the a-hole for purposely booking the same wedding venue as my sister, but earlier so I could get married there first? Alright, you do have me intrigued at that title, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I am leaning toward a-hole right now, but I'm interested to hear what you have to say. I can admit that my viewpoint is pretty one-sided, but my actions have divided my family, so I figured I could get some outside perspective. My sister and I don't get along. I can be honest and admit that she's much prettier than me, and that's something she's never let me forget. Both of my parents are pretty shallow, and they've always given her the best and put her first. If we both had a school event at the same time, they'd go to hers. This has left me pretty bitter and distant from my family. My boyfriend of 5 years recently proposed, and I was over the moon. And straight out of a bad rom-com script, my sister got engaged right afterward. It didn't faze me other than serve as a slight nuisance since my parents were happy and more involved with her engagement. My mom's been helping her plan but couldn't help me because my sister needed more help and she couldn't devote me time I deserved. Don't feel bad for me though, because my mother-in-law is a godsend, super sweet, and genuinely treats me with so much love. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Glad you have support, my dear. Anyways,
What's
what
that?
really pushed me over the
Support?
edge was when my sister
What's
told me she
that?
booked her wedding at my dream venue.
What is your game here?
I know it sounds so annoying and cheesy, but I really cared about this location. It was sentimental to me. My grandparents got married there, and I've talked about wanting to get married there as far back as high school when I was just daydreaming. I swear to God, my sister doesn't give an F about my grandparents, but when I brought it up, my parents told me to stop being so petty. You are being a little petty. They're your grandparents and her grandparents. In a fit of actual pettiness, I ended up booking the same venue a month before my sister's wedding.
Boom. You looking for this?
I checked with the venue, and there's no way my sister can move the wedding up. They're booked up, and if she changes venues, she'll lose her deposit. My mom reached out to me and implored me to talk to my sister. I blocked her after the first call where she tried to ream me out. Apparently, my sister is really distraught. About what? About not getting married at your dream venue first? How is that distressful?
It is my birthright.
My mom said the least I could do was try and work something out with my sister, especially over such a huge event. I said no, but my mom said that I was the a-hole for not even trying to hear her out and for being stubborn and petty. I know my mom is biased, but it got me thinking, because I've been pretty staunch about ignoring her calls, and some of my cousins have told me she seems genuinely upset. I'm not sure whether or not I was right, or if I'm being a giant a-hole by being so stubborn. I mean, there might be a little bit of petty jealousy going on there, not gonna lie, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, why do you have to be the one that folds? I do want to add that I'm wondering if I'm being the a-hole for ignoring my sister, not really for booking the venue. Yeah, I would say that maybe you're kind of being a little bit of a butthead. I think that you guys should talk, genuinely.
She started!
My sister flat out told my cousin she couldn't care less about the venue and booked it because it was convenient. But suddenly when I want to get married there too, it means the world to her? I think not. My grandparents practically raised me since my parents were always missing out on my life events. So it was my grandma and grandpa who came to support me. I was always going to get married there one way or another. I think that you guys do need to chat. I'm not sure what good it will do, because it sounds like there's definitely some sibling rivalry going on here. But then again, if it was your dream venue and it means a lot to get married there, why does it matter when you're getting married there? To both her and to you. You're being a little petty, but that's okay.
And not.
Alright, there's an update, alright? There's an update. I appreciate everyone who took the time to comment, both positive and negative. I spent my entire life being bullied by my family, and when I had comments from internet strangers rolling in trying to make excuses and defend my sister for trying to make my wedding planning all about her, I realized I would never win in the sense of doing the right thing. I talked it over with my fiance, and he basically said, "You're literally never happy when you talk about your family. Why do you keep putting yourself through that?" So I decided to try talking to them one last time before going no contact, just so I know I wouldn't have any regrets. Most of you could probably guess what happened. My sister said that if I got married at the same venue as her, I'd steal her thunder. And that I was selfish for making my own wedding all about me? I've countered with the fact that I've been talking about getting married here for over a decade, so why would she think I wouldn't get married there too? Only for my sisters to reply that the venue would be a waste on me because there's no way I could ever plan a wedding as beautiful as hers? Excuse me? Absolutely not. Seems like maybe you do have a right to be a little bit petty in this instance. The final straw was when my parents offered to pay for my entire wedding if I moved it. My parents, who couldn't be bothered to show up to my engagement party because my sister planned hers for the next day and they'd need time to help her prep, suddenly want to pay tens of thousands of dollars just to make my sister happy. I think that kind of broke me. Oh man, this sucks. Long story short, I told them that effective immediately I was done being their punching bag and that they were no longer welcome at my wedding or in my life. I mean, that's extreme, but
sometimes that's what
kind of
you
sounds like
gotta
there's
do.
some trauma there that you need to work through. And if that means getting away from your family who seem to constantly hurt you and not put you first, maybe you gotta do it. I tried to play the sympathy card on social media about how I divided the family, but my grandparents came to bat for me. They basically made their own post shading my mom, their daughter, saying that they were so thrilled to see their granddaughter who they raised get married at their venue, and my grandpa would be walking me down the aisle. That shut up most of my extended family. My cousin also let me know my sister gave her deposit in favor of changing the venue, which made me feel like it was proof that it was never about the venue, it was just about taking something that mattered to me. I wouldn't have cared if we married at the same place though. That's a good point. It's like, you can get married at the same place, it means something to both of you. It's your grandparents that got married there. Why do you have to make someone else leave the venue that they've been talking about their whole lives just because you want to get married there. I'm gonna go with not the a-hole. This one's quite divided, I'm not gonna lie. You're the a-hole. I feel like there's a lot of missing info on the relationships here. I'm seeing your mom and sister wanting to talk to you and you rejecting that and being petty. So it makes me wonder about your claims of them being biased and she being the golden child. Jealousy can warp your perception. Those were her grandparents as well. She has every right to get married at the venue. You both can get married, but booking a month before her wedding is an a-hole move. It should be spaced out a bit more. Not the a-hole. Also, I was in my second month of no contact with my sister when she decided something was urgent and needed to talk to me about it. She complained to our whole family that I was being cagey by not talking to her about this thing that had nothing to do with her. I talked to a lot of people about this and our conclusion was that I had to respond, message received, I'll get back to you. That way you are no longer ignoring her. You're setting a boundary and allowing yourself time to process and decide how or if you want to get back to her.
I think I'll pass.
It is quite divided. There are a lot of people who are saying she's the a-hole. I was leaning toward you're being a butthead, you know, like you're not an a-hole, but just like a little bit of a butt. But then after I read the update, I'm like, it does kind of sound like you've dealt with this a lot throughout your whole life, and it's a little more than sibling rivalry at this point. Kind of sad, to be honest, but what can you do? Oh, by the way, Reddit has dubbed that person not the a-hole. All right, let's do one more. Oh, we definitely have time for this one. Oh, yeah. Am I the a-hole for forcing my stepdaughter to go to my wedding? Okay. I, 42 female, have a daughter, 6 years old, Kylie, with my fiance, William. He also has a daughter who's 16, Leah. Will is black and his ex is completely black. So while Kylie is mixed, Leah is fully black. Why is that relevant? Sorry, what? Leah dislikes me because she believes I ruined her parents' marriage. His ex cheated. We didn't do anything until they were separated. Our wedding is on the day of his ex's birthday. It also is the day that Will is supposed to have Leia. Leia wants to skip the wedding in favor of her mother's birthday vacation. I told her her mom's birthday comes every year and that our wedding will only happen once, and that one day she will regret missing her dad's happiest day. Ooh, that's a low blow. I'm sorry, but she's not gonna feel that way about some other woman who's marrying her dad. Like, she just won't. She's gonna genuinely feel like her mom and her dad's marriage was their happiest day. She threw me out of her room and told me that my wedding meant nothing to her and I was a white trash homewrecker. Her family's wealthy and I was struggling. Will bought me an apartment while they were still married, but nothing happened until after they were over. My fiance and I decided to force her to go to the wedding. Why? She doesn't want to be there. Just let her be. We got her a car for Christmas. We decided to change it from a Christmas gift to a birthday gift since her birthday is after the wedding. If she decides to go to the wedding, she will get the gift. If she doesn't, we will keep it for ourselves. Oh, wow, this is a carrot. I still have yet to, like, understand why you brought up her race. When we let her know, she called me a vindictive biatch and said she would rather walk barefoot every day than go to my wedding in some stupid car. I don't know. I wouldn't want to go to your wedding either, honestly. I feel guilty, but Leia has been such a problem child since me and her father started dating. She's talented at cooking but refuses to help me cook the food. She accused my brother of doing something so vile that it makes me so sick to think about it. And she constantly leaves the house to go to her boyfriend's or back to her mother's house. Yeah, because maybe she just doesn't want to be there. Yet again, what does her race have anything to do with this? I find that odd that you brought that up first thing. Just let her go to her mother's birthday vacation. Like, she probably has a way better relationship with her mom. And the crappy thing about divorce is kids usually do pick a side. Even though they don't want to, they usually do pick a side. And if she doesn't want to go to your wedding, then maybe you need to seriously consider how you're going to work on that relationship. You're the a-hole for everything. He bought you an apartment while still with his wife and you're trying to play innocent. Just because you weren't sleeping together yet doesn't mean there wasn't emotional infidelity going on. Your hands are not clean, so stop pretending they are. I actually totally, like, skimmed past that. It was when they were still together that she bought the apartment? Wow. Why buy her an apartment when you're still, like, with your wife?
Well, to make a long story short, I'm basically a big loser.
She was also literally trying to bribe Leia to come to the wedding by giving her a car. Like, oh, if we give her an expensive gift, she'll be so obligated to come to our wedding. Like, why don't you try, like, working on the relationship and having, like, a frank conversation and treating her well? Don't just, like, dangle a carrot in front of her. 16-year-olds are not fully emotionally developed, but I think that they are old enough to have emotions and to have emotions that are valid. You can't just, oh, here, take this car like a dog, you know, just like, oh, you're gonna get a treat if you do what I want. Like, absolutely not. And good for her for saying no.
Am I the a-hole for losing weight before my sister's wedding?
Pardon?
I already know where this is going, but go on. Delicious. I, 28 female, used to be quite overweight. Over the last year or so, I have made changes in my life and have successfully lost around 100 pounds. Holy crap, in 1 year, that's amazing. I don't live close to any of my family and don't post on social media, so my family wasn't really aware of my weight loss. I did mention that I was making healthier choices, but that's it. It's just that every time before I've tried to lose weight, it hasn't worked out, so I didn't want anyone commenting on it. That's fair.
Amazing. Like, amazing.
My sister, 26 female, got engaged last year, and I'm super happy for her. Due to circumstances, the wedding has been pushed back. It's happening a week from now, and because I haven't seen anyone in so long, I decided to come down 2 weeks earlier to help out and catch up. Well, when I came to see my family, my sister freaked out upon seeing me. As it turns out, she has gained a bit of weight. Not super noticeable, to me she still looks great. But I think this is the first time in our lives that I'm smaller than her, and I've always been the fat sister.
Dude,
Bruh,
get out
I
of
can't
my
even
life.
tell you how
That happened on
I
our
don't
last
have to
trip,
talk
I'm
right
telling
now.
you.
Like, I can't even tell
The
you
last
how much
trip
I
when I
relate
cut
to
off
this,
my
but,
family.
let's just keep going.
The last trip I had up
She basically accused me
there.
of trying to upstage her, and my parents are fully taking her side. I'm not really sure if I'm in the wrong here, as so many of my family are taking her side of things. Am I the a-hole for losing weight before my sister's wedding? You know, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here and say, you're not the a-hole. Isn't it just the worst when, like, you were, let's say, you know, the fat friend or the fat sister, you were maybe the awkward one in the friend group, and then the friend dynamic changes for some reason. Maybe you, you know, start liking yourself a little more, you lose a little bit of weight, you start getting the attention, and then all of a sudden those friends dislike it. Like, they just can't be happy for you.
Why'd you do it, Jim? Why? Why? To humiliate me?
Orange.
For what?
Bizarre, really. Is that friend really a friend? I don't know. I've definitely experienced something like this, and I'm telling you that you're not the a-hole for making healthy choices and improving your life. I'm pretty sure that if she had made healthier choices and, you know, remained her normal size, that she wouldn't be upset about you losing weight. I can't even say these things out loud. It's so messed up. I hope you guys work it out. Insecurity's a funny thing, isn't it? Wow, OP, you spent a whole year of your life losing weight and making sacrifices just to upstage your sister. How dedicated and petty of you. Sarcasm. How delusional is your family? Not the a-hole. Instead of being happy that her sister's making healthy changes, she made it about herself, totally self-centered. I could kind of understand the knee-jerk reaction if you made a grand entrance on the day itself. I disagree. But we're talking a full 2 weeks earlier in a completely different venue. Your sister is mad at herself for getting fatter and taking it out on you, not the a-hole. I had a friend show up to a gathering some years ago. He was always overweight while I was always physically fit. He showed up absolutely muscle-bound and cut while I had gained weight due to poor life choices. I was extremely happy for him. I don't understand being awful to people you're supposed to care about because they have improved themselves. Probably because you're a decent person. And by the way, this is your reminder to subscribe. I know that you watched like 8 of my videos. You know, like, it doesn't take you much time. Doesn't
I
cost you
am
anything.
subscribed.
You do have to look at my face a lot, but it's not that bad to look at, is it?
I love you, Charlotte. Potato Queen.
How do I go about telling my fiance I don't want his son in our wedding?
Ooh.
Or maybe I'll just purposefully have the date land on a week we don't have him. Am I wrong for this?
Yeah.
His son is 5, but is blatantly rude to me due to his mom coaching him to say things, and ignores me when his mom drops him off and we all come to say hi. I live with my fiance and my twin. He loves my twin and seems to hate me, and it's getting to me. In the past, CPS was involved because mom was trying to coach him to say inappropriate things about me. I just don't want him at our wedding if he's going to continue to disrespect me, and I can't get over what he's gone along with for his mom in the past. He's never been loyal to me because I'm not his mom, but I deserve respect. I've done nothing to him but try to love him, and I can't do it anymore. It's getting hard to fake the funk. He's 5 years old.
5.
He doesn't really know any better. I don't think that you
Night.
should take out
Kisses, love
your
you.
anger on a 5-year-old. Because that 5-year-old is gonna grow up, and eventually he's gonna understand that maybe he was a little too harsh on you, but he's not gonna be able to forgive you if you don't invite him to his father's wedding. Again, he's 5.
Let me see what you have.
No! Here's an idea. Why don't you get his dad to have a little chat with him? Maybe you should have a little chat with him. Like, be frank. Just talk to him about it. Kids aren't animals. They can have conversations. That's just my 2 cents. Of course, I'm not dealing with it in the same way you are, but that's how I feel. You can quarantine at my place till you feel safe to go back. I'm so sorry. I just can't take the risk. COVID is really serious and people are still dying. People will continue to die. And oh no, don't catch the flu because you will also die. The death rate is dropping. I don't see how a mask will prevent you from spreading it if it can't keep you from getting it, if that's your logic. You wait till the last second to tell me that you can't make it and expect me to pat you on the back and to tell you that it's okay because you're scared. My entire family is scared. That's why we are taking precaution. But best friends like to walk away from each other on big days. Yep, see where you stand with me. Don't say you're my best friend and then not be willing to stand by me on my big day that you have been a part of the entire time. You are walking away from me. I gave you solutions to make it work and you're not willing to come. I'm beyond hurt right now. You broke my heart. I'm so pissed off and upset. You don't even care enough to come to my friggin' wedding. It's a once in a lifetime event. I mean, realistically, I think we're at this point where, yeah, it sucks when people cancel because they're worried about restrictions and, you know, their health. But you can't, but you can't be mad at the person, you know? You just can't. It's one of these things that sucks, but you can't blame it on them.
This is your fault.
If it's really that important to you, maybe you should consider postponing the wedding or, you know, working out options for people to not attend, like a live stream or something. I know it sucks. It sucks for everybody, but I can understand wanting to stay home, especially, you know, in the thick of it, into the thick of it. I can understand that. Can I use this as a safe space? Because while this isn't strictly vegan, I need a little advice from my favorite hive mind. My stepson's getting married soon, and soon-to-be daughter-in-law came up to me today after finding out I intend to make my dress. She was not happy. Long story short, she's mega pissed, like raging pissed, because it's cheap, nasty, tacky, and how dare I do something like that on her big day. Personally, I think she's just jealous and doesn't want me to show up, kidding, but jokes
My
aside,
oldest.
I'm more than a little hurt. Don't exactly have the funds to go buying dresses all the time, and
My
I love
oldest
sewing.
grew
So
up
I told my
listening to
stepson
that.
I'll be wearing black instead. 'cause
You'll
it's his
see her in the
funeral.
chats here
Again,
and there.
may or may not be joking. Should I buy
My
or say
Zooey.
balls to it and make one anyway? Honestly, I'm gonna have to see the dress. Are you not in the wedding party or anything? I need a little more context. But if you're not in the wedding party, I don't think she has a right to tell you what to wear unless it's a theme wedding. Right, Chair? Why do you only talk when I don't want you to talk? Shh. That's enough out of you. Shush, shush. I'm really not trying to catch heat for this, but I need opinions. My childhood best friend and I always talked about being in each other's weddings growing up. Our parents are friends and we've been friends since we were babies. I moved out of state a couple years back, but we're still close and text a lot. I'm choosing my bridesmaids and I really want to ask her to be my maid of honor. My dilemma, I haven't visually seen her in a while, but yesterday I saw a video of her. And sometime recently, she developed a large cavity in her front teeth. Am I shallow for worrying how pictures will look on the big day?
Let's see those pearly whites.
I'm a piranha. Then the Amazon.
I adore her, but I also don't want to look back on pictures and have that in there or have family judge. I don't know what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. My fiance is concerned. Is he? Do I ask her and just hope it isn't noticed? Do I not ask her and risk the friendship? You really think your whole wedding is going to be ruined by just some
Black tooth Becky.
It is true that if you don't have problems, you definitely create them.
Oh, this tooth. She just like, her tooth is just like really like black and stuff. And like, I'm just like, can I just like ask her to keep her mouth closed the whole time?
What do you expect her to do? I don't get it. I don't get it. What a weird thing to be upset about. This one tooth will ruin the aesthetic of my entire wedding. You ruined your own wedding, sweetheart. Our best man just admitted to cheating on our maid of honor. Question, do I start looking for a new maid of honor? Can I get a new best
Question.
man? It's at his house.
Were they dating?
So let me get this straight. Your presumably best friend was just cheated on, and now you want to kick her out of your wedding at a time when she needs you. Yet you're not willing to maybe talk to the guy that cheated on her and just, I don't know how to solve that, but the fact that you want to kick her out and not him is kind of messed up, like a little bit. It's just, it's the only caring about the wedding for me and not caring about the maid of honor. That's what's upsetting. Does getting married just make everyone absolutely bonkers? Because I have heard that it does. I have heard that weddings are extremely stressful. Sometimes I definitely understand the stress that comes with a wedding. I can understand people giving a little bit of attitude, especially on the day. But like, are we forgetting how to like be human beings and to empathize with others just because we're getting married and things might be a little bit inconvenient for a while? Oh God. Is anybody doing a live painting? Thoughts? Was going to until it started out to be $1,000. Let me know if you find anyone cheaper. Yeah, that's what I'm having an issue with. Prices are shocking me. Same, although they're beautiful, we've spent at least $27,000 so far. I just don't see $1,000 for a painting unless it's Picasso. That would cost a lot more than $1,000, I'm just saying. Right, lol, I mean, we're doing a photographer than a video. Surely I can get my paintbrushes out and paint a picture. So do it then. Just kidding, I need to take paint classes. I got in the wrong profession. The least expensive Picasso ever sold was $45 million. $1,000 for a live painting is absolutely nothing, given the work and years that have gone into mastering their talent. If you can't budget for that, then that's completely understandable. But can people please start treating artists like the actual people they are and value their work? You know, as someone who paints, you could be working on a painting for months, like literal months, maybe even a year if it's a big painting or something that's super, super important to you. And the fact that live painters get these stunning wedding paintings done, you know, within the small time frame that they do, the amount of pressure that goes into creating this perfect painting, and also the amount of skill that goes into that is worth a lot more than $1,000. How should I word a wedding invitation?
Fucking got me
asking
this
guests
time.
to pay for their own meal. I'm paying for everything else. That would be their
Mr.
gift to
J.
me.
Hey baby, how you
I'm a
doing?
little on the fence about this one. If they don't have to get another gift, I don't see it as that bad. But again, I'm baffled at the idea that people want to have weddings and they're not budgeting for how much it's going to cost people to eat. I feel like that kind of comes with the territory, no? Why do people spend so much on these things, you know? I just don't know if it's worth it. Let's just all elope. Will you guys elope with me? Controversial topic, I know, but bear with me through this and hear me out. I don't want to see guests in masks in my video or pictures. I want to see smiling faces and not squinty eyes. How can I nicely inform guests that I want to see their faces? I would say don't have your wedding during a pandemic, and then you won't see masks.
That's right, I said it.
Or you could do something where you test people before the wedding to make sure that everyone is all gravy, and then they don't have to wear masks. That's what they're doing at big events in Ontario. I don't know about everywhere else, but I mean, we don't have to wear masks to big outdoor events as long as we're vaccinated or we have been tested. I feel like that's a solution for you. Maybe you don't want to pay for the test, but if that's not something you're willing to compromise on, then that's just beep. That's all I can say. And lastly,
Well,
just
good.
to wrap things up, everybody says they want a fairy tale wedding, but when I show up and curse their firstborn, suddenly I'm a jerk. Well, you are Maleficent, so one shouldn't
Maleficent.
expect anything else. Alrighty guys, don't forget it's time to clean your sinks. Put some bleach in there, make sure it's nice and tidy. Sinks are gross, okay? Don't want you dropping anything in there, putting it in your mouth, you'll die. Only thinking of you. A woman took to Facebook to share the tale of how her friend was asked to be a bridesmaid for possibly the craziest bride ever. The unnamed woman starts by explaining that Marie, the bride, and her friend Jess, the soon-to-be bridesmaid, but not yet, had been friends for a long time. Even when Marie moved to Japan, Jess remained in the US, and they stayed in touch. Marie announces she's getting married to a British guy she met in Japan. The wedding, to make it easier for everyone, will be in some exotic all-inclusive that is very expensive. Jess is not asked to be a bridesmaid, but all of a sudden she's Marie's best friend, and it would be inconceivable that she not come. Marie's a good manipulator, and Jess felt compelled to scrimp and save to go. Turns out that most, if not all of Marie's friends won't shell out, and so she doesn't want empty rows. As she gets closer to the date, Marie insists that Jess fly in at least 1 week before the wedding to spend quality time. Marie, run errands for her. Jess can't because a cheaper ticket had her coming in 2 days before the wedding. Marie becomes a bridezilla, and the other girls in her party are getting fed up. Secret emails are flying back and forth like they're in resistance. Tickets bought, dress tailored, the day before Jess leaves. I'm helping her pack when she gets a Skype from Marie. The wedding is off. Seems she's been contemplating this for a year and was in therapy. Didn't love him. Realization, this was for stability. Told no one. What? Welcome back to another episode of That's So Fucked Up. So fucked up. Thank you for the unique gift. If you're not buying off my registry, please include a gift receipt. XOXO, #honest bride. Tacky. It's tacky.
Is that real? I think it might be.
Hi ladies, curious question. Are you guys feeding your vendors? If so, are you feeding them what you are feeding your guests? It's just my guest plates cost me $26 per person, and I'm having a kid's food also. That's a lot cheaper with chicken tenders and fries. What should I do? I've already went overboard with my budget and can't afford anymore. Ooh, I don't know. Ooh. I mean, I love chicken tenders. Imagine being a vendor that like prepares the food and then to be told that they don't get to eat the food. I bet you anything there's gonna be food left over, dude. Come on.
Come on.
Crutches are ugly. So I was recently kicked out of my friend's of 15 plus years wedding because I fell and fractured my kneecap. The wedding's a month away and I may be off my crutches by then. I told her I just didn't know, but I can walk with assistance. I just can't bend my knee. I'm in a knee mobilizer, but the dress is so long it wouldn't be seen. Side note, I picked out the bridesmaids' dresses, so bridezilla or reasonable. You know you're a bridezilla when you worry more about what the wedding party looks like than who is actually at your wedding witnessing you on supposedly the happiest day of your life.
But my wedding photos. I don't want crutches in my wedding photos.
My maid of honor got a tattoo of a constellation, which is the theme of my wedding next year. We've been planning the wedding for months now. I found it insensitive. Am I overthinking this?
Yeah.
I would say yes. I would say you're overthinking it.
Yeah.
Imagine thinking that you own the sky. Sonzilla decides Mom's engagement ring is now an heirloom that he's entitled to, and Mom is selfish for not handing it over. My son Sam and his longtime girlfriend, now fiance Emily, finally decided to get married. Sam wanted my engagement ring to give to Emily. Sam said this would be a great way to keep him from starting his marriage in debt, from having to buy a new expensive diamond ring. I love my engagement ring. I have worn it every day since my husband proposed to me, and to be honest, I still have plenty of years to live, and I want to keep wearing it until I'm old and gray. As you should, sweetheart. Also, my ring is not a family heirloom. Oh, that's weird.
Family heirlooms only start when somebody fucking does it.
So I told them that I appreciated them wanting my ring, but no, I want to keep it. However, when I am old, I would be more than happy to give it to their future children. That's your ring, baby. You keep it. The audacity! I cannot even imagine! Wouldn't that be nice, though, eh? Mom, I really like your ring.
Cast it into the fire!
Can I have it? You may not, sir. An Indian couple is being investigated after they chartered a plane and performed a marriage ritual mid-air with about 160 guests. They had intended to marry at a hotel, but COVID restrictions capped their list at 50. That's kind of smart, no? Kind of smart and kind of... So, I mean, they're all gonna be sitting in rows anyway. We might as well perform the marriage ceremony. So weird. The lengths that people go. My boyfriend, 34 at the time, and I, 27 at the time, were invited to his high school friend's wedding. I had gotten to know Jane, and we even did some voiceover work together. So my boyfriend and I were told we were definitely invited to her wedding. While doing the voiceover work, Jane said, "OP, you're coming to my wedding, right?" I said, "Of course I'm coming." So the invitation arrived and was addressed to my boyfriend's name only. The invite said, Jake +1. The envelope only contained the information about the church, and there was no info on the reception, nor was there a checkbox on menu choices. On the day of the wedding, we arrived at the church. Upon entering the church, we noticed a gift table off to the side. After the lovely ceremony, we were talking with some of the other guests, and Jake said to one guy, "Where's the reception going to be?" The guy hesitated a bit, showed us a small card, and said, "Was this card included in your invite?" It was a different style card that didn't match the stationery of the invite. Jake said no. Then the guy explained that only those who received that card are invited to the reception because they needed to keep the guest list small due to budget. Jake and I left. We found out later it was a dry wedding, so we didn't miss out. Dry wedding, does that mean no alcohol?
No. Wait.
Who doesn't have alcohol at their wedding?
You're a monster!
I didn't even have a wedding.
My wedding, right? Trying to make sure everybody brings a gift, you know what I mean? But not invite everyone to the reception. Is that a thing? I didn't know it was a thing to like have a wedding and then a reception that like the majority of guests weren't invited to. I understand not wanting kids at the reception because that could get embarrassing for the adults. Yeah, I don't know. I've never experienced that. Very interesting. My thoughts go to the fact that you're now going to have a shaved head in my wedding photos forever. I know you don't give a poop Because your hair, your choice, but I have a right to my opinion. OMG, so you only give a shit about how your photos will look. By the way, when it's split, you can't tell. Proceeds to send a photo flipping the bird. Lovely little bird flip there. I'm paying roughly $3,500 for my photos, videos, DJ, so yeah, I care about how you'll look in them. And I paid $1,500, it's not a price war. And I didn't dictate your stuff. I'll give myself a Liberty spike mohawk just for your day, and you can kick me out of it then. I'm not waging a price war. My point is I'm paying a lot, so I'd hope for decent photos where everyone looks nice. I do look nice. You're being so judgmental. Nope, I'm being selfish about my wedding, but I'm gonna give myself a pass on that because it's one day and that's not about anyone else. Get Bridezilla, how I look has no effect on you. My hair, my business. If it's such a problem, I won't be in the photos because you're stuck up Barbie version of normal. Most people wouldn't shave half their head ahead of their sister's wedding. That's all. I did it for me, not you. For me, your wedding has no effect on what I do with my head, and it'll be dyed a color too. My point exactly. You could be a little more considerate than that for one day. It's Margie. I'm assuming that she did one of those things where she like shaved part of it here. You can cover that. You literally can't tell.
You can tell with mine. Mine's only half of a mohawk.
Of these videos, but I can still be
Well,
surprised.
2/3 of a mohawk.
Isn't that fun? So my husband and I have got married recently, and we were expecting a bit more money from our guests than what we got. But we had been told by family members that there was a good amount of money coming to us for our honeymoon, implying that it would be pretty much paid for.
Never had a
However, we
honeymoon
have got
either.
less than $1,000 and now wondering what to do with it. What did you guys do? Did you pay for the honeymoon yourselves? I'm sorry, am I just like totally missing something here? I didn't realize that anyone else paid for the honeymoon. We want to get away, but most of Europe is going to be too cold by the beginning of November. When we are wanting to go, please only nice
What
suggestions.
the fuck is wrong with
Have
you?
I just
Europe
read
in
what I
winter?
think I
Are
have
you
just
insane?
read? Wrong
I would
on
go to
so
Europe in
many
winter.
levels.
It would be
$1,000
gorgeous.
will get you a really nice week at an all-inclusive in Mexico. Really nice.
You boys like Mexico?
What the Wedding tip. Brides, when picking your bridesmaids, don't pick anybody just because you know them. Pick people that genuinely love you and will sacrifice all of your wants for one day. If they can't comply with all of your reasonable wants for one day, they ain't loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. You shouldn't have to argue about hairstyles and makeup and shoes for your date. Period. Period, queen. Yes. I'm being sarcastic.
No way.
Translation, pick people that you can manipulate into doing whatever you want. Because it's my day! Alrighty guys, that was Bridezilla video 7556. Don't forget to take out recycling, guys. That time again. Gotta think of the planet, you know? Today we're gonna play a game, right Mike?
I like games.
We're playing a game called Am I a Bridezilla? Are you a Groomzilla?
As of right now, maybe. I had a Groomzilla morning this morning. I was a
Yes.
little rah.
It was a bit of a sassy morning in relation to our wedding. However, we're going to live vicariously through these stories.
Everything is totally
It's
fine.
Everything's fine. All right, so we're playing a game called Am I a Bridezilla? All of these stories are from the Charlotte Over YouTube subreddit. So if you haven't subbed to that, what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
Am I the a-hole for making sure there weren't many photos of my oldest sister at my wedding because she's a self-centered
Ooh, grab your popcorn.
popcorn grabber tape? Hey everyone, I thought I would give some context before going into the Am I the a-hole situation.
Bring in the context.
Me, 28 female, my sister now 32, never saw eye to eye and never really got along as I'm not a very selfish person and I don't like being the center of attention. But she is the opposite. She's loud, she has to be the center of attention and everything has to be about her. And if you're not talking about her, helping her, or the day is mainly about her, she will not be interested.
It has to be about her all the time.
I know this sounds mean, but I blame my grandparents as she was the firstborn. They did a lot for her, bought her stuff, she had her own room at theirs. When she was 16, they bought a car and paid for her to travel the world when she was 18. Because she was spoiled by them, that's the reason she is the way she is now. It's sad because she never will change.
Change is scary.
When she was 18 plus, she would drink nearly every weekend, come back loud, waking everyone up, as 18-year-olds do. But she did this until she was 30 years old, and I sometimes think she's still a young teen as she doesn't act like a 32-year-old woman, and would have a giggity-goo.
And we're gaming.
So loudly, keeping everyone awake, which is just disgusting to hear. I mean, I'm sorry, but I definitely don't want to be hearing my family members giggity goo.
I don't like anybody giggity goo, but
Nope.
especially my family's giggity goo.
You don't like our giggity goo?
I don't know what giggity goo you're referring to.
Oh, shots fired! Okay, excuse me.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Wait. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't like other people's giggity goo. Goo goo gaga.
Through the years, my other sisters started to dislike how she was, and we all started to tolerate her as we don't trust her and we can't see eye to eye with her personality, as me and my 2 older sisters are very similar and get along like besties. When it came to her 30th birthday, she decided to celebrate her birthday and have a party on my birthday.
Hey, it's my birthday!
Typical narcissist behavior.
You know, when you see like 2 little kids and the other little kid won't be happy celebrating their sibling's birthday unless they also have a cake?
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of like what that is.
My cake! That being said, like, I also want a cake.
You can have a piece of their cake, but not your own cake. I was so upset and angry as I planned to have dinner with our family, but she sent invites out to all the family and her friends apart from me and now my husband because she knew I would say no. What a
Dude, honestly.
I was so shocked how everyone was fine with it and didn't say anything about it. Her birthday is a month before mine. What the actual friend was going through her mind, if I had my birthday party on her birthday, she would have gone crazy and probably most likely had a hissy fit like a little kid. I confronted her on it and all she said is that it's her birthday when it wasn't. She was already 30 and could have had a summer party but decided to have an autumn party. She said I could go, but I wasn't allowed to make it about me and I would need to buy a cake if I wanted people to sing happy birthday to me, which was like, hell no. Now you have a bit of context regarding how she is. It came to my and my husband's wedding, and during the planning, I didn't want my older sister part of our wedding. I asked my other 2 sisters to be my bridesmaids. I had to ask her, as my dad and mom were saying that I was being mean and unreasonable. Funny how they get mad when she's excluded, but not you. I just didn't want my time/milestone to be taken away from me because of her. So I asked her eventually, but I didn't want to. I didn't have a maid of honor as my friend decided not to be friends with me anymore as I was close to another girl who was my colleague. But that's another story. Ooh, the team. When discussing to the photographer about pictures, I said, please can we have less photos of her? And when it came to planning, who was walking down the aisle first as we were having the wedding at my dad's? And the patio, you could fit about 5-6 people in a line, but there was 7. So I knew it would be best for her to go down first. On the day, the videographer and photographer actually had to set up where she would stand so they can get shots of me and my husband walking down the aisle. She got pissed off with them and made a scene saying they had to move, which they ignored, and she had to stand behind them, which she complained to everyone at the wedding. If you bring me any problems on my wedding day, I will be very upset. I will then cause a problem. I will go full Bridezilla.
She won't be Charmeleon.
No.
Bridezilla. She'll be Charizard. It's not your day.
It's
Go
not
away.
your day. Like, stop bringing
Go eat
the
some hay,
bridegroom
lay by the
problems.
bay.
Yeah. When we were looking through the wedding photos with family, she made the first comment, which was, I'm not in any photos. Great, you can't see me. Me. Which made me snap and said, who cares? It wasn't your wedding. It wasn't your day. At the end of the day, did you enjoy yourself? Did you get to dress up and have fun? Why does it matter about photos? Why does it matter that you're not in the spotlight? You'll get your moment one day, just not then. Get used to it. Room went silent.
balls.
My sister cried and walked off and called me a selfish, which my mom stuck by her and my aunt said she was being dramatic, which is her life. Drama, and I also believe she's a narcissist from the behavior she shows. How she is with our mom, it worries me.
It always annoys me when parents defend this
I know,
behavior. They're like,
it's so
oh,
annoying.
it's just the way that she is. No, Karen, she's a...
You know what's even more annoying is when, well, I'm not going to take sides. When there's a side that's clearly right.
Can you people not see me?
So, am I the a-hole for doing that? I feel like it's a bit mean, but this is years of rage building up, and this was my only way to control something she couldn't. When you say that there weren't any photos of her, were there actually no photos? Like, not even, like, family photos of her at all?
Because that would be kind of mean.
I understand where you're coming from, I do. But, you know, who knows? Maybe there'll be a time where you guys have a bit of a better relationship and you'll look back on wedding photos and be like, oh, she, like, wasn't in there. I highly doubt that there were no photos at all. Maybe she was just exaggerating. I don't know.
The birthday part to me is the weirdest part. You know, over time you may heal your relationship, and so you may regret not having her in photos, but her having a tantrum says that there's something off with her mentally.
Yeah, I am curious to know whether there was actually no photos of her or like not many photos of her, because like normally we do take photos with family at weddings, right? There's like honestly not really often times where there are lots of photos of me at weddings. It's kind of rare for me to see more than like a couple anyway.
We always dress up really nicely.
Yeah,
and we never
take
get
your
any
own photos.
We never get photos of each other.
We have so much fun that we rarely get photos of each other at
We have
weddings.
lots of. We have fun. Yeah, this one isn't as clear cut to me as possible. I mean, the
It's not
relationship makes it
clear-cut.
a bit more complicated.
Just a little bit sassy. Let's read the comments though. Yeah, I'd straight up stop talking to her, like full no contact. She clearly doesn't care about you, so drop the rope. If mom and dad get upset, tell them they picked and drop that rope too. Edit, not the a-hole. This person says you're not a bridezilla. I also would find it interesting if your sister was at all worried about like the way that you looked in photos and like said nice things about like, oh my gosh, you look so beautiful, or if literally the only thing she cared about was the fact that she wasn't in any photos.
That's the part that I'm kind of curious
Yeah.
about. Like, did she say anything nice to you? Was she kind to you?
Yeah.
Did she get you a card?
We need more context.
Was she up there early doing makeup with you at like 5 a.m., like
Yeah.
6 a.m.? There's a lot of contact. We need contact.
Not the a-hole. One day your sister's gonna learn that everything is not about her and do something stupid that will probably get her in trouble with the wrong person. It's best she learns now instead of later, but it looks like your parents and grandparents are still gonna enable her behavior. If I were you, Loki, I would consider going no contact, low contact with your sister, and low contact with everyone else that enables that behavior. You don't want that drama in your life.
I think like I can understand where older people are coming from when
Yeah.
they say like let them like just salvage a relationship because they're probably older. Maybe they and they're like 60 or 70.
Yes.
And like I wish I had that time back. I wish I realized that it didn't matter. You know, maybe you're upset and it's okay to be a little petty, but don't excommunicate her. Don't do things that are gonna like ruin your relationship with
Yeah.
her. You know?
Totally. You're better than her. Remember that.
Yeah.
Because I am better
at what?
Everything.
We don't like to stoop, even though stooping can be fun. Stooping. Not the a-hole, it was your and your husband's day, not hers. She got what she deserved. What's making me ick is your sister's going to her birthday party instead of doing something on your birthday. This has me completely taken aback, especially because you say you're besties. Maybe for this one, we're gonna say you are not a bridezilla. You might have been a little petty, my dear. Clearly, this has been years and years of this mistreatment, so I get where you're coming from. I do. She was probably just pissed off that like photo album didn't contain a ton of photos of her.
You're not a bridezilla, okay? That was petty, and I like that.
Yes, we can move on.
Moving on.
Am I the a-hole for telling my sister she's a bridezilla because she doesn't let us poop in her wedding?
What? Like during the ceremony or at all?
I don't know. Let's find out. It's a short one. It sounded really funny, so I kind of wanted to dip a toe in, you know? I know the title is crazy. Let me resume this. I apologize in advance for my grammar. English is not my first language. You are forgiven. I, 30 female, have 5 sisters. The second one is Marlene, 42 female, that recently got engaged with her 3rd husband. The wedding was a Sunday afternoon in the countryside in a beautiful field of a farm. We had amazing weather and everything seemed perfect, except one thing.
No pooping! We must not scheiße in the field.
The location
No
of the wedding was
poop.
a 25-minute walk
How do you
from
not
the house
poop?
with proper bathrooms.
How
and
they no
toilets.
poo poo? What?
No. And
Oh my gosh.
Or nor.
You know what? This actually happened at a wedding recently where like the welcome party was on a beach and it was legit like a 15-20-minute walk and you needed a fob. Like you needed to be staying at the designated hotel in order to be able to go back to a bathroom.
That's just for the poopy, but for the guys. It was funny because you could just see a bunch of guys sort of popping out of trees, just like peeing. And they thought they were being so sneaky, but you could see them all.
You could see them all. And like, I'm not ashamed to admit that I also peed in the sand, like behind a bush. At first I went back to, you know, the hotel to pee, but then I realized, yo, this is literally like a 25-minute detour. Plus we had to wait for someone with a fob to like come back and let us into the beach area where the party was. Let me just say, the pooping is and the peeing, you must making sure that you have this event that people have a place to poop and to pee.
Those are very wise words.
The solution my sister had, portable toilets, one for the ladies and one for the men. I mean, better than nothing, honestly. The problem, Marlene forbid everyone to poop in this toilet because it can ruin the moments.
How about shoosting during the ceremony if you can't use the frickin' toilet?
Shoosting? Is that like a Hebrew word for
No.
poop?
Schusting is like the German word for emptying the butt chamber. I call it a Hershey squirt.
Ew, my grandmother is a 92-year-old lady with hip problems, so when she tells me she needs to poop, walking up to the house wasn't an option. So I told Marlene about it, that she could have an exception with grandma, but she denied it. She said that I, quote, let the old woman walk. I don't give a... No pun intended, I assume. If it takes her all afternoon. I saw red. I immediately took grandma to the toilet. She made the business and took her back to her seat. She thanked me. Marlene obviously went to the toilet to supervise. You're supervising the poo-poo?
Wait, she was watching her take a poop?
Wait, why are you supervising?
You a supervisor? Are you a superior?
Okay. Who?
So I tell her she was a reptile monster. Here in my country, it's not common the name for Bridezilla, for not letting grandma go to the toilet in peace. And I encouraged everyone to take a shit in the portable toilets. If the groom wasn't next to her, she would have strangled me. She began to cry as if the wedding was ruined. My other sisters went to comfort her and I left the wedding. So am I the a-hole?
No, you're not the a-hole.
She is a bridezilla who literally tries to control people's bowel movements. Like, are you
Ironically,
insane?
she is an athlete. Like a huge a-hole.
Maybe I didn't respect some boundaries and ruin her day, but poor grandma. No, dude, like, I'm sorry, that is a very unreasonable boundary. What if you had diarrhea?
Yeah.
You know? I've had that,
Yeah?
and let me tell you, ain't nothing stopping me from pooping.
There are a few things that are certain in this world. Death, taxes, and pooping and peeing. It's gonna happen. You're gonna poopy. You're gonna stoopy.
You're
Okay?
going making me so stupid.
Yeah.
She's definitely, without a doubt, without question, a bridezilla.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right.
Your grandma was in her 90s. On what planet would your sister, who's in her freaking 40s and old enough to know better, be the one who is right? Then she goes all drama saying, you ruined her wedding. Totally not the a-hole. You were just being the good granddaughter. It's not even about the grandma for me. Like, that is obviously the icing on the cake that you wouldn't let, like, an old woman go to a bathroom, go to a porta potty and take a... But it's like all of it. It's like everybody and her having a problem with people taking a...
I'm starting to see why maybe this was her third marriage.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Ooh.
Sorry, that was really mean. I'm sure she's actually like a nice person. She just wanted to
No,
have
she's not. I don't get how you equate ruining a wedding with people going number two. Like,
I went to this wonderful wedding. It was perfect. The only thing is the bathroom smelled like poo because
People
someone
were
went to the
pooping.
bathroom to poop. Sound logic. Logic. Okay, more comments. More!
Definitely not. She is the a-hole. You should not be holding in natural body functions, including
Clip.
farts, pooping, peeing, throwing up, etc. Your grandmother's already pretty old, no offense. Love your random grandmother, but that is not fair to her or anyone. She should have thought the venue out more carefully if she didn't want her guests to poop, especially if dancing after eating. On no planet can you tell people not to at your wedding.
I'm like a twofer. I do like, on average, at least one poop a wedding.
There you go.
There you go.
Is it even a party if you do not party poo?
You have to poop at parties.
Yeah, you must poop at the party. Otherwise, this is really a party. You don't poop at the party,
Right,
and it's
right,
not a
right.
party.
We were just in New York and I concert and I had to go poopy. And afterwards I felt like a new man. I felt like I was on spaceship floating. This was a fun one. More poop stories. I like poopy.
We like poop.
Stinky fun.
Is she a bridezilla? A couple of days ago, my friends got married. Mina and Chris, 31 and 33. Lovely from the pics I saw, couldn't make it. But the drama afterwards. Kimmy, 31, one of the bridesmaids, is dating Josh, 34, who was a groomsman. The issue wasn't at the wedding, but after. After the reception was over, Kimmy and Josh apparently went for a walk on the beach near the venue, and he proposed.
No! No, 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 no.
Ooh. I feel like that's so taboo.
Was anybody else there? Are we like posting about it also on the same night?
I feel like some people would be like, oh, I love it. Yeah, man,
Yeah,
propose. I love is love. And some people would be like, it's my f***ing day. All right?
Yeah. No, I think it's probably best to maybe check with the bride and groom if it's
100%.
okay first. Like, not just to go ahead and do it. Maybe it was like something that he was, waiting for the right moment or something, and that just happened to be it. I don't know. Anyway,
It's a stinky thing to do.
let's get some context, okay? Once again, this was after the wedding was over. They didn't sneak off and come back. Wedding was on a Saturday. It is now Monday, and Kimmy posted photos on social media of the ring and a picture they took from the night. Okay, so they waited a couple of days. They didn't steal the thunder. At first, everyone was all happy and congratulatory. Then someone points out that she is wearing the bridesmaid's dress from the wedding.
Oh. Well, it was a nice dress. Maybe it just fit her great. Like she was happy with how she
Yeah.
looked in it.
I
don't
mean,
know.
whatever. The picture was kind of like a selfie with them in the ocean in the background, not a full outfit of the day type picture. So it wasn't very noticeable that it was the bridesmaid's dress. Well, Bride gets mad. She starts calling and yelling at Kimmy about how she ruined her day. It was kind of after the fact, though.
It was after.
And that she made it all about her. When Kimmy said that technically it was after midnight and the next day it wasn't even her day anymore. Fuel to the fire. Mina was irate on another level, saying they should have waited until they were back from their honeymoon.
What?
Okay, no. Now people are split, saying it wasn't at the wedding or during, and they shouldn't have to wait until after they were back from the honeymoon, and that is a bit much to be saying that. Others are saying that having pictures in the bridesmaid's dress was a slap in the face to the bride.
I don't think it's a slap in the face. Come
It's
on.
whatever. I think a slap in the face would have been to propose during the wedding itself.
Did they tell anybody about it?
Chris and Josh haven't been voicing their opinions, but Josh did apologize to Chris for causing the drama, saying he thought the venue was lovely and near a place that meant so much to all of them. Essentially, Josh thought a meaningful place, romantic evening, he thought it was the right time. He'd been carrying the ring for months. I kind of understand both sides, but I'm leaning more toward Kimmy's. She waited till Monday, and if it wasn't for the neckline of the dress being in the photo, no one would have known it was from that night. So, was Josh the a-hole for proposing that night, or is Mina being a bridezilla for expecting them not to get engaged until she was back from her honeymoon? Honeymoon was 3 weeks in Japan, and they don't leave until next week, by the way.
Bye, Felicia.
I'm sorry, you get 1 day. Let's all make this very, very clear to everyone.
Maybe two, like the welcome
Maybe
party.
two with the bachelorette party, like 2 days max, all right? You do not get to dictate other people's pregnancies, other people's engagements, other people's plans, other people's outfits. You don't get to dictate any of that.
Yes, I agree. And also, even if it's the day after, I can understand why you might be a little bit upset that it's the day of the wedding.
Yeah.
Okay? But to wait 3 weeks after your honeymoon, like, get the out of here.
That's what's unreasonable. Yes, you can be a little bit annoyed, etc., etc.
I would be annoyed that he didn't actually mention it to, like, the bride and groom, right?
It seemed like it was just kind of like a random occurrence that he was just like, oh, this is so perfect, I'm just going to do it right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, like, maybe he didn't really plan to have it happen on that day, and, like, it was just the two of them. It wasn't like they made a scene. It wasn't like, you know, they took attention away from the bride and groom on their wedding day.
Like, did they tell anyone about it? I'm sure they maybe did the next morning.
They posted it 2 days later.
And that's actually kind of nice.
To me, it was clear that they did respect the fact that they kind of wanted to have a little bit of a buffer. They waited a couple days to tell everybody.
Maybe they told their family and stuff, but kept it a secret.
Your life does not stop because someone else is getting married. We have an update. Ooh. I invited Mina for tea to discuss the situation. I also told Kimmy to join us about 3 hours later.
Ooh.
We sat and had tea. I let Mina vent to me as to why she was angry. She felt that her wedding was used by the couple as a romantic backdrop for their proposal. I told her that she was delusional for expecting them to wait until she returned from their honeymoon to get engaged. Yeah, that's the part that's delusional.
Yeah.
I also asked her why she was mad at Kimmy rather than Josh for the proposal. Oh, that's a good point.
Very good
It had nothing to do with Kimmy. She's not the one that made the choice. That is telling, very telling.
It's probably about the dress more so.
Jealousy, like someone stealing her shine, you know, it not being about her. I think that people, when they come off of a wedding, are like on this high where it was like, wow, like everything is about me, everyone
So
is
much attention.
nice to me. And then the wedding is over, and it's like, oh, now it's not really going to be about me, it's going to be about other people, and they have a hard time coming to terms with that, which is something that I have learned.
It's ironic that we are in front of the camera. I hate attention. I hate talking about myself. I just like to talk about me farts.
Another thing was that she congratulated her until Tina pointed out that she was in the bridesmaid's dress. Tina is a pot stirrer. She's also Chris's younger sister. I did get some insight from the comments and told her the only thing tarnishing the glow from her wedding day was her nasty attitude. I think the nail in the coffin was, you are taking a wonderful romantic day that should be celebrated into a nightmare. You had your day. Your friend did everything to give you that day, then waited more than 24 hours to share her own wonderful news. You then took that and not only on her day, but also left a bad taste in everyone's mouth about your wedding. Do you want your day to be remembered as you being a bridezilla and a heartless friend? Ooh. She apologized to Kimmy when she got there. We made brownies and had more girl talk. Tina was in her ear saying that Josh was showing off the ring at the wedding and telling people he was going to propose. He wasn't.
Tina, an attention-seeking child that wanted to put distance between Kimmy and Mina. Little note, Tina was maid of honor for Mina, while Alex, Mina's brother, was best man for Chris. Everyone thought it was going to be cute to include the siblings for a whole family bonding thing. I think this is obviously something that you guys have worked out between you, so I'm happy to know. The bride was allowed to be just like a little bit annoyed, okay? You're allowed to have your feelings. Everybody's entitled to feel however they want to feel.
It hurt my feelings. It made me cry.
You are not entitled, however, to ask people to not continue with their lives. You're not allowed to tell people not to get engaged.
Your wedding is done. The morning you wake up after your wedding, it's over.
It's over, bestie.
It's over.
It's sad. Oh, it's such a beautiful day. Everyone was looking at you and complimenting you, and everyone was there for you, celebrating you, and oh my goodness, it was so wonderful, wasn't it? But guess what? That comes to an end.
It's over. Bride in the story. I think that she's right to be annoyed, but having a tantrum about it, she's a little bridezilla.
Try,
just like a little
just like a little one, you know? Just
I'm glad that you guys sorted it out. That's
like
a good thing.
Reptar-sized bridezilla.
No, you're...
I vote bridezilla. Her date was done. Be happy for your friends. Don't give them grief. Literally, like, you're kind of taking that away from them, this happy moment, by saying, oh, you took away my shine.
You're also tarnishing your own memory of the day. You're gonna be like, oh God, you're gonna hold on to all this resentment about how, like, she proposed.
And believe me, everybody's gonna be more concerned with how much you're acting like a bridezilla than remembering your day as a happy day.
And maybe you won't go to the wedding. I don't know. It's not worth ruining friendships. We are on this planet for one time, and make it a good time, not a bad time.
Correct. And to top it off, bridezilla demanding for them to wait until she got back from the honeymoon. And if they did, she would have said, you're ruining my honeymoon. You should have waited more. And if he waited more and she was pregnant, she would have had to say, oh, you wait until after, and until, et cetera, et cetera. Her day was over. They didn't post anything until almost 2 days later. And they were super respectful. They did not make it public. They did not take away from your day, Miss Bridezilla. And that's how I feel about it.
I feel the same way.
Looking at this in other stories, it seems that this trend is going from this is my day to this is my year. You know what?
I don't
that is
like
a very
this.
good point. It is becoming like that. Like, yes.
I
this
don't
is
like
you're getting
this.
Married, so it's like, oh, you know, every conversation has to be about me and my wedding.
How many engagement parties am I gonna have?
Goodness.
How many showers? Why are they called showers? Oh, showering with gifts.
Showering with gifts, yeah. We're not doing that, I don't think.
We should shower, though.
We should take a shower, like you especially, but...
I am stinky.
Bridezilla ruins her own wedding, demands bridal party pay for her canceled wedding. So, my friend Dana, female 29, was supposed to be getting married this past Sunday. The wedding got canceled and things had gotten crazy. Dana was getting married to Josh, male 32. She's still in college with me and asked for a few friends from college, myself included, to be her bridal party. Now, from the start, this wedding has been a disaster. I'm just gonna point out a few of the crazy stuff we dealt with. 1, she refused to invite my best friend, who she's supposedly good friends with, because she thinks we're lesbian lovers.
Okay.
We're not. Okay, even if you were... What's your problem, Dana? You got an issue or a tissue?
Jealous.
I already hate her. She had us go to the dress fitting and then demanded each of us pay $2,000 for each of our dresses. $2,000. Yo, this shit is out of control. For the love of God, why do people assume that people will spend like $10,000 on their weddings? And the clothing and the bachelor parties and the bachelorette parties and the wedding showers, and it's just like, my good golly gosh. People are out of control. Apparently she had a specific style she wanted, okay, and I can afford it, but I won't buy a $2,000 dress for one event. Some of the girls in the bridal party don't have that flexibility with money. It doesn't matter. It's obscene. That is obscene.
Yeah, totally crazy.
Apparently Josh couldn't invite any single females that were not blood relatives of him. So if he had any female friends, they were axed. Okay. And we say insecure.
Insecurity? What am I insecure about?
One of the girls in the bridal party doesn't drink because of her religion. Dana accused her of being pregnant in front of her parents and almost got her kicked out of her house.
My disappointment is immeasurable,
in my day is reading.
She was not pregnant and she dropped from the bridal party. She was a class act though and never bad talked Dana, just said she couldn't make it. We found about it pretty much on the day of the wedding. Number 5, she tried to make us cancel our holidays with families and instead go with her to a destination bachelorette party. Oh God, this shit is out of control, man. People are off their rockers. Let's stop thinking about weddings and everything leading up to the wedding as like the most important thing that's ever happened to you in your life. I work full-time even during holidays, so I told her that was not happening. More of the bridesmaids said similar things and she dropped it. Honestly, after reading all of this and the bachelorette parties I've been on, the destinations, and just the drama, the having to take multiple days off, the being hungover after for multiple days, it's just like,
Crack,
I want
crack, snack,
one
snack,
day,
pop, pop.
one day
Ugh.
with my friends. Maybe we would have a sleepover. One day where we, I don't know, like live it up on a boat for a few hours. We might go out that night, and that's it. My God, people are crazy. That's just 5 things of countless drama this wedding was having before the day. Now, the meat of the story comes on the wedding day. The day started horrible. Dana was having a meltdown because apparently the flower girl had to cancel because she has chicken pox. She was threatening to sue the mother unless she brought this sick 3-year-old to the wedding. And then you'll get everybody else sick? Absolutely not.
Don't you dare make this about you.
Listen, lots of people have not had chicken pox. When you have that as an adult, it is not good. You're putting everyone in danger because you want a flower girl? Just forget it. Have someone else throw the flowers. Jeez. Josh apparently was able to calm her down from this starter outburst and we began preparations. The whole day she had constant outbursts. She made people cry, like wedding staff and bridesmaids. The maid of honor deserves a medal for the amount of diplomacy and BS control she had to do. For the most part, took the easy route and decided to work outside the bridal suite, like checking flowers, making sure food was okay. Basically, any excuse not to be around the bride. Wow. Yeah, you guys aren't going to be friends after this.
Amen to that.
Eventually, I had my makeup and hair done, and then the bride asked for a little bit of time alone to decompress from the stress. We didn't even fight it. You could not see a group of women run away faster. Imagine that. Imagine you're being such a basket case that your friends don't want to be around you on your wedding day. Wedding was starting in 30 minutes, so we figured we should be fine alone for a little. I spent those 30 minutes just sitting in the chapel with my phone. It had to be about 5 minutes before the start of the wedding when maid of honor came to tell me that the wedding was canceled. I asked her what happened. Dana was having a quickie with Josh's uncle in the room. Josh caught them. The uncle. The uncle. Any worse, but I was sorely mistaken. I just stared at the maid of honor with my mouth pretty much about to reach the floor. She told me to run and that she was going to try to get as many people out before things exploded. So I quickly got my purse. She looks at you, she goes, run.
Run!
Booked it out of there! Holy shit. So I quickly got my purse, gathered the 2 bridesmaids that were carpooling with me, and we left like the devil was after us. I checked with the other bridesmaids, and all had escaped. My God, I'm kind of sad that you guys weren't there to watch, though. Like, that night, I called the maid of honor to check out what happened, and the tea was bad. Apparently, and rightfully, Josh called off the wedding, called her a few names, told off his uncle, and has since left with his mates to, I hope, have the biggest single man party ever. I feel so bad for him. He's an absolute gem of a man. I mean, he certainly has to be to want to deal with that for the rest of his life. He apparently also told Dana and her parents that she will be paying for the cancellation fees. I mean, I think that's definitely fair. I also had a friend who was about to get married and she caught the groom cheating. Definitely T. He paid for everything. The photographer, I think she ended up just doing like a solo shoot with the photographer because it was already paid for and because the photographer felt bad.
In my book, it's a win.
According to maid of honor, Dana's father told her in front of everyone that she was paying for it on her own for being a slut.
You are correct, sir.
I don't normally like that word, but I think in this case it's justified. You your fiance's uncle on your wedding day 30 minutes before you're about to get married. I think that constitutes a slut.
Yeah.
I thought that was the end of it. I made the choice to separate myself from this mess until I got a call from Dana not even an hour ago demanding $5,000 to help pay for her cancellation fees. Absolutely not!
This whole operation was your idea.
Go and suck an egg. It's my new favorite saying. According to Dana, it was our duty as the bridal party to pay her cancellation fees. No, it's not. Obviously told her no, and that she might as well lose my number. I am never speaking to this woman again. This has been pretty much the reaction of all the bridesmaids and the maid of honor. By the way, maid of honor, Josh's older sister. Oh, wow. Can you imagine asking her to pay for the wedding? You just cheated on her brother on the wedding day. You drinking all the Delulu lemonade. Small update. Hey guys, I know a lot of people want to know what happened. After talking to Josh yesterday, he asked me to only say that he's okay, figuring things out and moving on. We're gonna stay friends with him and his sister. Good. Dana was told that no one in the group wants to interact with her. Since then, it's been almost mostly radio silence. I can't share more about Josh's future plans as he's asked me not to. He did have a good laugh at some of the comments I showed him and appreciates the support. The one detail that I did get corrected on, for those curious, was the uncle. He's the younger brother of Josh's mother, and he's 55 years old. I thought he was married into the family, but I got the detail wrong. I also found out the most disgusting detail. The uncle knew Dana since she was a teenager. Oh God. Oh God, no. Please say it isn't so. Dana and Josh are high school sweethearts, so yeah, I feel gross knowing that. Yes, I also did not know that. I missed that before I knew that.
I have a device. It can make us forget.
It's like a double whammy, you know? Like, not only did she cheat, but, like, Josh's uncle, like, his family member. Dishonor! Dishonor on you!
Dishonor on your cow!
Okay, we have one final update.
Oh boy, oh boy!
Josh is doing much better. He moved to a new place away from Dana and has some of his mates as roommates. He cut off contact with his uncle, as did most of his family. I mean, fair. Jesus. Putting it all on the line for a quick screw, eh? Hope it was worth it.
Have you ever been tested for STDs?
He's put a pause on dating for some time, considering Dana was his first and only girlfriend for years, so he needs some time to heal. Dana has now become persona non grata with my friends. She's even tried moving in with one of them without telling her by appearing at 10 p.m. at night saying, "You can't send me away this late at night." I beg to differ, Dana. I beg to differ.
I want to go home and rethink your life.
Didn't work. Don't know where she's living, but I can say for sure she's absolutely, without any doubt, very much screwed. She has 4 lawsuits. One from Josh for obvious reasons, one from his sister for the dresses she bought, one from the bridesmaid she accused of being pregnant, and one from Josh's uncle, since apparently Dana used his credit card. She apparently moved in with him after the failed wedding. Oh God, she's just like a Tasmanian devil. God forbid you end up in her path. So yeah, she threw her life away, and she's very much without support. I saw Dana's parents some day ago, and they haven't had any contact with her since the wedding. They're moving with their other daughter to another state, away from this hurricane of a person. As for Josh's sister, we've been hanging out for a while. She's become super tight with my friends, and we're even planning a trip sometime next year with her and her 7-year-old to Disney. And yes, we've all agreed to divide the babysitting. We offered, she didn't press us to do so. For the 3 people PMing, calling me misogynistic, how is she misogynistic? I don't get it. Oh, because she called her a I mean, if you can't be called a slut in that scenario, when can you be called? We're not calling women who choose to have relations. We are calling women who cheat on their fiancés right before their wedding with the uncle. Don't get it twisted. Well, I'm glad you got away from this person. And honestly, I know that this isn't an am I the a-hole, but sorry, you're not the a-hole. You're literally not. If she's an a-hole, I'm an a-hole, and so be it.
Soon-to-be bride, all the way from Leeds, was getting married in Jersey, and she booked me in through, I think, word of mouth. Obviously, because she's from Leeds, she was only flying to the island for a week. I had to do the trial the day before the wedding. So it gets to the week of the wedding, and I'm messaging her, and she's not replying to me. It gets to the day of the trial, and still no reply. Bearing in mind, she's already put down a 50% deposit, so I'm like, is this wedding still going ahead? The bum then randomly texts me saying, the wedding is still going ahead, please be at the hotel tomorrow for, say, 8 a.m, I think it was. So I'm thinking like, okay, was it not going ahead? Like, what's happening? The bride's still not replying to me. But anywho, it gets to the day of the wedding and I get to the hotel for 8 a.m. I go to the reception and I ask for the room number and I go up to the room and I knock on the door. Can literally hear someone having sex. So like my first reaction is, am I at the right room? It's now 20 past 8. So if you're a makeup artist, you know how strict timetables are and schedules are for a wedding. Bearing in mind this is my first bridal party and I'm getting really stressed. I double checked with the hotel and I was definitely at the right room, so I knock again. At this point a man leaves the room. I didn't think anything of it, you know, it was my first bridal party, I didn't know what to expect. Some soon to be husband and wife do spend the night before their wedding together, so I just thought, you know, they're a bit late leaving the room. Bride then peeps her head through the door and say, "Oh, are you Hannah the makeup artist?" And I'm like, yes I am. She has last night's makeup on, hasn't washed her hair, and stinks of alcohol. By this point, I was like, oh, the pressure is getting worse as she is not going to be ready in time. She's also steaming drunk. She could barely string a sentence together. Then the bridesmaids finally show up themselves. I mean, they're in no better state than the bride, but you know, I'm like, finally, let's get the show on the road, let's start doing some makeup. The champagne, opening the Prosecco, the rosé. No food was in sight. It was almost like they were pissed already and they wanted to stay pissed for the day. So I'm like, whatever, let's get the first bridesmaids and let's get started. The bridesmaids are all pretty much ready. The hairdresser's in, starting doing the hair, I'm doing the makeup, everything's going smoothly. Very behind schedule, but you know, things are going along quite well. I get to do the bride's makeup. Now bless her, I can get the worst hangovers too, so I really do resonate with her, but she was in no state to walk down an aisle in a couple of hours. I was like, this can't be happening for this poor girl. By this point, the bridesmaids are getting a little bit more pissed, you know, a little bit more louder. The music's getting turned up. I can't even hear myself think. And one of the bridesmaids shouted out, I think she might have been the sister. So who was here last night then? You can imagine my face. What do you mean, who was here last night?
Who was here?
Was that my husband?
What do you
mean? So by this point, my ears, they're fully out and I'm ready to hear all gossip. But then at the same time, I just started doing the bride's eye makeup and I was like, please, this is not the time for the girl to start tearing up here. Just done my smoky wing. Obviously, she starts crying. So me being me, I just said, just go to the toilet and have a breather. Like, it's fine, we'll continue in a minute. By this point, it's been a good 15 minutes, but she comes out of the bathroom, everything's fine, and I continue with my makeup. We're already like a good hour behind the schedule. Is what it is. The bride's mum then walks into the room. Now I have no idea if one of the bridesmaids was a sister or a family relative, but whatever happened in that bathroom, someone had updated the bride's mum. The mum then walks into the hotel room, storms up to the bride, who I'm doing her makeup currently, points her finger at her, like, you dirty little I was like, can I not just do this girl's makeup in peace? Anyway, cut a long story short, she basically had an affair and cheated on her husband the night before. I don't know why I'm laughing. And the man that left that hotel room in the morning that I politely said hello to was just a randomer. It wasn't the groom. If you're wondering, yes, I did continue doing her makeup. And yes, she did go and get married that day. After the wedding, she was meant to pay the remaining 50%. Did she pay it? No. Did I hear from her again? No. Is she still married? I don't know. So moral of the story is, take the full percentage of your rates the day before the wedding at least, and don't get married for the sake of getting married.
I love how they just freely talked about it in front of you. I love how they were all just kind of like standing around, like drinking, getting lit, and like kikiing about the fact that she cheated on her fiance the night before her wedding. Like so nonchalant about it. Okay, so who was here last night? As if it was like not a big deal?
But it's not a big deal. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think it's probably best if you're doing this the night before your wedding, or you're even thinking about doing this, you're not ready to get married. And I don't know if you'll ever be. Honestly, props to you for maintaining your composure throughout all of this. Like, the fact that you showed up and you just did the job. I guess she did still get married that day despite everything, but like, holy crap. You're not getting paid enough for what you do, I'm telling you. Frozen. Bridezilla. I was doing a first-time wedding photo/video shoot with a new business in January in Canada. It was -50 on this day. You were in Alberta, weren't you? In the Bridezilla's emails, it was discussed that photos and videos would be done inside as it was dangerously cold out. Well, Bridezilla didn't like that. She was insistent on doing outdoor photos, so okay. This is the issue with having a wedding in the wintertime. Sorry, buddy. you gotta do it inside. The thing is like everybody else can bundle up, right? Like the photographer can like bundle up, they can have like hand warmers in their gloves, they can make sure that they're warm. The only person that's gonna be shit out of luck are the bride and groom. We took photos and videos and more photos, and when we started shivering, we took more photos. I was showcasing just how picky I can be for shots and making sure we got multiples from slightly different angles. Nice. So you're just kind of making her suffer through it, eh? Nice. She also chose not to wear any form of coat or shawl, but demanded we get outdoor photos and video. When she started shivering, we just said, you have to stop. We can see it on video. Then we took more photos and more outdoor shots until her skin was so bright red she was looking like the Canadian flag herself. She was a raging and tried to email the boss saying how we all talked about how hungover we were. We weren't. But she only said that about the two Indig photographers, me and the third. It was Indig. My boss created a beautiful video and conveniently made it all about the husband, with maybe 2 shots of the bride. It was glorious and I have 0 regrets. A photographer's revenge, eh? Love to see it. Well, she wanted outdoor photos. She just wasn't prepared to suffer through it. See? Now all you have to come away with from that entire experience is a shitty video that you weren't even in because you insisted upon having photos and videos outside in -50. Stupid is as stupid does.
I got a call from the bride to be, and she says that unfortunately the groom passed away.
Oh.
So, you know, we're like crying together on the phone, really, really sad, and she asks for her deposit back. And, you know, as any wedding professional, like, you have your contracts.
Did she lie?
All deposits non-refundable. They're in most contracts, as are in mine. But obviously, you know, when the groom dies, it's kind of hard to have a wedding without him. And also, I'm not, you know, a monster, so it's like, yes, come get the deposit. So she comes in, she gets it, like, we hug, we're on our way. Fast forward, like, 3 or so weeks. I got a phone call from the groom.
Holy
I knew it. So he's talking to me about this next deposit. He's saying, like, he was short on the money, but he's like, he has it now and whatever. So I'm like, I won't say his name. I'm like, let's call him Larry. I'm like, Larry, I am so surprised to hear from you. He's like, a little thrown off guard. He's like, what? I'm like, are you calling from the beyond? God, was under the impression that you were dead.
Oh my god, absolutely not. Dude, she totally lied about him dying and wanted to get the deposit back. God, how is it that I called it? Why would she do that? Did she want the money for herself? Like, I thought that maybe like the wedding was canceled and she wanted the money back. But no, the wedding is still happening. So why are you trying to cancel this photographer? And you feel the need to lie about it?
So that turned into a would-be lawsuit.
Yeah, no kidding.
Deposit. And the craziest part about it is, like, if she just came to me and said, I'm calling off the wedding, like, the wedding was a year away, so, like, not much had been done yet. They had, like, just kind of booked me. Like, it's not the same for every situation, and a contract is a contract, so, like, you know, I would have the right to keep the deposit. But in that scenario, if she was like, we're in a pinch and I'm not doing it, I'm leaving this MFR, I'd be like, all right, like, we haven't done much yet. Here's your deposit back. But yeah, she went the death route, and crazy.
What is wrong with you?
Okay, so wait,
if you guys were watching that on YouTube or Spotify, you saw our jaws hit.
Questions.
What
So did I.
Yeah. Holy.
Okay, so she told you he died. Yes. Right? Yes. And Homeboy is oblivious to the fact that he's even been broken up with.
So she broke up with him. There was some kind of, I didn't even get into the details, but from what I surmised, there was some sort of incident that happened between them that seemed that he was at fault.
Okay.
I think there was also a money factor in that. So he had, like, promised her a certain amount, and then he couldn't come forward with it. Something else happened, straw that broke the camel's back. She was just like, I'm done, I gotta get out of this. And he, like, I guess she, I don't know if she didn't tell him or he was just like calling her bluff, like, I don't know, some people
Hey, Adriana, I'm just here to pay the second deposit.
Yeah, what? I'm
Oh,
like,
Larry.
well, I thought you were dead, so.
Oh, Larry.
Oh, Larry. Yeah, these two.
Wow.
So that was pretty funny. And I would never, like, I did look, I'm not gonna lie to you, when she first called me, I was like partly ashamed, but I did look up his obit. And I couldn't find it, but I was like, you know what, everyone's circumstances are different. Like, I can't ask her for a death certificate, she just lost her fiance. Like,
Oh my
that's
God.
crazy to do. You don't ask someone for that when they've lost someone, but goddamn, I don't know.
Wow, that's like a low thing to do.
Well,
Like-
my mom said to me, she was like, you have to think if someone is in the position where they are like so desperate that they're gonna fake someone's death, like she must have really like been in a pinch.
Yeah.
And I get that, but
Morally, bad news.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
That ain't it.
that's what
No.
I want.
Don't lie about people dying.
Honestly.
As a rule of thumb, you know, it's not best to lie about a death.
I'm so blown away by this right now. Like, did not expect that at all. That might be the yeah. You want to talk crazy wedding day horror stories? That takes the cake.
Yeah,
That's
Pun
the
very
cake.
much intended. I just don't understand why the groom didn't know that his own wedding wasn't happening anymore. Like, was he doing it out of courtesy, coming to pay the second? It kind of sounds like he had no idea that she had broken up with him, or that she was trying to get her money back, his money back. Who knows whose money it is? Kind of sounds like it was his, honestly. Realistically, okay, yes, she could have been, you know, trying to get out of a desperate situation. She thought maybe her reasoning for wanting out of the marriage wasn't as good as just saying that the groom died. Because nobody would question you, right? My 25 male, fiance, 24 females, best friend sent me proof of her cheating at her bachelorette party. You know it's bad when the bride's best friend is exposing her. First of all, sorry for a mistake. I'm writing in a state between exhaustion and being completely drunk. As you should. As you should, bestie. So yeah, pretty common story. Met her 5 years ago at uni, fell deeply in love, and thought she was the love of my life.
Story of my life.
5 years of relationship, she decided to fucking crush. I want to break my skull right now. Decided to crush. Oh my God. Okay. We were not a perfect couple, but damn, we were close. Her family liked me, and while I don't really have one, I felt so welcomed in theirs. We had projects. The first one was me buying this big, now garbage of a house near the sea, building a family on our own, on my own. I proposed to her earlier this year, and I couldn't think of a better night than this one. Why the frick she had to throw everything away like that? Yesterday morning, I woke up with a big headache from my little party with the boys. And what a surprise when I saw that my fiance's best friend sent me not one, but 5 videos.
What? Holy fuck. Calm down.
How did she not know that there were 5 videos being taken of her while
Calm
she
down.
was cheating, you know? I'm just gonna keep it
We're
for
fucking
myself.
lax.
Make it a happy memory.
How naive I was thinking. Oh, cool, they had fun. Must be some fun or embarrassing moments, lol. To summarize the 5 videos, her kissing at least 3 other guys. Oh, 3. At least 3. Oh, God, it just gets worse by the second.
I have a reputation to uphold.
Making out really passionately with one. I mean, really passionately. Licking champagne on his body, and finally her being lifted up into a room and a lot of noises from behind the door. Okay, that's how you get a video of her without her knowing. She was probably
The
so
turtle.
into it,
The
she didn't
turtle.
even realize there were videos
The
being
turtle.
taken. I just would like to say that we don't claim her. Like, you say that this is like a common story. Maybe you just meant the uni part. This is not common.
Right, a nickel.
My friends are still with me, as dumbfounded as I am. I guess she slept most of yesterday because I had the first text last night and a crap ton of them, plus calls this morning. I only asked her yesterday to tell me the truth, and she played like nothing happened. Yeah. Doesn't look good for you, buddy. Doesn't look good. I mean, depends on how you look at it. Because would you really want to be in a relationship who would do this and lie about it?
Yeah.
Do this from, like, at all, but then lie about it. I have a theory where people that, like, openly cheat like this, especially to this degree, just don't want to be in a relationship with that person or at all. And they're looking for a way to, like, sabotage it. I can't, I swear to God, it's crushing my mind.
You could do so.
She's just begging on text for me to pick up, saying it's not what I think. How cliche, right? Even her best friend is trying and told me we need to talk. You gotta talk to that best friend.
Wrong number.
I'm glad that she's not
Bye.
sticking with the girl code. That's not even girl code though. Like that's when I'm referring to
That's just
girl
code.
code, I think of like bro code, you know? Like it's like they're all in on it and they'll let each other cheat and they won't ever tell the girlfriends, etc. I don't think girl code is the same thing as bro code, but even the best friend is like, dude, you gotta get out. I picked up just once. I told her I know about the guy and bam, blank silence. Then sobbing and crying, telling me to meet to talk and explain because it's not what it looks like. Before I hung up and turned off my phone, I'm sorry, what does it look like then? Because there are videos that definitely look like it.
I was practicing.
There's video evidence. It kind of is.
I was looking for my keys.
With all those noises going on.
Jumping up and down on the bed.
Even asking me who was the B word that sent me the vids. I love it when they're more angry about being found out. Who said
Mary.
that? Who told you that? Who didn't keep my secret?
Who eats my banana pudding?
That's how you know you caught a cheater, because if they're more upset about who told you the truth, tells you something. Guys, I really thought I could have my own family. Oh, you can, babe. You can, just not with that one. It was hard growing in foster. I guess I only have my bros and my job left.
First before, right?
Listen, I know it's going to be hard to think of women in a favorable light, but not all of us are like this, okay? Look at the best friend. The fact that her best friend wanted to tell you what was going on, like she put her friendship on the line to tell you the truth about what was happening. And not only that, give you proof of what was happening. That is a testament to the fact that not all women are like your fiance here. Some of us have morals, okay? I guess I need some outside advice. Maybe it wasn't what it looked like, but hard
Like
to
Streep?
believe that BS. I mean, you could hear her out, but the fact that she like lied to begin with is not a good sign. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't marry this person. Like, you just can't. You can still have the family. You can still have your dream life, just not with her. Edit. Also, for all the people telling me to get with her best friend, it's it's not my priority right now. Fiance contacted me again and offered me to monitor all her accounts, not drinking or going out without me, etc.
Yuck.
I mean, it's
No
a
thanks.
little
Too late.
for that. That's an odd solution. I just feel like maybe this isn't the first time, you know? I really, really feel
Yuck.
like this was the first time that maybe the best friend had proof, but maybe it wasn't the first time, because it's like, oh, this happens when I'm drunk. Oh, it happens when I go out without you. Why is that a solution? OP says, I'm not a freaking jail guard. It will be my last update on this. I won't post anymore and mostly will delete the account later. It's so bizarre when cheaters do this. I fricked someone else. Now to keep the life I want, you have to do more work keeping an eye on me. It's kind of like people that fuck up and they're like, let's go to therapy. Come to therapy with me. No, I will not go to therapy with you. Why do I have to dedicate time to you because you fucked up? If anything, you go to therapy and you work on your I'm just fine. In fact, it's the therapy that makes me feel like I don't need therapy. I'm healed, baby girl. I am a whole person. Okay, we have an update. I know those fateful words. We have an update. 4 words. They're the best words in the English language. Well, maybe not separately, but together. The wake up was hard, but I want to first thank all the kind messages and advice I got. For the people who insulted my fiance, please don't do that, even though I understand how you feel. For now, I just need to get back home, so I texted her that she had until this afternoon to pick some stuff up and leave to her parents' place, and of course, not the car I bought for her. Period. She called me and begged for a chance to explain. I mean, I'm not past watching people grovel, you know? So there was crying, a guilt trip that I'm not believing her over someone I don't really know. I mean, it's not like a he said, she said kind of situation. It was like video proof. Telling me nothing happened in the room, the kissing was all she did.
Do you think I'm stupid?
Convenient that the only thing there isn't a video of is something that she's refuting happened.
Plausible deniability.
At this point, I was at my break point, but I held tears and I asked her to tell me all of the truth or I'd disappear from her life. So more crying until she confessed that all she did was
Eat a banana real slow.
on her and on him. We gotta blur that out. That's my... Because there's kids watching.
Interesting channel.
Detailed, but nothing more happened because she stopped. She swore that's all she did, but how can I be sure? It just gets worse and worse. It's like she's just lying until you press her, and then more and more comes out. Like she's just lying over and over and over again. I never saw her that panicked over something. She'd even propose something like a free pass for me to cheat on her on any like WTF. That doesn't make it better, sweetheart. Like, if
Your mom.
anything, y'all should have discussed that before.
Raw.
And if he said no, then you also can't do that. But honestly, even if someone suggested that to me, I would be so upset. I would be like, no. And I would rethink that whole relationship. Because the fact that you're even thinking about it. Listen, I have been in situations where fiancés have given a hall pass, and I've said this before, and I will say it again. I would not want my fiancé to use his hall pass, okay? I would not even want that discussion to happen. That's awkward as shit. I can't even describe how sick and disgusted I felt while hearing all of this. I hung up because, well, was there more to say? Through all the messages and calls from her friends and family, it was mostly messages telling me to pick up and talk with fiancé. Like a lot advised that I told a friend of mine to download the vids on his stuff, phone and computer, because I can't stand to have this on mine. Yeah, no kidding. You'd probably be like playing that over and over and over again. Oof. I also picked up when her best friend called me and basically, I also picked up when her best friend called me and basically she explained that another girl invited her brother, who is a ripper, and his friends. A ripper, eh? That guy was a ripper, or one of them? Rippers are so weird, like male ripper, oh god. I'm sorry, you gotta be some kind of ratchet to want to hook up with a ripper. That's why I already saw his face somewhere. She then took a solid 20 minutes telling me she betrayed fiancé because of how much she didn't deserve me. Ooh.
Put it in her.
I mean, I'm not opposed. I'm definitely not opposed. Like, she definitely showed her loyalty to you. I feel like I would leave that door open romantically if I were you. I know you're probably hurt right now, but like, how I was too good, handsome, attractive, and wealthy for her. Ooh, she like you. I asked her if fiancé ever did something like that before. She told me no. I asked her if fun stuff could have been used, and she told me no, because she was still going after the cheating. She then offered to come to my place in order to support me, but I kindly declined. Yeah, she like you. She like you. I need to be alone right now. Wedding has been canceled, but I didn't tell the reason to the parents yet. Why? Call them up. Tell them better yet, send them the videos. I took a break from work, and my days right now mostly consist of going to bars and getting so drunk I pass out.
And then another and another.
Not the healthiest way to deal with it, but hey, who am I to judge? I'd probably do the same thing. At least we had a good laugh with the boys, even if I can hardly remember the last parts. Thanks again. Never thought this would blow up that fast. I'm kind of a very introverted person. I meet my current friends. I only have 4, but can't thank them enough. Through my fiance. Ooh, sounds like she lost her fiance and her friend group all at once. Honestly though, if you found out that your friend was cheating, like, I would not want to be friends with that person either. Kind of leaves a sour taste in your mouth, doesn't it?
Did you support a banana peel too?
She was the popular type in uni, while all I did was study and play basketball. She was my first relationship, my first time, my first everything. Oh, that's so hard. That's so hard.
That's what she said.
But hey, like, I'm not gonna say there's plenty of fish in the sea. But I mean, if that's your only experience, like, dude, there's plenty of people out there. There's endless possibilities. You'll be fine. Throwing out 5 years just like that. She keeps texting me to meet and talk about this like adults. Sending me what she ate like nothing happened.
All right, I'm done for today.
Banana! She's sending you like
She ate
pics,
banana.
and she keeps trying to talk about our dreams together.
Gross.
Ooh, that's manipulative. That's so messed up, but fortunately there's a nice old and expensive bottle of whiskey waiting for me. I mean, listen, I don't want to join the chorus of people that are telling you to hook up with this best friend, but like, I'm gonna join the chorus of people that are telling you to hook up with this best friend. But not while you're like rebounding, okay? Rebound with somebody else, not the best friend. Best friend's a good one.
She's a keeper.
Okay, this is a very, very good point. How does someone invite their sibling to strip for her and her friend?
Oh my god, that's such a good point! That is so foul!
Oh god, I'm gonna blow out my microphone. Ew! stuck out to me, but if I had just found out that someone I loved and had committed myself to had cheated, the absolute last thing I would want would be What? I don't know why this is what stuck out to me, but if I had just found out that someone I loved and had committed myself to had cheated, the absolute last thing I would want would be given a free pass to go and passionately hug someone else to make it even. That would somehow make the betrayal feel even worse, as if the only issue was some transactional sense of fairness, as if the only issue was passionately hug itself. Oh, I betrayed you so you can go betray me, but it's not even betrayal because I'm allowing you to do it. Make it make sense. The logic, the math ain't mathing. My piece of advice, best friend sounds nice. Have your fun.
Give me the banana.
Get it out of your
Give me the
system and then see if
banana.
something's there. Cheating bridezilla who lost everything. Not entirely sure if this classifies as a bridezilla. When I think of a bridezilla, I also think of someone who is like really entitled and expects a lot of people and has temper tantrums, that kind of thing. But I think that cheating definitely falls into that category. I was supposed to be in a wedding and ultimately dropped out. This was over 1.5 years in the making. This bride comes from a super religious family, and the mom helped the groom, who's in the military, design and purchase the engagement ring. He proposed without talking to her first. Less than 1 year together, I think, and in front of a group of people. She wanted to say no, but felt pressured to say yes. Later, she asks us to be her bridesmaids, claiming that they're good now. Our first red flag. The cost started adding up for the bridesmaids. To be fair, it was the maid of honor who totaled the estimate of $900 per bridesmaid for a dress, professional hair and makeup, the bachelorette party. She was planning stuff the bride wouldn't even like, and a hotel the night of the wedding, even though it was 45 minutes from our houses. Okay. After we could reason with the maid of honor, most bridesmaids were college students, and the maid of honor said, just save $20 a week from now until the wedding. We decided to talk to the bride at an upcoming party. If you have like a safe ride home, that's my only concern with like after a wedding, you go home. There will be drinking at weddings. Obviously take an Uber, and that's why I think a lot of people end up staying overnight because everybody drinking, everybody getting a little litty, you know what I'm saying, litty titty. But realistically, 45 minutes away, you can decide if an Uber would be cheaper. Maybe if you shared it. This is where it gets fun. We suspected the bride was cheating on her fiance. At the party, she ended up cheating with her ex, and we all saw it. Many people tried to talk to her about it, but she didn't think her fiance needed to know. She even later made up a story that her fiance was cheating on her. This was false as far as we know. Yeah, she was just trying to make it seem less bad. Oh, well, he cheated on me, so I cheated on him.
That's not how this works.
This went on for a bit before we were one by one backing out of the party, and later RSVP'd no to the wedding. Ooh. Well, she definitely knows where you stand. Turns out, a few nights before the wedding, the bride got wasted and was complaining to her fiance's sister that he said she doesn't give as good compared to his ex. Fiance hears this and drunkenly says something like, at least I don't cheat on my partner. And his family is like, hold up, what? But she did cheat.
The plot thickens.
During the rehearsal dinner the next day, his family confronts hers. Both parents take the bride and groom into a room for like an hour and a half. Her parents find out everything, including that she isn't a virgin. Again, super religious family, not cool. They decide to still hold the wedding. Next morning, bride-to-be received a text from the groom saying he can't do it. Bride and her family all go to the hotel he's staying at, and the bride's dad flips. Turns out he dropped $150,000 for this wedding. WTF. Pay our student loans, please. And the groom's family then leave to travel back to their home state. Bride goes home. Bride's parents go down the aisle to renew their vows in a half-empty uniformed church full of guests. They still go to the reception since it was already paid for, though many guests just leave.
More for me.
I mean, at least they're getting something out of it. $150,000. Edit here. Again, the guy was in the military in a submarine. Even she had zero contact with him. For those who met him, it was only once. We did all we could, and he did know. She was a really good friend to all of us, but not anymore. It's sad that we wanted to help her, but we had enough of her compulsive lying and manipulative nature. I hope that she changes her ways and finds someone nice in the future, but we all know our friendship with her is completely over. I mean, it really doesn't surprise me that you guys feel some type of way about this woman. I mean, realistically, all I do is talk about people who cheat. I feel some type of way about it. So if I ever find out that someone is a cheater, like a known cheater, and they cheat on their partner all the time,
I'm not gonna like that person.
sometimes I wake up a little sad, and then I read things like this and realize my life is just fine. And I need to go and walk it off. Seriously.
everything's okay. It's okay. It's nice to compare, isn't it? Well, at least my life isn't like that. Here's a good point. Why was she discussing his preferences with his sister in front of everyone? Sounds like he's probably a dick too. That is a very, very good point. The fact that he said that to her at all, if it's true, sounds like it was doomed from the start. In fact, I know it was doomed from the start because you said that she wanted to say no and she couldn't because she was in public, which honestly is fair. This is why we don't do public proposals, guys. You gotta be certain that that's what this person wants, okay? All right, we got one more. It's a little am I the a-hole? So we're gonna have to blur out some of this, but I think it's an important discussion to have because I feel like there's definitely like a double standard when it comes to the rippers and bachelor and bachelorette parties. Am I the a-hole for leaving my fiance after I learned there were rippers at her bachelorette party? For those that don't know what I'm referring to when I say ripper, maybe that's just a really Canadian way of saying it. A saucy dancer. A saucy
Hello, motherfucker.
Hey, fucker.
Ex-fiance, 29 female, were together for 5 years. We should have
Hello,
been married now
fucking
in
mother.
the normal conditions, but I broke up with her and canceled the wedding 2 days before it because they invited male spicy dancers to her bachelorette party. I'm personally not a fan of these parties, but reluctantly agreed after both groom and bride side confirmed we would keep it simple. I told my ex-fiance I'm not comfortable with saucy dancers or other kinds of crazy things. She agreed. All right, you express the boundary, you're not okay with it. Some people are and some people are not. I also told my friends that if they were to do a stupid thing without me knowing, we would have problems.
What kind of problem?
We stayed at my friend's summer house and chilled there by the pool. Did some WoW raids.
Hello,
and played board games.
motherfucker.
Oh, that sounds
Hello,
like exactly
fucking
what I would want
mother.
my fiance to do for his
I'm
bachelor party.
sanding wood.
Have a bro fest up at the Cotty.
There were nights we'll never remember.
My ex-fiance and her friends went to a restaurant, then rented an Airbnb. There was no problem during the night, and the next day I asked how things went. She and her close friend said it was really chill and good. We returned to the city center after that. I encountered another bridesmaid that day when I was shopping for a bracelet for my ex-fiance for her upcoming birthday. I asked that girl, how is everything, as we were in the same department at college, but rarely talk now. She's closer with my fiance than me. She said, it's going good. Last night was crazy with all the birds. Let that one slip through your chest. After saying that she looked uncomfortable, I asked her about the details, but she was not willing to tell much. I think she realized she should not have talked about it. I laughed, said goodbye, and left. I confronted my fiance, and she seemed surprised about it. She was denying it first, then told me nothing crazy happened, and one of her bridesmaids invited rippers. I will say that sometimes bridesmaids do that without the bride knowing. I've been involved in a couple different bachelorette parties, and we've brought it up in like the group chats where the bride was not involved. It's not the kind of ripper that you would think is like attractive. It's more of like a funny ripper. We talked about it, and then we kind of just decided that her fiance would have been really uncomfortable with it, and she would have been uncomfortable with it, so it just wasn't a good idea, and we decided against it. If you want to hear my first and only experience at the Saucy Dance Club for women, stick around to the end of the video. I reminded her that it was a strict boundary for me. I asked about the details, but she said there was nothing much with the dancers, just solo dances, and that's it. Just solo dances. That's kind of like the worst thing that can happen. I told her I needed some time to think. Almost all of the bridesmaids messaged me, ensuring nothing happened when I was on my way back home. Definitely not coordinated. Okay, listen, as bridesmaids, as friends of the bride, if the bride has said something to the effect of the groom is not comfortable with dancers, same goes for the dudes having their bachelor parties. It is up to us to like respect their wishes. Okay, we can't be inviting people just because, oh, it'll be so funny.
I'm cutting wood.
Is gonna be uncomfortable.
The ones
Like,
in my
we
hand I
can
cut
group chat about
yesterday.
it, but,
These
like,
are
we're not
earrings.
gonna do it, okay?
I
Things
have to
happen
pop
after
the
that, but in
holes
end, I decided
out
to break up
still
and
with the
cancel
pin.
wedding. I lost some money since it was only 2 days before the wedding. Things
But
are
I'm
not smooth right
sanding
now.
the
My
edges
head
to
is
make them
messed
they're
up. I get
smooth on the
criticism from everyone
outside.
and had no idea about what to do. My sister told me to see a therapist to process my thoughts and feelings. That's what I'll do. Some mutuals suggested I reconsider things and stop being so whiny about such a small thing. I don't think it's such a small thing, especially when they all tried to hide it from me. And that's
the tea. It would be one thing if you heard about this from your fiance and she said, honestly, they did it without me knowing, nothing happened, like, it was just like one big, silly joke, whatever. If she came to you first and said that she wasn't the person that invited them, even then, though, in that situation, I would probably leave the room and let them, whatever. The fact that she hid it is not a good sign. It's not only a violation of your boundaries, but it's also a violation of your trust. Because,
and then I'll loop them together because they're
there were
danglies.
dancers, and number two, she hid it from me.
You liar!
Not the a-hole, it comes down to the lies. Also, her friends also lied. One said the truth but knew they messed up and weren't forthcoming with information. Just makes you wonder, what if anything in the future they would lie about to cover up? You told her it was a boundary and they stomped on it. She violated your trust. You
on the laser, I'm cutting those cool engraved skulls, and they're going to be keychains, earrings, car hangers,
the moment she saw
necklace,
that happen, she should have been like,
whatever.
My fiance's not okay with this. I'm gonna have to.
We'll see how they turn out if they cut well. Oh, you son of a bitch!
She stretched the violation of your
Hi.
trust further. Not a good way.
We'll see how they turn out.
I mean, if your wedding was
All right,
in 2
that's it
days
for
after
sanding this
like,
one.
there's
Now I'm gonna sit here and
there's, like,
poke
literally no
fucking
way.
holes
There's
out.
literally no way.
So
I will be
neat.
honest, there is a bit of a double standard here because
Bruh.
it goes
What?
both ways, right? I personally find all of that gross, but there's something about like the male dancers that's just silly. Like I just find it so like. That's just me.
We've
though.
been speckled,
I think
though.
situations like a
Okay.
bachelor and bachelorette
Okay,
party
I'm gonna
where
pop
they
all the
go
holes.
and they see dancers. I think it's weird. I think it's something that was, maybe normal like 10, 20 years ago, and now it's, at least in my experience, it's far more common for a bachelor party to get like dancers. In my experience, you are not the a-hole, my dear. I wouldn't want to marry her either. To this day, I think I've only ever been to one bachelorette party where we were at a saucy club. It was hella weird. It's one of my best stories, though. Oh, man. I was like a broke student in New York. We went to this saucy club in Times Square, and my friend had come in from out of town, and she knew that I lived there, so I tagged along. And the first thing that happens when we enter this club is they give us this massive tequila shot with a strawberry in it. So things are already off to a pretty crazy start. At that time, I was single,
shit.
so it's like whatever. But I remember just feeling like, I'm sorry, I don't have money. Leave me alone. And then the minute that I mentioned that I had no money, it got off me. Like they're all just like flirting and like putting the moves on me, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, sorry, I'm broke. I literally can't afford to eat. Sorry, I don't have any money. And they got off so fast. This was pretty much an empty club, right? They bring my friend, the bachelorette, and another girl whose birthday it is up on stage for like a dance. And everybody's watching, right? Well, by everybody, I mean like all 15 people that were in the club. And so they're up there, they're getting a dance, and the girl whose birthday it is was so drunk, she projectile vomited all over the dancer in front of everyone.
Joke's on you, I'm into that.
Noise. Okay, next one.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
Bloop. Oh shit. We lost it.
Booking.com has all
Charlotte.
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some entitled brides and grooms and their insane demands.
Compilation.
Am I the a-hole for talking my family out of giving my future sister-in-law our traditional wedding gift and risk being uninvited? All right. You may be seated. My family is Asian, while my future sister-in-law is white. I don't have a problem with interracial relationships, as we have several members of our extended family who married other races. In fact, I'm currently in a serious relationship with a woman who is also white. My girlfriend is wonderful and loves trying new things that my culture has to offer. Some things she loves, other things she likes, and she downright hates some things. The main point is that she tries them, whether it's music, food, or traditions. My future sister-in-law is the complete opposite. She rarely comes to family dinner because she doesn't like the smell of our food. She doesn't join in our celebrations because it's so different. For example, the New Year. For example, the Lunar New Year is a huge celebration for us, and she calls it Fake New Year, and we just made it up to party. You know, there's like different cultures with like different calendars, right? This bride has just discovered culture.
What a time to be alive.
She and my brother are having their wedding soon, and surprise, she didn't want any of our culture in it. It got to the point that my parents almost refused to go. We had to have a huge sit down to smooth things over, and I was actually on my brother's side, even though I was also annoyed by sister-in-law. I told my parents it's their wedding and we should stay out of the planning. The trouble started when my girlfriend and I took my parents out for my mom's birthday. My girlfriend commented on my mom's necklace, to which my mom answered that she already picked out the style for my girlfriend's jewelry set when we get married. In our tradition, the family of the groom gifts their new daughter-in-law a necklace, earrings, and another piece of jewelry during the morning event on the wedding day. The set usually costs $40,000 to $50,000 in my family tradition. That's a lot of money for a necklace and some earrings, but like also really nice that they want to involve you in their traditions. My girlfriend was honored, then asked if my mom picked out one for sister-in-law since their wedding was coming out. My mom said no, and she was going to meet with the jeweler soon to see what they have to offer. I spoke up and asked why they're going through with this one tradition when sister-in-law forbade all of our other traditions.
I like money.
I said I wasn't chipping in and suggested gifting her a toaster. Oh no, the toaster, eh? The toaster! Why do I know this is not gonna go well? Why do I know what's coming? I do know what's coming. Last night, my brother-in-law calls me screaming with sister-in-law yelling in the background. Apparently, our parents told them we're not keeping the one tradition that will cost us $40,000 to $50,000. Well, that's fair because she doesn't really seem to appreciate any other traditions. Does she only appreciate the ones worth lots of money?
Yes.
He called me an a-hole and told me that unless I and my parents follow through on the jewelry gift, we are uninvited. Oh, it is on. I see how it is. Am I the a-hole for following sister-in-law's lead, keeping in our traditions out of the wedding? No, that's what she wanted. It's a tradition.
When people do this, I don't really know what that means.
F around and find out. I don't mind. Like, I really don't. Like, it's one thing to be kind of upset about it, but it's another thing to threaten to uninvite you from the wedding because she's not getting a present. Or the present that she specifically wanted. She was probably gonna sell it anyway. Like, realistically, I'm curious though, what would she actually have worn it? Or would she just have, like, kept it and sold it? You're not the a-hole for now, but let's get some more context. Even though future sister-in-law is annoying and disrespectful, I don't get racist vibes from her. Trust me, I would love it if she was because that would give me more things to hold against her, but she's not. Part of our tradition is that the groom's immediate family all chip in for the jewelry set. Since all of our other siblings are either in school or just starting their careers, I'm the only one who can financially chip in. I was gonna cover half the cost while my parents covered the other half, which is why I thought I had a say in what we get them. I don't know, this is a tough one. This is okay, on the one hand, it is her wedding, and if she doesn't want to make it a cultural wedding, that is her choice. But it's like, it's also the little digs at your culture, and then like only wanting things, and then only wanting something having to do with your culture that involves giving expensive gifts. Why wasn't she this passionate about other things that don't involve jewelry? My girlfriend called my future sister-in-law gorgeous the first time they met. She has a couple of degrees. That is why my brother's with her. My brother doesn't stand up for himself much, and to be honest, other night when he screamed at me was the first time in our lives that he did. It shocked me. We didn't want their wedding to completely be drenched in our tradition, as much as we wanted some of our tradition mixed in. We didn't care as much for the food as we did about the part where they go from one table to another so that the table
What?
really wet. We understand that our traditional morning
That's
and
the
lunch
one I
ceremonies,
made.
in addition to the church and reception, could be much.
Then you
So
gotta
we just
hang the
asked for a
little
short
hangies
one-hour
on them.
morning ceremony with the traditional pomp, such as the groom's family
There's
bringing
bird
a parade
nest.
of gifts, but they refused and insisted on just the church and reception. She calls it a fake New Year. We made up just to party. Like, you say that she's not racist, but like, kind of a rude thing to say. Like, it really is. Hasn't Lunar New Year been around like a lot longer than our New Year?
Ironic.
Like the traditional like New Year's Eve celebration.
I'm actually
hasn't
gonna
that been
bust
around for
all
much
of the
less
leaves
time
out of
than
this
Lunar
one
New
and
Year?
just leave it as a hollow moon.
History of the Chinese New Year festival can be traced back to more than 4,000 years ago. I rest my case. Dude, she screams gold digging. Totally nasty comments. She must be insanely attractive to cover up her disgusting personality. Not the a-hole. Talk with your parents and tell them to stand their ground even more, as it's proving she's just using the family. I mean, why are you only accepting of traditions when it benefits you?
Money.
This is the thing about mixed couples. It's a lovely world. We're marrying people from different cultures and backgrounds. In order to really respect that person and learn everything about them, you do have to try things. You don't have to like everything. But like, I don't know, a wedding
Listen,
is a big
I
deal,
learned
and different cultures
to
have
make
different
fucking
traditions for
kimchi.
weddings. You should
Don't
be
even
excited
come
to
at
learn
me.
about that. If you don't want to marry someone Chinese, then don't marry someone Chinese. I mean, why else would a racist marry into a culture she has zero respect for? Also, I have to admit, I was thinking, sheesh, how good is she in those activities that his brother is okay with a blatant racism and disrespect to their culture?
Oh, she's good. She's very good.
Honestly,
Oh,
call
good,
off the
I
wedding.
bet.
This is weird. I received this handwritten letter from the maid of honor. Month and day 2014 is coming. Bride name and groom name are getting married and look forward to celebrating the very special day with family and friends. The bride and groom are humbly asking for monetary gifts of $200 to... God bless you, maid of honor name. And look at this little note down here. 2 days after I sent the bride and groom, an ex-employee who was stealing from my retail store a declined response to their backyard wedding. The maid of honor wrote a handwritten note to you requesting that you give a very large amount of money to the bride who has stolen from you.
Are you insane?
Well, if the shoe fits. I find it weird that she invited you in the first place. Did you catch her stealing? Like, was this like out in the open? Like, how did you know? Like, you knew? I find it weird that she invited you, honestly. But it sounds like she was just trying to get more money out of you. You're the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for asking my sister whether I could have my wedding at her house even though she's bought me my wedding dress? I, 25 female, was supposed to get married in late April. Due to COVID, we decided to postpone. We've been postponing and finally our venue's opening up, but they said we can only bring 20 guests.
What?
We originally had a guest list of over 100 people, but due to the pandemic, a lot of them backed out and said they'd attend over Zoom. We're down to 60 people now. My sister was one of those people. She was 2 months pregnant at the time, and now she's 7 months along, or almost, and said that she'd attend over Zoom. I know she felt very bad, so she bought me my wedding dress as my wedding gift and apology present. For a while now, brother-in-law have been in the process of buying a new house. They finally moved in a month and a half ago. Their house is gorgeous. It has a pool and tennis court. I know that she can get her pool covered, and removing the nets from the tennis court would open up a world of possibilities and give us so much space to work with. Your sister told
So
you
many
that she's pregnant and
activities.
can't attend your wedding, and your solution is to go and have the wedding at her house? What's she supposed to do? Where's she supposed to go? Surprise! She was unhappy when I brought it up. Yeah, because that's Delulu. That's a Delulu request. Apparently she didn't want people coming in and out, setting up the place, then giving up a spare bedroom or two to me and my bridesmaids and having makeup artists come in the house. Okay, so she's literally told you how uncomfortable she is to the point where she can't attend your wedding because she's pregnant and doesn't want to put her child at risk. And your solution is to now go into her house with a bunch of people she doesn't know and have the wedding there?
What are you, stupid?
Why did you even ask this? This is bizarre. I don't get the big deal. She can still stay inside and watch the ceremony over Zoom, or even better, her balcony. Okay, so what happens, like, in the days after the wedding? Are you gonna pay someone to come and clean everything from top to bottom? This is the only way I can get all 60 of my guests to attend without cutting down more. I highly doubt that that's the only way, okay? I don't get why she doesn't want to compromise. She doesn't have to attend in person if she doesn't want to, but it's her house. She said she's already bought me my wedding dress, but I'm willing to pay her back for it in monthly payments if it means she'll let me have her wedding at her place. Okay, this is a lot. You're asking a lot. Did she say no? Good. Another thing you can do that other people are saying is you could have waited until after COVID if you wanted everybody to attend. What's the rush? Why are you in such a rush, babe? You're the a-hole. American Idol singer famous for his rendition of She Bangs. Oh God, this guy wants you to pay for his wedding. Stop. William Hung, I haven't heard your name in so long. Hey everyone, I have some exciting news to share. I'm getting married. Well, congratulations, William.
You dumb bastard.
That's right, the lovable American Idol contestant who captured your hearts with unforgettable performances is trying to knot with my sweetheart. I mean, that's one way to put it, yeah? As I prepare to start this exciting new chapter, I could use your support. That's why I'm encouraging you to make a donation to my wedding registry. By doing so, you'll not only be helping to make my special day even more memorable, but also showing love and support for my lifelong mission to help more people make their dreams come true. It is your dream to help other people, but you want other people to help you, so you help other people.
I honestly didn't get any of that.
Your contribution can help cover everything from the wedding venue to the cake and everything in between. Whether you're able to give a little or a lot, every dollar counts and will be greatly appreciated. So what are you waiting for? A lot. I'm waiting for a lot of things. I'm waiting for a better reason to give this person a lot of money. I'm waiting for a better
I won't
excuse
make
as
that
to why
anymore
you're rushing a marriage
till I move.
when you clearly can't afford it. You're the a-hole. in search of a baker that would be honored to assist a military couple with their cake or cupcakes next summer. Groom is active duty, a U.S. Army officer, and will be away another year until they get married. Bride is still in Oregon working on her bachelor's degree. Couple is paying for their own wedding off of his income and finding that something is going to have to give as far as the expense of the big day. If any baker is willing to help, please PM us. We are not looking for a $600 cake as they can't afford it. Is anyone willing to do it for them for a nice discount or even donation depending? Guest list will be 200. Well, there's your first problem. 200 people. You want to feed 200 people. I love how we're including the part where the groom is in active duty. Like, I sympathize, I do, but like, bride is in Oregon working on her bachelor's degree. Okay, I mean, I went to school, I got a bachelor's degree, I had a job as well, just saying.
Step 1 is a job. Step 2 is a man. Step 3 is a baby with that man, so you can quit step 1.
She stabbed me in the thigh during the meal at our wedding, still in prison. I'm gonna need some more context. This story needs more than 2 sentences, even though they are admirably concise. I read this story and desperately want to believe you married an inmate and she shanked you in front of the snack machines in the visiting room after the ceremony. At the wedding, spilled my entire gyro on her nice dress and she stabbed me and my mother-in-law called the cops. She's now in prison, but wasn't until the night of our wedding. She is now. What did you get stabbed with? A steak knife from catering. I thought it was a pen or something. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh. Hey, don't knock on tzatziki sauce's fire. Wait, were we talking about a gyro? Like, as in like a Greek wrap? Like a wrap? You spilled your wrap on her. Well, so it worked out then. You guys good? Still together? Husbands of bridezillas, did you know about the behavior before the wedding? What happened? My dad remarried. He's fairly well off, but at the time I didn't realize it. Come the wedding day, his soon-to-be ex-bride stepped out of the limo and pushed me away from her when I tried to give her a congratulatory hug. I was 11. That part of the wedding threw me off, and sure enough, 6 months later, they were divorced. I mean, I'm honestly confused as to why it took 6 months. As a dad of an 11-year-old currently going through a divorce, this is infuriating. There's no part of me that would like be okay with watching that happen or finding out about that. Maybe divorce takes time. I'm honestly surprised the wedding even went ahead. It's kind of difficult to make an excuse for that type of thing.
Oh, you know, she's drunk. She just pushes kids when she's drunk.
Not a guy, didn't marry a bridezilla, did, however, spend 4 years of my life working in a men's formal wear sales and rental chain in the Seattle suburbs in the 90s. Specifically in downtown Kirkland, where the average wedding gown from the bridal shop down the street started at $3,000. My most memorable bridezilla was this woman who came in with her fiancé. Fancy fiancé. Charlotte is fiancé? Poor dude never said a word. She wanted a very specific color of shirt to match her diamond white gown in a mandarin color with a mid-range shawl collar 2-button jacket. 14 of them. Okay, pretty straightforward, but I like that second but. When you're renting shirts, particularly these shirts because they were newer, so some were closer to white and some were very ivory, and they're coming from a warehouse downtown, I can't guarantee every shirt will be the same color, let alone the exact same shade of diamond white, which I explained twice. And she signed off on it because this was not my first bridezilla rodeo. She agreed but emphasized the shirts would all be the same color and they would be the right color. Okay, I'll do my best. Cue 6 weeks later, the Thursday before the wedding, bridezilla comes in with her poor fiancé. We pulled out the tuxes. Of course, the shirts were exactly as I warned her they would be, several shades, and only one was her perfect color, not the groom's. She lost her ever-loving Shaisa, screaming, crying, pounding on glass countertops, wailing at the top of her lungs that we were discriminating against her because she was Japanese. Yeah, hun, so is like half of Greater Seattle. She got so agitated, she shattered our front counter with her pounding. The cops were called. Bride got arrested. Groom took his and everyone else's tuxes and left, still without a word other than profuse apologies. Sunday, I happened to be accepting returns. Father of the groom comes back with 14 unworn tuxes. He explained that the bride spent 24 hours in jail after my spineless manager refused to press charges. At the rehearsal dinner, the bride threw an insane temper tantrum, complete with throwing glassware, swearing, and finally punching the groom in the face.
Dude. I can't even get mine to go to the corner for me, and these bitches are getting to punch, like, what the fuck? Good men in the face? Give me one of those.
There had to be red
My
flags.
God.
Give me a friggin' break. You got all the way, like, pretty much to the altar with this woman, and you had not an idea how crazy she was? Couldn't they have just bought brand new shirts? Why insist on used shirts that might be discolored? Surely a new shirt isn't going to break anyone. They don't want to pay for it. Wanting, demanding, really, that everything be absolutely perfect and being cheap are qualities that often go hand in hand. Yeah, entitlement's a funny thing, isn't it? Best friend divorced a 7-day-old marriage. His wife went nuts over wedding photos. My best friend Matt, 25 years old, married Rose, 27. Almost a month ago, everything was fine, and they went on their honeymoon. The real problem started when the photographers handling their wedding sent some photos as a sneak peek to the event. As I said on my other post, Matt, Han, and I are close friends since boarding school. We've been through a lot and was there for each other when we needed support and help the most. This is important later. Han's looks and appearance is rather feminine, and I have been on the positive and negative side on things about this. He used to get bullied about it. Girls don't want to date a guy who's prettier than them, and guys would harass him. He's toughened up, and he can be comfortable with himself, though he still can be sensitive at times. This was true when he called me crying a bit on the day Rose had called Han to insult and berate him over the photos from the wedding. At first I was confused of what was happening, and Han sent me a recording of their call. In the heat of the moment, I called Matt about his wife and sent him the call. I didn't receive the call from Matt, but I received a call from his dad telling me his son is on a flight home and leaving his new wife in their honeymoon suite. It started to snowball from there, and everyone is calling everyone. Rose is drunk and calling Han, accusing him, and to the extent of also me having an affair with his husband. And this is a WTF moment for me as well as Han. Everything is chaos when the photos were sent to us, but we waited for Matt to arrive. Matt was picked up at the airport, and he immediately called us asking if we could meet at their house. When we got there, he was standing by the front of their house pacing and waiting for us. He looks tired, and we hugged him as soon as we met. That's when we finally got the answers. Rose got angry at the photos because Matt was smiling and looked more happy in the photos with us rather than her. Well, whose fault is that, I wonder? She then accused Han of being too close in the photos and Matt enjoying the attention. Matt didn't say anything, and Rose got even madder and started talking bad about Han and I. She started to accuse the three of us to be in a relationship and that Han was the one manipulating us with his looks. This made Matt angry and stormed off. That's when Rose called Han and blew up at him. Turns out, Rose was irritated with Han because of how he looks, and that she also got mad that I gave Han more attention whenever she's around. I mean, why would she want my attention in the first place? She said a lot more worse things. But what made Matt leave her was when he got back to talk with Rose and he saw her cheating with a stranger in their room. He was mortified when she laughed and said she wanted to get even. So he left and came home. He then told us the reality of how Rose has been acting since he proposed to her, how they almost ended their engagement when Rose refused for months to sign the prenup, and how she demanded things before she signs for anything. There was a week of utter chaos. Matt's parents canceled the 2-month honeymoon trip they gave us as a gift. Rose was forced to come home, and what waited for her is a whole family and friends demanding an explanation. The wedding gifts were returned, the house gifted to them was under Matt's name, and he changed the locks. Cut contact with Rose unless it's through his solicitors, and the cherry on top was when Matt was informed that all he had to do is fill in a nullity application form. Rose was a mess when she arrived. None of her family and friends took her in. She blew out Matt's phone and everyone else's, begging us to talk to her and to see her husband. She threatened for lawsuit, playing the pregnant card, but refused paternity. She showed up at our places yelling and calling names. When that didn't work, she threatened to end herself, so we called her parents and they promptly apologized and took her away. Rose was getting ostracized, and the story of her violent and entitlement have been coming out. The three of us, along with Matt's sisters, are planning on a trip to cool off after all of this. I know I should not take pleasure in watching bridezillas become wifezillas, but like a small part of me is like, well, yeah. That is not even a red flag. That is a giant, what are those things? The like parachutes. That's not even a red flag. That's a big red parachute, okay? Really? You still married them after that? I saw it during the planning phase. I broke it off after the demands kept mounting. Nothing was good enough, and I began to feel like the entire thing was less about us and more about her self-image. I think that most of us have this like idealistic wedding in our heads from when we're a little kid. We like imagine what the dress would look like. It's mostly about the dress, to be honest. It's definitely about how she appears to other people, like a princess essentially, and that her life is perfect, as opposed to marrying the love of her life, supposedly. And that's where I think the bridezilla thing really comes from. I'm the daughter of a bridezilla. That counts, right? Sure! Why don't you chime in? Anyways, my mom did not invite me or my sisters to her third wedding, but wanted us to help in any way possible. But once we opened our mouths to give an opinion, she'd say, "You're not even going. Why does it matter?"
It really didn't affect me much. The wedding was a disaster anyway, and they're on the brink of divorce. Also, she kicked out her maid of honor because she gained a few pounds after having twins, and it was hard to get the baby weight off fast enough for the wedding, so I clearly couldn't have her in it. Clearly, weddings are just about appearing like you have the perfect group of family and friends, and none of them can be even slightly overweight or tattooed. What do you think this is, reality? A bit of a change-up. Not a bridezilla, but a groomzilla. Not a Godzilla, but a T-Rex. A friend of my father was remarrying. It was both his and the bride's second time around, both in their early 40s and an arranged marriage. Think Indian Orthodox Muslim stuff. The guy was an utter groomzilla. He demanded that every event be at the top-notch hotels with obscenely expensive catering and hired string quartets and whatnot for the entertainment. Mostly paid out of the bride's family's pocket, I might add. The parties on the nights leading up to the main wedding event were opportunity enough for him to make a rather public butt of himself, talking at the top of his voice and showboating the entire time. But the kicker came the next day, when the bride was missing from her own wedding reception. Obviously, it was very odd and conspicuous, and the few relatives from her side made some non-committal excuses about her not feeling well. Turns out, this mother effer, had divorced the poor woman right after he had his wedding night fun. He said that he didn't like her enough, and that's an almost literal quote. So he gave her the triple divorce thing, and that was it. The marriage was officially over before the festivities even ended. Oh, what's his at? Where he at? I'm coming in with T-Rex. Horrible. But again, you know those red flags? You see them for a reason. Shaming my own bridesmaid because my wedding is in a week and she just dyed her hair bright reds. Oh yeah? Did she? That's shameful. Shameful. So embarrassing. Oh god, gingers. Ugh. I get it, she's grown and doesn't need to ask my permission, but she knows how soon the wedding is and thought bright red would be appropriate. Crying, puking. Okay then. I can make the puking sound because I am a ginger, okay? We don't make puking sounds at gingers. I'm just really upset about it, and I'm very non-confrontational, so I'm not gonna say anything to her about it. I just wanted a nice, classy wedding. And now all of my pictures are gonna have her bright red hair. Oh no! No, not red hair! Not to mention she's wearing a blush pink dress. How tacky is that going to be? Molly Ringwald, pretty in pink, anyone? Redheads look good in pink, if they have pink undertones. Let me get this straight. If she already had bright red hair, you wouldn't have asked her to be a bridesmaid because she has red hair and you want it all to look the same? All right, let's see what people said. I agree with both sides. If it had been me, I would have waited until after the wedding to dye my hair out of respect. I personally wouldn't have cared if my bridesmaids had red hair for my wedding, though. The way the bride phased it as being tacky and not classy is so rude. I'm sorry. We have to get over this idea that the world revolves around our wedding. It's one thing if it's like an acting job and we shouldn't be changing the color of our hair because we're getting paid and we got hired because of our specific color of hair. But this is your bridesmaid. Did you forget to take your Xanax this morning? You're in the wedding because you're supposed to be friends, not because of your hair color. That's how I feel about it. Some people are defending the bride as a redhead. I would hope that my friends who are getting married wouldn't have a problem with my red hair. But that's just my perspective. Side eye. The irony of this post is so funny. I'm gonna have a different opinion of it than everyone else because I have red hair. Okay? Stupid gingers. My best friend from childhood invited me to her wedding, but forgot to assign me a seat. I spent the night alone in a separate room. Oh. Okay. My childhood best friend, 23 female, got married this weekend, and I was so excited to be there to support her on her big day. I'm a chocolatier, so the bride asked me if I could create the wedding favors and a dessert table. I was ecstatic to help with the wedding and went above and beyond to create a gorgeous table that was a huge hit on the day. Okay, so you weren't just like an afterthought. You were actually involved in the wedding. Got it. Okay. I was told early on that the wedding was way over budget, and to keep costs low, my boyfriend was not invited. I was extremely understanding and even reduced my rates for the suite table as my present to the couple. A couple weeks later, after reviewing the guest list, the bride informed me that my boyfriend could come as my +1, but if he did, I would be moved from the head table. My boyfriend's a wedding photographer and is looking to build his videography portfolio. Knowing that the couple didn't have a videographer, he offered to film a professional wedding video free of charge. Wow, that is really nice. The bride was ecstatic and offered to move us to the vendor table so that we could network with other vendors. We loved the idea, and it was confirmed that we would be sitting with the vendors. Day of the wedding, we arrived 4 hours early to help with the event. My boyfriend spent the time filming while I set up the dessert table and helped the event coordinator set the dinner tables. After the ceremony, guests were moved to the cocktail room, while the original room was converted into the room for the reception. While helping convert the room, I noticed that our names were not on the seating chart. I asked the event coordinator where we would be sitting, and she said, "Good question," and left to find out. She came back to say that there was no vendor table, and that if we were staying for dinner, my boyfriend and I would have to sit in a separate room as we were not on the list. Bro. Hell no. The room was closed off from the reception, so we couldn't hear or see anything, let alone talk to anyone. I approached the bride to explain the situation. She mentioned that it was definitely a mix-up and that we should be in the room. The bride mentioned that she didn't want to undermine me as a businesswoman, so she never told the event coordinators that we were friends or that I was a guest. She left the coordinators of the vendor table to the event coordinator and left it off of the seating chart. That's a big boo-boo. That's a large boo-boo. Big, big boo-boo. Do you have a big band-aid for your big boo-boo? Let's find out. The event coordinator was not made aware that any of the vendors besides herself and the MC were staying for the reception and therefore didn't think to add us in. Although I understand the mix-up, the bride did nothing to get us moved to the main room. My boyfriend and I were cut off from the reception with no one to speak to, no way to see or hear, and even had to ask to be fed. As a result, I missed the entire wedding and spent the majority of the evening crying in the bathroom, waiting to move the dessert table into the main room. Bro, after dinner so that we could leave. Why did you wait? I would have just left. Baby girl. The fact that you still waited there, the disrespect, dude. My boyfriend continued to film everything as he was committed to getting a beautiful video for his portfolio. The next morning, I emailed the bride about the experience. She apologized profusely and said she was scatterbrained on the day and didn't think to do anything about it. She feels extremely guilty and would still like to be friends. I would like to forgive her, but I am still extremely hurt. I would be too. Your feelings are valid. It doesn't seem that there's been a big band-aid offered at this point in time to cover the big boo-boo. I can understand feeling scatterbrained on the day, but it wasn't just the day. It was also everything leading up to the day, like the conveniently forgetting to put you in the room when you had done all these nice things for her. It would have been different, I think, if like you guys didn't really talk much, but you were still invited to the wedding, etc., etc. But you were like involved in the wedding, and you did all those nice things because you thought that you were friends with her, only for her to treat you like you weren't a friend. Why didn't the event coordinator fix it? It's her job. Good point. She could have crammed you in or waited to see who didn't show up and sit you there. There were no, like, folding chairs around. I'm not saying it's not the bride's fault. I'm sure if she had told the wedding coordinator that she had to find you a seat, she would have. There's a lot of people at fault here. Or she shouldn't have sat down herself. The coordinator is an employee, not a guest. Good point. The coordinator was also a friend of the bride that I never met. Okay. Even more reason for her to understand the predicament. The whole thing is absurd. If there wasn't a seat for you, it's because she didn't pay for you. Good point. That is a very good point. Yeah, that's not a mistake that's easily overlooked, to be honest. TBH? Not like, oh, I forgot. Like, it's like, no. It's not that simple. She had to count every single person and turn in her head count, including vendors. So yeah, she knew, no excuses. Horrible person. Shake my head. All right, I'm gonna go with you're the a-hole. Like, I know this isn't like an am I the a-hole post, but I'm gonna make it an am I the a-hole post. You're an a-hole. Not you, the bride. And guess what?
Side eye. Side eye.
Bride doesn't want FH children photographed. Deep breaths first. Just keep to your plans. It's your day. Remember, I would still get him the tie and buttonhole. It can be his keepsake. Let him sit with his partner. It's his choice. I'm estranged from all my family, so I'm having my father-in-law walk me down the aisle. I have a similar issue with middle stepdaughter. She hates me, and to be honest, life is much better without her. But my partner wants her to be at the wedding. Inside, I'm exploding, but on the outside, I've stayed calm, made sure there are no rooms available for her to stay at the venue, and given her picture to the photographer with instructions she's not to be photographed. It's kind of a strange request. Listen, family is family. You only have one family, and I agree. You know, sometimes you do need to cut them out of your lives. You need to have a healthy boundary. You need to have them, like, not necessarily involved in your life. And that's totally fair if you need that for your own peace of mind. But, like, excluding someone and like making sure she doesn't have a place to stay, making sure she's not welcome. I don't know. Posted in a bride group she doesn't want her FH daughter photographed, and FH doesn't know, nor does she even want her at her wedding. Future husbands. Wait.
Future husband's daughter.
So wait.
Her
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was
stepdaughter.
like her step sister or something. So wait, this is your future husband's daughter? Oh, the realization really just set in, didn't it? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the side eye.
Side eye. Side eye.
Daughter is an adult, but the daughter has a child of her own. So by making sure that there's nowhere for the daughter to stay, she's extending that to her future husband's grandchild. Oh, yeah, someone's, well, so he also doesn't know about this, eh? Someone should probably tell him before they get married. I think that's probably kind of, like, important information to know about your future spouse. I think I would want to know if my future spouse was actively trying to not involve my children in my wedding. I hope someone can tell the future husband. My dad's an older gentleman, and as much as I want him to be happy, one of my greatest fears is him meeting a woman like this. Bride probably hates daughter because daughter sees through this woman and has pegged her as a horrible person and tried to get dad to see it. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't divorce her when the wedding photos come through and has none of his daughter and most likely his granddaughter as well. Okay, we need to tell him. We need to tell him before the wedding! Who is this? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me. I know you don't know me, but we need to have a discussion. All right, we got an a-hole. All right, we're gonna a-hole. It's time to assess an a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my cousin she can't run off to do her own thing when she was late to dinner on my bachelorette trip? Throw away, this kind of blew up into a bigger thing, and my sister said I should post on Am I the A-hole? I'm getting married soon and went to New York for my bachelorette trip recently. There were 8 of us, including my cousin Haley, 33 female, who was one of my bridesmaids. We were only there for a couple of days, and there were a few different things we wanted to do. Also, I only asked people to pay for their flight and hotel share. I paid for everything else. I made early dinner reservations for everyone on our last night, and we were going somewhere else after. Haley mentioned that day she wanted to visit a cemetery to pay her respects. It was to visit her late husband. I said it was okay, but to be back in time to go to dinner. Okay. I made the reservations for 5 and it was already 4:30, but Haley wasn't back at the hotel. A couple of us called, but she didn't pick up, and she sent a text saying she was running late and she would meet us at the restaurant. She ended up coming close to 6. So she still showed up? I talked to her later about being so late and managing her time better. Haley made an excuse, but I replied that this was supposed to be a girl's trip, not so she can run off and do her own thing without thinking of anyone else. Okay, it's not like she like went and like met up with a dude. I mean, she kind of did, but he's dead. And it was her late husband. It's not just like, oh, she like, you know, made other plans, went to lunch, saw a friend. No, she like went to see his grave. She got pretty upset and we flew back the next day. She kept quiet. My sister said she saw her crying. I did text her later, but she left it on scene. My sister thinks I shouldn't have said that to her. Yeah. But a couple of the other girls agree Haley shouldn't have been late. Okay, she still showed up, and she had a pretty good reason to be late. I think that we collectively need to start understanding that the world does not revolve around us, and that everybody is their own person with their own things going on. Everyone is fighting a secret battle that you know nothing about. Maybe she was so unbelievably distraught after seeing her late husband's grave, and she couldn't pull herself together, and that's why she didn't show up, and she didn't want to ruin your bachelorette trip with her bad vibes. Probably what happened. Let's not let our weddings and personal things going on affect how we treat our friends and cousins and family. It's not worth it. All right, I really want to see the be civil is the first post. Okay. Order. That was a rough one. I dropped the mallet thing. She was paying respects to her husband she was widowed from? Holy hell, OP, absolutely, you're the a-hole. I can understand if this was your bachelorette, but read the room. It wasn't like she went off to go pay respects to a dead celebrity buried nearby. It was her husband. Show a bit of compassion and grow up. And I'm sure the friend seeing OP getting ready to get married drudges up old painful memories of her own wedding and dead husband. He's literally dead! Whose grave she just visited for the first time in who knows how long. And I'm guessing she may have needed to compose herself before going to meet up for dinner, which may have been unanticipated. She probably needed to go fix her makeup so she didn't look like a crying wreck. Bro, And if she had arrived on time but looking upset, OP would be mad about her stealing the spotlight, I imagine. Facts. She was probably thinking of you that whole time. So for you to not be understanding of her...
Side eye.
Attention everyone who will be attending Sharon and my wedding. Girls, rules are this. You cannot wear high heels or pretty dresses. Oh, God. I told Sharon she will stand out and be taller. I want it where every picture has her in the back. In fact, that's another rule. No pictures unless she's in it. What else? You have to give her snacks. That's not real. Is that a joke? You have to be joking. You're joking, right? Should we be upset? My brother, who is supposed to be the best man in our big wedding, just texted me a few days ago and said he won't be at our big wedding in November because his wife is having a baby in December and she's afraid he might get COVID-19 and bring it home. Granted, we did just have a small 20-person wedding in July because we purchased things with our original wedding date before our big wedding had to be postponed. Now I'm stuck trying to find a new best man and I don't know what to do. Still haven't responded to my brother either. So you want him to attend a second wedding? I mean, he was already there. He already went. It's not bad to be sad and upset. You can be sad and upset at the situation without being that way towards him. I don't know, man. I think you need to be a little more reasonable than that. I'm just saying. Am I the for having a dress code for our wedding? Hello, everyone. We, 29 male and 24 female, are getting married this September. Up until recently, everything had been going to plan and our months of hard work planning had been paying off. The issue lies in the dress code. We have been clear from the beginning that this is going to be a white tie event. The heck is a white tie event? So, of course, there are strict rules attached to that. One thing we are really looking forward to is our wedding shoot. We have spent a large amount of our own money on a photographer who we hired after weeks of research and shopping recommendations. This photographer is highly, highly sought after in our area. We're lucky to book him last year in advance. So naturally, we are taking this seriously. We have been clear from the very start that the dress code will be fully enforced. The invitations we sent explicitly told our guests what we'd be expecting from them. White tie, no unnaturally dyed hair, no visible tattoos or piercings, and they were free to decline the invitation if they had a problem with this. We also sent everybody who RSVP'd a reminder over several emails weeks ago repeating this instruction. This was going fine until one of our mothers recently posted a Facebook picture of a cocktail-style dress she wants to wear on the day. Of course, this isn't included in our dress code, so we informed her right away that the dress would be unacceptable. Another woman, a family friend, asked if she could bring flat shoes to change into after the ceremony, and we again directed her to the white tie instruction. I'm sorry, what is white tie dress code? I need to know. The most formal dress code. Floor-length gowns for women, black jacket or coat, with tails and matching pants for women. Uncommon for modern weddings. White tie attire has been around for centuries. Okay, so literally for like kings and queens, essentially. It's the most formal. All right, so now that I know what it is, let's continue. Unfortunately, this has caused a lot of unnecessary drama throughout both our families and even some friends. Both sets of parents, cousins, some siblings, and many more people have messaged us privately to ask us to relax our dress code and allow them to be flexible. This isn't happening. So we have just pointed to our white tie only policy and told them they accepted the rules when they RSVP'd. In our opinion, while wearing knee-length dresses and suits rather than a tux might be appropriate for a day-to-day life, they will doubtlessly look out of place at a wedding that is supposed to be fully formal. I don't think anybody really cares but you, buddy. I'm just saying, I don't think it really matters. What really matters is that your friends and family are there on your wedding day. We are hosting a private event where we are able to set the rules. Having been to other weddings over the years, we have fully complied with the wishes of the marrying couple. We do not see why we should be given the same treatment. Having been to other weddings over the years, we have fully complied with the wishes of the marrying couple, and we do not see why we should be given the same treatment. Since we made this clear, we've been called by people around us. However, in our opinion, this is our wedding, and we've been clear about our preferences all along. We've even told our guests that if anyone has a problem with this, they are free to drop out, even though we will still be paying for their seats now and not attend. Am I for having a dress code at our wedding? Edit, just so you know, everyone shouting Bridezilla is being very sexist. I'm the man in this relationship. And while my fiance and I agree on this issue entirely, I'm the one who posted this submission. Therefore, you are a groomzilla, which is why I featured you in this video. I think the most important thing about having a wedding, like a big wedding, should be having your friends and family be there. It should not be nickel and diming your guests. It should not be cutting people out of your wedding, which they want to be there for, because they don't want to wear, like, an Oscar gown. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I feel like you're a bit much. Okay, Groomzilla, let's give this Groomzilla a rating. I would say this is 7 out of 10 Groomzilla. Okay? Just my opinion. It is your wedding, but chill out. But also, guys, leave it up to you. If you have any opinions on this, let me know. To me, this sounds a little Groomzilla-y. Just a bit. Groomzilla is a choosy beggar
Looking to borrow a car for my wedding day. 12 out of 28 will be needing it from 2 to 8 p.m. Thank you. You can borrow my Tesla if you want. Do you have a picture? Seriously, a Model 3? Trade it in for a Model X and then maybe I'll consider. Says the guy without a car. Dude, it's just an option. You don't have to be a dick about it. You offer me a Mode 3 and you think I'm the dick. It's my day.
My day.
Bro, it's a nice car. It's brand new. All you have to say is no. Okay then. No. I will be out of town, so I can't make it to your wedding. You can borrow the M3 if you want. No, thank you. Looking for something at least over 100K. It's for my wedding, not my 18th birthday party. Or you could just take an Uber. Just take a little Uber. Or rent a car. Don't ask for one for free. Rent the car that you want. How's that? I give this Groomzilla a 9 out of 10. Am I the asshole for getting mad at my pregnant sister for not being excited for my wedding because I didn't choose a date she wanted me to? I'm 27, male, getting married later this year. Earlier this year when I finalized the wedding date, my sister asked me if I could move the date forward because she would be 39 weeks pregnant and she can't risk attending the wedding. That wasn't possible because my best friend who lives out of the country was only free during those days, or he wouldn't make it, so I refused, and she said she was fine with it. Me and her were close, so I was bummed, but it was whatever. Now I'm planning my wedding with my fiance, but the thing is my sister doesn't even show a little bit of excitement for it. She doesn't even look happy about it, doesn't take interest when I asked her for her opinions, so I snapped and told her she could at least be happy for me if she isn't attending the wedding. She said she doesn't see why she should be interested, she's happy for me and my fiance, but can't expect her to show excitement about a wedding she isn't even attending. So I told her it was her choice. She replied she has a good excuse not to attend, but I could have moved the wedding ahead a bit, especially when the bride had no problem, but I didn't. So now I
I'm
don't
handling
get to be
delicate
mad.
wood,
I was shocked
okay?
by how bitter she is. I didn't expect her to hold a grudge. She knows how close me and my best friend are. I vented to my fiance about the whole thing, but she told me I am the here. And I need to cut my sister some slack because she's pregnant, and I did choose my best friend over her. Now I don't have any right to be mad. So, Reddit, am I I think you might be the just a little bit. I mean, yeah, like, I get that your best friend is your best friend, but you also chose specifically a date that your sister could not attend your wedding because she's pregnant and having a child. I don't know. To me, you kind of sound like... I'm just saying. Okay, so here's my story. These are just highlights, but there was so much more. I'd been with my ex for a few years. When we took a trip, I was sure he was going to propose. All the hints were there. I had my nails impeccably done during the whole trip because I was expecting it, but didn't know when or how it would happen. Finally, it happened. He gave me the most gorgeous ring I've ever seen. I never asked how many carats it was because I didn't think that's a detail that matters. If it's coming from the right person, I really don't care how much he spent.
Bugs Bunnies.
That's where everything went downhill. Every time someone congratulated me on the engagement, he would ask, what did they say about the ring? Did they realize how expensive it is? I told him that's not something I feel comfortable discussing with my friends and isn't something I would ever mention. He constantly stressed how I had the most expensive ring out of all my friends. One time, I was so sick of it, I told him I've seen bigger. Oh. He was so angry he didn't talk to me for 2 days. At this point, we lived and worked together, so this was a lot. It bothered me that he was in considerable debt. He owed me a ton of money. He was constantly using my credit card, wanted to use my apartment as collateral for a loan, and I had no idea how much I was carrying around in my finger. He would go on and on about his bachelor party, which was an extremely expensive trip for all of his friends. But whenever I brought up anything wedding related, he told me he didn't care. The only instruction I had from his mom was that we had to get married in his hometown, so all his family could come. We are from opposite sides of the country. Oh, this is messy. This is a bit messy. When I started planning the wedding that my parents were paying for, he told me he didn't agree with any of my parents' decisions and that he would be paying for everything himself. That we were getting married whenever he could afford it and my parents might not even be invited. Bruh!
I'm gonna slap some sense into you!
I broke off the engagement after only 2 months. Good for you, girl. I think that's totally fair. Sounds kind of psychotic to me. He chose to keep this from his family and friends until everyone bought their tickets to his bachelor party. So once he told them they couldn't back out. Stop! No! You didn't dodge a bullet, girl. You dodged a bazooka. A big atom bomb, okay? Holy cannoli. Dang, you didn't even know all this about your fiance until he was engaged to you. The audacity of some people, I swear to God. I'm glad that the entitled, Groomzilla, Bridezilla thing, it's not just specifically to women, although there are very few Groomzilla posts. Very, very few. Most of the grooms don't really give a
This
shit,
is...
let's be honest. I'm writing this pretty upset. My brother's girlfriend decided to write me a message via Facebook announcing they're getting married in April and if I wanted to be her bridesmaid. A little background.
That's enough of that.
If you watch
watched the news, you know it's been clubs are here lately. Not to mention my 6-year-old has autism. I had a baby 7 months ago, so money's tight. Me and my husband have never, and I really mean never, taken a vacation off the island. So we've been saving up for a well-deserved vacation to Peru. April is so close, and airline tickets for just me and the kids is well over $1,000, not to mention lodging and food. So I told her I was honored, but I'm not in a financial position to go to said wedding. My brother is estranged and has never even called my mom, yet can you believe he had the audacity to call my dad and ask him to insist? Then later my dad had the audacity to call and try and guilt trip me into getting into more debt for a wedding I don't even want to go to. I'm sorry for this long post, I'm just upset I'm being made out to be the bad guy for refusing to put my family into debt. Stick to your guns, lady. Isn't it funny though that like, he didn't call to ask you, but like, listen, I'm not getting involved in family drama, I'm just saying. If it was so important for you to be at your estranged brother's wedding, why did his fiance call and ask you to come and not him? So I've been married for 6 months. I'm super thankful my professional push up the date from March to January. We're finally doing thank you cards. I'm a bottle of Chardonnay deep. How does this sound for the guests that didn't give a gift? Thanks for enjoying the 150 per person dinner and unlimited booze, plus awesome DJ and dancing at our wedding. You must have forgotten the wedding gifts, so here's the link to their registry. Peace and love from the bride and groom. I've actually just decided not to send a thank you card, but still bitter. Bro! I didn't realize that people kind of expected weddings as just kind of this like invitation to buy them gifts. Like I know it's impolite to not get a gift for a wedding, but like I didn't realize that it would be taken to this extent of like bitterness, you know what I'm saying? A drunk groomzilla screamed and pointed in my face because the venue ran out of gray goose at 11:45. The wedding ended at midnight. I filled up an empty bottle with water and served it to him and his douchey friends. Good for you, dude! Oh god. Oh god. Groomzilla doesn't appreciate a guest's attire that was approved by the bride. Am I the fool for wearing a traditional African gown to a wedding? Last week, my boyfriend, male 20, and I, female 19, went to his sister's female 27 wedding. I wore a gown with kente print and a matching head wrap. If you don't know what kente print is, it is a traditional Ghanaian print. I think I said that correctly. Sorry if I didn't. I made sure to check in with my boyfriend's sister beforehand that this was okay to wear to her wedding. Because I know some people don't think kente print can be formal.
Hello,
so
motherfucker.
She down and actually told me she'd be mad if I didn't wear it. During the wedding, I noticed I was getting many dirty looks, all of which came from the groom's side. Flash forward to present day, I received a text from the groom saying I was out of line and I should have asked him if I could wear it because his family was from the south and they had traditional views. And I went as far as to say I embarrassed him in front of his family. My boyfriend's sister found out what he said and has apologized on his behalf. I think I may be the for not only checking in with the bride and groom, so Reddit, am I the asshole? Info, because I got a private message. My boyfriend's family is Asian, Taiwanese to be specific, and the groom's family is white. Yes, I am Ghanaian. I was born here and lived there for 11 years. I don't think that you're... I just don't. I think there might be some issues on that side of the family, and I think it runs a little deeper than that, if I may be honest.
Hi, Jay. How you doing, baby? How's your night? Still working hard?
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Ah, dirty.
For feeling upset that my sister is dressing her 2-year-old daughter in a white dress and white shoes at my... I thought it was a well-known fact. Never wear white to someone's wedding. She's 2! Okay. Apparently, you're not supposed to wear white to someone's wedding. However, the late Queen Elizabeth, God rest her soul, wore white to Camilla's wedding. Did you guys know that? Oh my God.
Queen
Because
Elizabeth didn't go to
Camilla
her
wore white to her
future
wedding.
king's
Don't you know you're
second
fucking...
wedding to Camilla Parker Bowles. This is a photo after the wedding. She only went to the photos and reception. It is very strategic why she wore white. This is Prince Charles, now King Charles, and Princess Diana's wedding. And you guys, Camilla Parker Bowles was at the wedding. She was wearing all white. We have Princess Diana walking down the aisle in white. And King Charles's future second wife is wearing white as well to the wedding. We all know why Queen Elizabeth wore white to the wedding. The tea.
Did y'all not know? Hi.
Is it weird that
Enjoy your
We
sour.
shall miss you, Elizabeth.
I'm gonna be done streaming in a hot minute anyway.
Bradzilla upset florist is having surgery 8 weeks before her very important wedding. Hi, ladies. Not sure if anyone's had issues with their florist, but I just wanted to point out to to go with your gut when you feel something is wrong. So long story short, I had been working with one florist that I thought I could trust, and she could help make my visions a reality. However, on the contrary, she actually just didn't want to put the time or effort in to work with me, and I gave her the ultimatum that if she didn't want to do what she promised or work with me, I'm gonna go with someone else. Which of course, she easily said, see ya. Like, I'm not gonna waste my time with someone who clearly doesn't care about my feelings or my wedding day, you know? People are so rude and inconsiderate just to make a quick buck, just really unfortunate. Thankfully, I knew someone offhand who I could trust with confidence and wholeheartedly. I have 2 events this weekend, so probably not possible. I'm so sorry. I actually have surgery next week, so depending on recovery from that will determine my ability to make a sample. You could take your computer blow-up pic and take it to the venue to get an idea. Gotcha, okay. Your recovery won't interfere with my wedding timeline, right? I'm getting married in less than 8 weeks. If you cannot guarantee that I will have a beautiful wedding and decor I'm desiring with the timeline at hand, I'm afraid I'll have to find someone else on short notice and would like to be refunded the $500 deposit. You know, after careful consideration of your response and meeting with my staff, we would recommend you find another florist. Thank you. Send Venmo for your refund.
Respect.
I think that if she couldn't accommodate you, she probably would have just said so. I love how the bride just smooths over the fact that this florist is getting surgery. You know, the only thing that she can think about is, well, if you're getting surgery, like my wedding, which is fair. I guess that's fair, but like, it just gives me the ick. Like, it gives me the ick. She's not saying that she can't do your wedding. She's just saying that she can't make a sample for you when you want it. The world doesn't stop because you're getting married.
It should.
This is the thing. You can be a bridezilla if you want, but nobody is gonna want to work with you. People have the power to say no. They're not that desperate, especially if they're good at what they do. I bet that there's lots of people that want to hire her as a florist. If the bride reacts like this toward an almost guest, what will explode if a member of the actual wedding party can't come? She did not appreciate the responses she received, as you can see. Am I delusional for being upset? Y'all are too much and judgmental. There's a lot more background to this that I don't need to share with all of you, but I'm paying for this wedding myself, and I don't appreciate someone RSVPing that I've already paid for on the catering bill, and then saying she wants to come late for a damn craft fair. Get out of here. Hey, how are the wedding plans? I have a bit of a dilemma. I'm signed up for a craft show the same day as the wedding. I didn't realize it was the same day until after I already signed up. I still want to attend the wedding, but I'm not sure I would get there on time, and I'm not sure I would want to upset you on your special day and be late without you knowing. How would you feel about me coming late? And be honest, I'm sorry I goofed up my dates. Late isn't really an option, sorry. Ceremony starts at 4:30. Okay, I totally understand. It's my wedding, not a birthday party. I thought of that too, but they say you can't pack up before 3. I can ask, and now you're being nasty, so have a good day. I mean, she did kind of cut out the rest of the conversation.
Sussy baka.
Give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm being nasty because I think my wedding is more important than a craft fair. We've been friends for years, and the fact that you're considering going to a craft fair over my wedding just shows how much you value or don't value our friendship. I want to come, but I said I may be late. You said that's not an option, and I respect that. If it was reversed and it was me, I would have no problem with you being late. I get it, and I wanted to let you know. I've been working so hard on crafts for months, and I feel bad. I don't think I could get there on time. At this point, since you don't want me to come late, sadly, I won't be able to attend. Sorry. Glad to know a craft fair is more important than being there for me. Have a good day. On the one hand, I can understand the bride angry about someone showing up late to their wedding. If they start at 4:30, they're probably getting married right around that time. So you're gonna miss the actual wedding. However, I'm not sure how important this guest really is. Why isn't she a member of the wedding party if she's so important? I appreciate that this friend is letting her know that she is gonna be late rather than just showing up late. It sucks. I don't know though. She kind of cut out a lot of the conversation, which makes me a little bit sus.
Sussy
So this is how people responded. She's making an attempt to still be there for you. She put in a lot of time and effort into her own passion and money-making venture. You also have to respect her value in that as well. Yes, it's frustrating and may make you a bit sad, but she still wants to be there and is doing what she can to make it work. You're more than allowed to express your disappointment in a polite way, not like you did. I agree. You can be disappointed that your friend's gonna be late or that they can't attend, but you can't like essentially give them an ultimatum like, oh, we're not gonna be friends anymore if you come a few minutes late. Is it a few minutes late or is it really late? Y'all know how I feel about people that are late, all right? It's a very touchy subject for me. Just don't be late. Honestly, I had quite a few guests show up late, but at least they came. They were very subtle and snuck into the back of the church. I never even noticed. If there's a lot of people there, what's the big deal? I doubt that you, like, what, you're gonna go and, like, look for her in the crowd when you're walking down the aisle. Oh, is she here? Yo, hey! Hey, you! Hey, thanks for coming! That's not what's gonna happen. You should be worried about getting married, not about who's sitting in the crowd. You won't even notice her. That's a fair assessment. I get that. As long as she doesn't make a scene, who cares? dumb she overlooked the dates, but at least she's trying to come. All right, that's fair. I'm not sure what I would prefer in this instance. Like, I almost feel like you should have just, like, not said anything and snuck in. Because the fact of the matter is, if I was getting married, the last thing that I would be worrying about is someone, you know, sneaking in the back. Your eyes should be on your hubby. Disney dress code, but no princesses. Dress code, former clothing, Disney bound. Choose any character from a Disney movie, Marvel, Pixar, Disney classic that is not a princess or a prince. Wait, what? And wear pieces of clothing similar in color to them. Do not wear a costume except for children. A character from a Disney movie that isn't a prince or a princess. Right.
Sebastian?
You want to be the prince and princess? Is that it? How does one dress like Ursula?
Life, finds a way.
I guess you can find a way to do it.
so,
I
yeah.
don't know. It's a bit weird. You want some villains at your party?
Yes.
Dibs on Ursula. Am I the a-hole for calling
Maleficent!
my fiancé it's okay for my mom to get married 2 weeks before us?
You can be Ursula. I will
So
be a
I'm currently stuck
Maleficent.
in the middle of my mom and my future wife, and while I know I should really be on my fiance's side, I'm kind of on my mom's. My fiance and I have been planning our wedding for a year. My mom got engaged 5 months ago. The venue she liked had an opening 2 weeks before our wedding, so she took it. My mom has the money and connections to get stuff done fast, and could just put a wedding together that quickly. She also didn't want to wait until next spring/summer, as we live somewhere with 4 seasons. When my fiance found out, she was furious. She screamed at my mom that she's psycho and pathetic. She ended up bursting into tears, and I tried to calm her
took
down. The thing is, there will
his
not be a single
reservation?
overlapping guest, so I don't see the issue. What the hell? My mom even specified we don't have to come if it's inconvenient. My fiance thinks it's wrong and attention-seeking. It's also attention-seeking to not want
The
anyone
same
to ever
day?
get married, you know, within a month of you getting married. How long
The
should one
same
wait?
month?
I feel like other people have lives and we don't get a whole month. Agreed, you don't get a whole
Yeah.
month. There's only so many weekends in a summer for weddings, and I will be honest, I went to a wedding almost every other weekend for the whole summer. All of the family invited to our wedding is not invited to hers. Then who cares, dude? I ended up telling her to stop yelling at my mom and being a bridezilla. I asked her to apologize to my mom for the name calling, but ultimately she didn't push it, as she didn't want to, and my mom's fiance was laughing, which I didn't like. My fiance is currently furious with me and thinks I was spineless and failed to understand her perspective. I know, but it's also your mom, you know? Let's see what Reddit had to say. I don't understand. If the guest list is completely different for both, and the only overlap is your mom and her fiance, and you and your fiance, then what attention does your fiance think your mother is even seeking and getting? And from whom? I think your fiance is either super stressed or being a bridezilla. Yeah, we gotta understand being a bride is super stressful. There's lots of things going on, lots of people canceling, this and that. It's a stressful time. It
The
is.
fuck?
But expecting people to like not get married within, you know, 2 weeks or a month of you, especially if you live somewhere with 4 seasons, is kind of unreasonable. Although I do find it odd that there's 0 overlap in guests. How can that be true? Your mother has no family other than you? Anyways, I guess I'll go with not the a-hole. OP said my mom went no or very low contact with the entire family. I feel like there's some more context that needs to be shared. Based on the context you have shared, you're not the a-hole. But if your mom is really mean to your fiance, I don't know. Am I the a-hole for having high expectations for my bachelorette party? Oh, this is gonna be good. Even get arthritis for sure. I'm getting married to my wonderful fiance this fall. A week ago, I had a bachelorette party. While most girls dream of their weddings, I dreamt about my bachelorette weekend. Put a lot of planning into this weekend, made a lot of phone calls, reservations, everything basically. For Thursday night and Friday morning, me and my
Fuck,
25
still an
closest
hour to
girlfriends
go.
rented the house. From the start, it was a disaster. I had told my girls to get to the house early on Thursday so they could decorate and set up before I got there. Well, I got to the house at 3 and they weren't done decorating, so that bummed me out because I wanted that wow moment when I came in and saw the setup.
That's gonna be a yikes for me, dog.
I felt
Yikes.
wrong, but we still had a decent first night. Friday, I woke up everyone at 7 a.m. to make breakfast and get ready because we had a packed day. Vineyards, boat, lunch, happy hour drinks, and then dinner and the clubs. Whoa, that's a lot. I got tired like halfway through that sentence. I was getting shaded on all afternoon because people said they were being rushed from place to place and had to carry changes of clothes all day, but we had limited time in the city and I wanted to make the most of it. Saturday was worse. We had a brunch at 9 a.m. and no one was awake in time, so it only ended up being me and a few loyal bridesmaids. We went shopping after for a few hours.
How is
and
that
when we got back to the
disloyal?
house, no one was even apologetic, even though I was close to tears all day. The last straw for me was later that night when we were going to dinner and nobody was wearing the matching shirts we got for the weekend. People wanted their own stuff, but that's not what we agreed on, even though my maid of honor notified everyone. At that point, I said, "F it, this weekend was ruined," and locked myself in my room to cry. It was even worse when I came out a few hours later and half the girls had gone out anyway, without me, the actual bride. I ended up driving home on Sunday and left the house a mess
You
for the girls
locked
to pick
yourself
up
in the
because I was so
room.
upset. Now it's been almost a week. No one has texted me except some bridesmaids and the maid of honor. I know I sound like a bridezilla-ish, but these are supposed to be my friends, and we were supposed to celebrate me all weekend, and I felt neglected, and I'm really upset. Oh, babe. Oh, baby girl. I understand these expectations may seem like a lot, but I made my expectations clear through the group, and they just let me down so bad. Tell me, am I the a-hole?
Yeah,
Maid of Honor
yes.
sent out itinerary months ago. It was very clear the activities I planned and the prices per person. If someone had wanted to skip out, it wouldn't have been a problem, but all the girls paid accordingly, so they knew that what they were getting themselves into. You expected too much of your friends. You're not the a-hole for wanting your friends to treat you well for your bachelorette. You're not. But what you had planned is a little bit much. Like, doing all of that with, like, drinks and stuff, and to carry all the clothes everywhere, like, that sounds rough. And it sounds like by the second day, everybody was so friggin' tired, they kind of just wanted to pace themselves. And the fact that you just kind of, like, left the mess there for everyone to clean up, that's not fair either. It's not that your friends weren't celebrating you. You basically put them on a bachelorette marathon. Too much. Too much. You expect too much of people. That's all I have to say. Edit number 2. Well, I'm very clearly the a-hole. I've decided to apologize for wanting one weekend to be about me. I need to rethink my friend group and make some changes to the wedding invite list. Thanks. That's not what we're saying. Yeah, the weekend could be about you, but you're like literally pushing your friends to the limit in order to make it about you.
Push it
You're
to
the
the
a-hole for all the
limit.
control and then letting them find. No, you cannot control 25 other women. Like corralling them, and they're all drunk in little dresses and bathing suits. Like, hell no. Your expectations were too high. Also, who has 25 friends? This seems like some sorority craziness, right? Sounds like OP wanted a lot of people to fawn over her for several days. It doesn't seem like a chill hangout, that's for sure. Don't wake me, I'm an adult. Getting married, Venmo the bride. She has the Venmo. She has the Venmo on her card.
We don't have Venmo in Canada. Seems like a really convenient way to just send random brides money.
Next bride. Hey, I'm having a wedding emergency. My photog canceled on me, and I need a photog bad. Your friend does weddings, right? She can help me? Hello?
2 minutes later. Literally 2 minutes.
Calm down, Karen. Sorry, I just tried to call you. Give me a call when you have a minute to talk. But yes, blank does weddings. But your wedding is this month, right? She's likely busy, but I can see what I can do and at least ask for you. It's sweet that you think someone who's planning a wedding would have time for a phone call. Just text me. The wedding is the 28th. Winter Wonderland theme. Lol, I get that you're stressed out, but you don't need to be condescending. I'm trying to help you here. I sincerely doubt that she's available as that is the prime Christmas holiday time, but the least I can do is ask. Her email is, you can also message her with details. Girl, one day you might get engaged and you'll be planning your wedding and you'll literally understand why I'm being this way. Mwah! Kisses! Sorry to offend. There are a couple really key pieces of information that I think you should discuss with her. You're her friend, so it's probably better for you to talk to her about it. Number 1, I won't get my deposit back from the photographer until January 15th, so blank will need to give me a discount. And then arrange with my original photographer for her to transfer my deposit to her when she can release it. The deposit was $2,500, and I see on her website that blank's prices start at $3,000, so if I give her $500, that should be satisfactory. My old photographer is Ashley Blank, so she can find her details and discuss that. I literally don't have the time. Number 2, Ashley's style is my dream wedding photo style. I need Blank to study her portfolio and practice that style so I can still have my dream winter wonderland wedding. She was going to take me to Canmore. Oh, she's from Alberta. She's from Alberta. We do not claim her! She was going to take me to Canmore for photos, so she will have to ask Ashley where the location is so that I don't miss out on my dream. It's going to be so beautiful with me in my gorgeous dress surrounded by the snowy mountains. I'm sure she will get a bunch of followers from it too, because Ashley has 150,000 followers on Instagram, and she's sure to get some if she has the same style. Not entirely correct, but go on. I will, of course, share the photos too and give them recommendations to my bridal group. They all love Ashley's style and were so jealous when I booked her. Her style is just stunning and gives that picture a perfect Instagram style, you know. It is my dream to have this style of photos. My dream! It's my dream! Make my dream come true! So, At least she's offering to like pay for it.
Cool.
Unfortunately, you're also getting it for far cheaper of a price.
So, you got my money?
So, there's probably a reason why Ashley charges as much as she does. She probably has way more expensive equipment. And that your expectations are up here, honey. I'm gonna need you to bring them down here. All right?
I like how she wants her to like correspond with the other photographer too.
And that's your job now. That sounds like a you problem. Next bride. I'm speaking in here because I don't like drama, and I know what is said here will stay here. Please, lol.
As I'm reading a screenshot that was taken and shared to the internet.
I made a cake for someone at the last minute. I told her I was a beginner. I told her 2.5 days is not a lot of time. She says it's fine, showed me a cake with the exact designs, and then said, do what you want, just please help me. I dropped off the cake, and now, more than 10 hours later, I'm getting messages about wanting a partial refund because it was aesthetically disappointing. This is aesthetically disappointing. I should have added more decorations for the cake for $200, as she said. Then told the potential clients I had through her I am terrible at business relationships. I hope y'all's day starts better than mine. What she wanted left versus what she got right. Edit, I haven't responded yet. It was 3:40 a.m. when she messaged. Now my TikTok is blowing up with hate comments. Aww, on my cake, so I just deleted my account. No! To explain, she asked for 3 tiers, but I wanted it to look like the picture on the left. And she also said 6 clients, 5 of which canceled on me because of this. This is my second order, and it's crazy. She ate 90% of the cake already. She paid $200 and wants 80 back. I want to see what the cake looks like.
We've been speckledorfed.
What?
Why isn't it here?
I want to know what the cake looks like.
I can't see it. It's not here. I'm sad. Regardless of what the cake looked like, if she ate it, she pays for it. It's like those people that like want a refund on like the food that they ate at a restaurant, but they like ate the whole thing and they're like, it was disgusting, it was gross, I don't want it, I want a refund. You ate it. You literally ate it. You don't get a refund on that. We want to throw it up on my friggin' hand here? Like, no, you ate it. Can't return that. Okay? Let's be honest, the bride was just hungry and wanted some free food. Client, I'm looking for very edgy photos for my wedding. Should be an all-day job with 6 hours of post photos with the wedding party. What? 6 hours. I need a DVD of all the edited photos in high resolution, and you will be compensated $150.
Oh my.
I may also be willing to let you do a trash the dress shoot with me the next day. That was really fucking hard to say. I'm just not even gonna try. In response, I sent a short but polite email stating I could not meet the requirements at the quoted rate. Client, look, I know how the business works. I've been a wedding photographer for 15 years and I make over $8,000 a day. You want me to pay? You want to pay $150? Am I understanding this correctly? The photographer's a client's a wedding photographer and wants what? If you are a photographer and you're treating other photographers like this, shame on you.
Shame. Shame.
Shame. Shame. Ladies, I'm one of those crazy people getting married during a health pandemic. Whether you agree with me or not, that's not the point here. I'm looking for a DJ for my October 17th wedding. My budget is smallish, and I have already spent most of it on the dress of my dreams, my shoes, my decor. Yes, that girl. So I had a thought. How about a reverse bid? Are there any DJs looking for work? I imagine so, since large social gatherings have pretty much halted, I think. So here are the details. Location downtown. I want a good mix of music for the reception. I'm looking for a steal of a deal. Payment. What's in it for you? Free publicity. I'm a town clerk. We have functions not to like... I'm sorry, but you're like, are you a celebrity? No. You're not an influencer with a big following? No. I'm a town clerk. And you're saying that I'm going to get a lot of free publicity? We have functions several times throughout the year. I will pass out your business cards at each event. I attend from now on until December 2021. I attend conferences all around the state of blank. My networking could benefit you. All right, ladies, now it's your turn. Impress me with your resume, skills, references, and quotes. Let the games begin. Bonus round, the ability to provide karaoke is a plus.
Yeah, that's gonna be a no from me, dog.
Calling all florists. Do you want to expand your skills in a new and fun field? Meanwhile, gaining valuable experience? No, but go on. I have one of a lifetime opportunity for you to work with these amazing sola wood flowers. I'm looking for someone to make some beautiful bouquets for my wedding. I will provide all of the supplies and you provide your skills. This is solely for you to expand your skills and gain valuable experience in a new, unique field. Therefore, I'm not able to provide any additional monetary compensation. There it is. Contact me directly if you're interested. Oh, goodness, that sounds like the opportunity of a lifetime that I will have to just say no to. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, but, no. No. I'm doing this for you. Like, I'm just selfless, and I'm doing this so that you can learn, so that you can get better at your craft.
Thank you.
Honestly, I should be given a medal of honor.
You should.
A medal of honor.
Honor! Meow, 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 meow.
Generous with my flowers that I'm giving out to you to use. Like, I don't know. I'm not a florist, so I actually don't really know if this is worth it anybody's time, but time is money, friends. Time is money.
My wedding is coming up, and I'm planning it all out. My best friend has been so excited to help me plan everything and has even offered to help me pay for some things, which is really sweet because neither me or my fiance's families are really helping. Because of her excitement and everything else, I don't have the heart to tell her I don't want her as my bridesmaid. Or even to come up with a reason that doesn't hurt her feelings. The dresses I want wouldn't look good on her body type. They're sleeveless. She has bigger arms with stretch marks and doesn't really have a figure.
Oh, you piece of shit.
Shame! Shame on you! She's always been awkwardly shaped. Even looking at our prom picture, she ruined some of the photos. We would all look really nice, and she just doesn't look as good as us. Oh, what a travesty.
You piece of garbage.
You
garbage human.
Mad at someone who's bigger than you just for existing. Imagine not wanting to include your friend who's helped pay for your wedding just because she's bigger than you. Could never be me. By the way, nobody cares except you. Nobody cares. Nobody finds it as big of a deal as you do. I'm trying to figure out a way to tell her she can't be a bridesmaid, but I don't know what to say, that she doesn't take it offensive, or if I should, like, make up a position for her that day. Oh, I'm sorry about your dilemma. It's just so difficult. Such a hard decision you have to make, my dear. So that when it comes time for photos, at least I can separately do them. Jesus. I dreamed of this day since I was a little girl. Don't tell me I'm being shallow. My wedding should be perfection, right down to the bridesmaids and groomsmen.
Oh,
honestly,
please.
I think that you should tell her
Stop.
flat out so that she
Stop
can
talking.
take the money back and not be your friend anymore.
Yeah. She deserves
I
better.
know to some of you, weddings aren't a big deal. Even as a kid, I used to try on my mom's wedding dress and picture the day that I would get married. Oh, God. Well, in that case, like, definitely. Just nobody wants a fatso at their wedding. Honestly. It's my day, and I shouldn't even have to give this much thought to someone else's feelings. Honestly, you're literally creating a problem out of nothing. Like, this literally is not a problem.
Yuck.
This is you showing your true colors, and honestly, that friend deserves better. I hope she saw that post, and I hope she took the money back, and I hope you guys aren't friends anymore. You don't deserve her. What's gonna happen when you get a little bit pregnant, or, you know, a little bit older? Like, imagine thinking that someone's worth is solely based on what they look like. Guess what? Beauty fades. We're all gonna get a little fat and sassy. We're all gonna look a little old and ugly, okay? Including you. And judging by your post, you're ugly on the inside, where it really counts. I know it's early, but I just wanted to let you know that something has come up and I won't be able to attend your wedding this weekend. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I was just getting ready for work. What could possibly have come up? His mom called last night and his grandmom's not doing good and doesn't have much longer to live. We are flying out today to be with her and his family.
Can't he go and you can come to the wedding instead?
Is that a serious question? We want to see her, who she hasn't met yet, before she passes. And his family is my family now too, and I'm going to be there for my boyfriend like any girlfriend would do. I get that you're mad and upset, and I'm sorry. At least I let you know instead of just not showing up. Okay, this is an excuse to not go to a wedding.
Somebody passing away and not having much time left,
Moose and
you wanting
squirrel
to see that
ornament.
person
Yep.
is a reason to not show up to somebody's wedding. And if someone isn't understanding of that, then they're so entitled. Like, they're literally so entitled. The world does not stop just because you're getting married. Well, when you and your boyfriend get married, I'll make sure something comes up so I could do the same thing you're doing to me. Oh, jeez. Wow. Really? We're gonna go that route? Okay, this is how you lose an invite?
All right, then.
Or how about I just not invite you? That works. That works too. I said I was sorry and you can be mad at me all you want. This is more important to us and we need to be there. A marriage is not a life and death situation. As much as you would like it to be, your wedding is not a life and death situation. This excuse is, you are allowed to be upset about it. Let me be clear. You are allowed to be upset about the fact that your friend isn't going to be there at your wedding. But you are not allowed to make her feel bad for missing out on it because she wants to be there for her boyfriend. We've eloped with close family. If anyone wants to give us a start in life, it would be greatly appreciated. After all, what's a loose 50 nowadays? Okay, so you went and you had a wedding with a bunch of people, with close family, as you say, but you're asking for money from the people that you didn't invite? Doesn't work like that. What's a loose 50? Just give, it is fine, it's pocket change. That's literally saying, yeah, we had a
People
wedding
have
and we didn't
loose
invite you, but can you give us
50s?
money?
Loose 50.
I swear it's always
loose
something. My uncle is
50?
supposed to marry us. We get married in June. He just called me and told me that his aunt has cancer on his mom's side and that they asked if he can do the funeral. She's on hospice now, but he says there is a chance that he can't do our wedding. Right, because that's like a life and death situation. I've always wanted my uncle to do my wedding. I'm so irritated and pissed off. If it's not one thing, it's another. Comments say they have to plan her funeral for the same day as your wedding. She didn't even die yet. I understand you're upset that your uncle won't be there or he won't be able to officiate your wedding. Is that a term for it? Officiate? There are people dying, Kim. In the wise words of Kourtney Kardashian.
Diamond earring came off in the ocean and it's gone.
Kim, there's people that are dying.
Literally. Hi everyone, sorry for the anonymous post, but my bridesmaid is on here. Today we met up for our monthly meeting to go over agenda and order of day, etc., etc. I noticed when my bridesmaid turned her head that she's got quite a number of gray hairs.
No.
I mentioned this to her and suggested dyeing it before my big day. Oh, jeez. She refused and said hairdresser appointments are too expensive and she's allergic to box dye. Oh, jeez, Louise. It's really unsightly. Oh, no. Who's going to tell this bride that she's going to turn gray one day? Does she think she's going to look like that forever? Because no, honey. Like I said, we're all going to get fat and sassy and gray, including you. I'm worried it's going to take away from the beauty of the dress I chose for her. Yeah, only you're worried about that problem. Nobody else. Nobody else cares. Any tips on what I can do? I can't pay for her hair appointment as I've exhausted my bridesmaid budget now. Wedding is 10 weeks away and I think her hair's only going to get worse. She's only 30. Oh, no!
Oh,
no, not gray hair. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. People are dying, Kim. I can't wait to get all fat and sassy. This takes a lot of maintaining. There's a lot of appointments.
I gave up. I don't care.
Wish that I could just be
I'm not
gray.
even wearing makeup.
Not,
You just watch
like,
me put chapstick on.
super gray,
That
but
is
I
the
got some
most
stress hairs.
you're
I got some
all
stress gray
got
hairs.
going on. Don't
Imagine someone not wanting to invite you because you're getting some grays, babe. If it really bothers you that much,
No.
you can edit it out of photos.
There.
But then again, there are a lot of people who are happy and privileged. They feel privileged to grow old. A lot of people don't get there. Let's stop maintaining this, perpetuating this stigma around people growing a little bit older. Who cares? It's a privilege to be old.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I'll stop being diabetic for your wedding. No problem. Piece of cake. My sister-in-law and I were planning weddings around the same time. She's one of those brides that needs/wants everything to be Instagram worthy, Pinterest perfect. Why do you need to perpetuate a false sense of perfection to everyone on the internet? I had been in the family for around 3 years prior to the engagement. I've been a type 1 diabetic for over 20 years. I have an Omnipod, tubeless insulin pump, and a CGM. These are small external devices. So come the weeks leading up to sister-in-law's wedding, I get a request that I make sure my CGM is not visible for photos. Oh my goodness. We're both on my abdomen, so it seemed like a weird request because they are never visible. Oh, weird. Okay. How unsightly of you. How unsightly. That's when she informed me that she wanted them to not be visible in photos. The bridesmaids' dresses were tight and you could see the small bumps of my devices through the dress. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Yeah, this would literally make me not go to the wedding. Like, I would straight up I would just not go. So she's married to your brother? How are these people married? How do they find some sucker to marry them? This is ridiculous. I asked her how she proposed I do that. She told me Spanx. Double layered Spanx. Well, I tried that, except the devices couldn't connect to the PDMs. Too much fabric layers interfered. I informed her of this. She told me to take them off for the day. Yeah, I need insulin. It's literally life and death. I'm sorry that's an inconvenience to you, and it's just I'm sorry that's an inconvenience to you in your picture-perfect wedding. I did not remove them, and she sulked and glared the whole time we got ready. Oh, God. So this person is marrying your brother? Does your brother know? He should. I would want to know if the person I was marrying felt this way. I love my family dearly, but sometimes they are flaky. I'm getting married in October of 2024, and when I send out invitations, I want to put on the invitation that if they RSVP and don't come, I'm taking them to court. I'm taking them to court for the cost of their portion of the food and services that I paid for. Is that tacky? Yes, I would say that, and that would also make me not come either. Let's just threaten people with a lawsuit if they don't show up. I don't think you can do that. Unless someone explicitly ruins your wedding and, like, you know, causes damage and, like... Unfortunately, you just have to deal with people not showing up. Which is tacky, by the way. If you RSVP to a wedding, just so we're clear, if you RSVP to a wedding and you don't show up, it's tacky. It is also tacky to send out a wedding invitation, a save the date, and to not follow up with an actual invitation. Just so we're clear. However, it is kind of just like the deal where if someone doesn't show up, I'm sorry, but you kind of just have to eat that. You gotta take the L on that one. Is it rude to put on invitations that gifts of $50 or more are mandatory? My fiance and I have a lot of people in our families that love to show up empty-handed to events. They can afford to bring something, which is really distasteful to us. It is.
Yep.
It is kind of distasteful. You are supposed to bring a gift to a wedding. I know that sounds entitled, but like it is really distasteful to show up to a wedding without a gift. Unless that wedding is for your boss. I'm not taking the money that you're paying me and then using that to buy a gift for your wedding. One of our love languages is receiving gifts. Oh, well, in that case, I feel it's befitting for them to at least come to the wedding with a gift worth $50. That's affordable. I get that you feel this way, and you are right that it is distasteful for someone to show up to a wedding without a gift, but you cannot put that on the invitation. Update, no, I'm not having a wedding just to get gifts. It's all about love at the end of the day. But if plates cost $150 on top of enjoying an open bar, and an individual brings nothing just because they felt like it, I feel like that's a slap in the face to my union and the relationship between me and them. This is why it's good to have a small wedding. Because the fact of the matter is, unless you're really close with someone, it's probably unlikely that they're gonna give you a nice gift, or that they're gonna show up, or they're gonna take your wedding seriously, etc., etc. So have a small wedding and you won't have issues with, you know, paying for all these people that are ungrateful, etc., etc. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you have a wedding. You have to just deal with it. We chose to have the $150 plate and open bar because we can afford such. How about we forget the $50 price tag? How about they bring something? Yes, someone might not be able to afford $50, but why is everyone coming empty-handed widely acceptable? It's not. It's actually a faux pas. My mom's always said that to me. Like, I didn't know. Some people maybe genuinely don't know. It's not acceptable. It's just some people don't know. You are supposed to bring a gift. And if you can't afford it, you make a gift. You find a way to, like, you know, wish the happy couple a wonderful new life together. It's fact of the matter is you're supposed to bring a gift, but you're not supposed to ask for the gift. Would I be the a-hole if I removed my friend as a bridesmaid? You are always an a-hole if you remove a friend as part of your wedding party or a bridesmaid or anyone important in the wedding party. You are an a-hole. Unless, of course, you guys have some sort of big fight and etc., etc. It's still an a-hole thing to do because hopefully y'all would work it out. But let's just see what you have to say. Maybe it's reasonable, I don't know. I've been engaged to my fiance for 2 years now, together for 8 years, and we're getting married this summer and are very excited, obviously. One of my close friends who now lives in a different city started dating someone. They've been together for 3 years now and own a house together. They're perfect for each other, and I've been their biggest supporter since they've been together. They got engaged 6 months ago, and part of me was disappointed since my wedding is coming up, and I feel like their engagement is taking the shine off me now. Why does it always go in the direction I think it's going? Like, why? My wedding date was set before they were engaged, and I asked my friend to be a bridesmaid, and she excitedly said yes. Everything was fine until she recently told me her wedding will be the weekend after mine. And she said it was the only date that lined up with her and her family's schedules. She's having a micro wedding with just immediate family in the mountains, which she said her mom was planning. I'm just so frustrated, and I feel like she's trying to take away from my day. Except her wedding isn't on your day, is it? It's not on the same day. It would be another thing if she planned the wedding for the same day as your wedding. But it's literally not on your... You get wondering. I so badly want to be happy for her, but a part of me is just so upset that she won't have her full attention on my wedding. Oh, God. Who's to say that she won't? The world does not stop just because you're getting married.
Are you
I just
sure?
can't help but feel so angry about this, and I'm thinking about removing her from my bridal party. Yeah,
Makes
I'm
sense.
thinking that you probably
Definitely
should do that because you kind of sound like you're not a very good friend to this person.
You sound like a garbage
So
human.
would I be the a-hole if I took her out of my bridal party? Oh, for this reason, honey? 100% yes. Am I the a-hole
Yep.
for embarrassing my sister-in-law after she expected me to pay her and her friend's bill? You may be seated. I'm assuming that you probably are sitting down, but for the few of you who watch my videos standing up, are you a serial killer, first of all? And please sit down. Strap yourself in, find something to hold on to. I, 25 female, went out to dinner for my sister-in-law's 28 female bachelorette party this past weekend. Between my sister-in-law and my husband, sister-in-law has always been the golden child of the family. Growing up, my in-laws coddled her and gave her everything she wanted, while my husband always got the crappy end of the stick. She was always the popular girl in school, cheerleader, lots of friends, all the boys loved her. Alright, so she's probably entitled. Nothing breeds entitlement like being a gorgeous, gorgeous girl and having everything handed to you because you have pretty privilege.
Privilege!
When my husband was always a little more nerdy and got picked on quite a bit, even my in-laws would give him a hard time about this and say he needed to be, quote, more like his sister. Fast forward to today, both my husband and I went to top schools, got our degrees, and currently have very well-paying jobs in tech. I'm not trying to sound braggy, this is just for context. I mean, you're bragging a little bit, but like, I'm totally fine with it. Mostly because I was also picked apart in high school and junior high for being different and not being popular, but pretty popular now, I'd say. So.
How the turntables.
Don't mean to brag, but anyways, love making things about me. We all live a very, very comfortable life. Sister-in-law currently lives at home with my in-laws where they foot all of her bills. She had my niece, 4 female with her ex, and is currently on marriage number 2. This past weekend, I was invited to this fancy upscale restaurant in my city for sister-in-law's bachelorette party. She just wanted to do a nice dinner. There were 8 of us in total, and at the end of the dinner, the bill comes out and the waiter hands it to me. Why? Why did he hand it to you? Why you? Did she like tell them to hand it to you? Sitting here confused for a second until sister-in-law speaks up and says, my parents and I were talking and thinking about you, and my brother can handle the bill for this as a wedding gift. Oh, that's just great. Would have been nice to know that, you know, before everyone ate and drank.
Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
Since you're not
Surprise!
financially contributing to my wedding, I'm sorry.
Oh,
when is it
girl.
up to the brother and sister-in-law to contribute to
Holy
the
what?
sister-in-law's wedding? How is that? Is that... What?
What?
I love it when you become like a little bit successful and you have a little bit of money and then all of a sudden people feel entitled to your money.
You guys are getting paid?
I stared at her, shocked for a moment, and there was like and you didn't think to bring this up to me beforehand? That's what I'm saying is like
37
in
minutes!
that situation, I probably would have put down my credit card, like whatever. I would have offered, especially, you know, if I had a good relationship with the bride. Yeah, we could have talked about it before and I might have been okay with it. I invite you to pay for my bachelorette dinner. Little weird, but okay.
Guess it's not the thought that counts.
She started going off about how we are so well off, so what's the big deal? She's sure her brother wouldn't have an issue with it. Yeah, but that's her brother, not you. I asked her why her fiance doesn't foot the bill, or my in-laws, and where in her right mind does she think it's okay to spring this on me?
Because we're poor?
She started going on about how we're the wealthiest in both her and her fiance. Yeah, but that doesn't mean
anything. You're not entitled to people's money that isn't yours.
She said that we were the wealthiest in both her and her fiance's family, and that she didn't think I would act like this, and that I would say yes. I told her, well, sorry, but I'm not your parent.
What?
Don't expect handouts from me.
Mic drop.
Oh, let me guess. She didn't like that, did she? She called me selfish. Oh, wow. Really? Sounds like projection. And I called her an entitled brat, paid for half of my bill, and left. Listen. I've had a lot of therapy to be able to discern when someone is projecting their own problems onto me whenever I decide to create a boundary. Lots and lots of therapy. As expected, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and even some of the cousins and aunts on my husband's side have been absolutely furious with me and are expecting me to apologize for the comments. What about apologizing for feeling entitled to your money? What about apologizing for expecting someone to pay for a bill without giving them a heads up?
We don't do that.
Like, it sounds like they all discussed this behind your back and thought it would just be fine because you're rich. It doesn't even sound like you even like this woman. Of all people who would pay for something like a bachelorette party, it should be the parents or the fiance. But, like, I feel like it's kind of like the people in the wedding party, you know, like the bridesmaids would all pitch in and all cover the cost of it. It is not normal to ask one person to pay the bill and like not even give them a heads up for it. Like, that's just bizarre to me.
This is outrageous. It's unfair.
I told them over my dead body. Husband is 100% on my side, and we're debating not
All
going
right,
to the wedding.
I'm
I
gonna
was talking to my mom, and she thinks I took it too
end
far with the
stream.
comments. And
They'll
she
be
just
done in
apologized
about
to
30
keep the
minutes.
peace. Am
Bye,
I the
TikTok.
a-hole? Info: the bill was close to $1,000 USD. Oh, hell to the no. So what happened to the bill? Who paid? I'm curious. I would have just like given my credit card, paid your part, and then like left quietly out back. All right, I'm gonna go with not the a-hole, but just because I definitely deal with people a lot like this. It wasn't your responsibility to pay for the bill. She didn't ask you in advance, and it's like insulting to think that you can just kind of bring that up. Oh, you've just got money, so you pay for it. It's like such like a weird thing to expect. I'm a super generous person.
Bye
I pay
to
for bills a
TikTok.
lot, constantly
You're
putting down my
next,
credit card,
Twitch.
Constantly taking out people.
That's it
and
for now.
employees
Thanks,
and
stop. I
everybody
appreciate